Chapter 3962. The second one to enter the Sword Spirit Palace was Ao Fei. In order to enter the Sword Spirit Palace to fight for the treasure, Ao Fei even abandoned his comrades. The next one to enter was Bing Xuanji. Bing Xuanji's method was no different from Ao Fei's. When needed, a comrade would be a comrade. When not needed, a comrade would become a burden. "Brother, Ming Xuang, thank you. If you hadn't come in time, I would have lost my life here," said Yi Futian. Liu Xiaobao smiled bitterly. "You have thick skin. You won't die." Ling Xiao looked at Liu Xiaobao and said with a smile, "Let's not waste time. Let's go in. We can't let them get the inheritance of the secret realm master. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble." Yes. Everyone walked into the palace. But what made everyone dumbfounded was that there was a door inside. They could see the traces of the door being opened, but it was already closed. There were also bloodstains left behind by Han Miezhong. "Damn it. He even tricked us." Ao Fei and Bing Xuanji looked at each other, feeling depressed. They were tricked by Han Miezhong. What do we do now? It seems that only Han Miezhong's blood can open the door. No one else can. Everyone became anxious. Only Ling Xiao stared at the door in silence. At the same time, Han Miezhong was the only one left in the inner palace. Apart from a coffin, there was nothing else in the inner palace. The coffin was made of transparent crystal. One could see that the corpse inside was still in the same state as when he died. The former city master of Sword Spirit City was killed by someone with a sword. There was an obvious wound on his throat. But who killed him? Who sent him into the crystal coffin? No matter what, the corpse in the coffin made Han Miezhong somewhat afraid. Even though the city master of Sword Spirit City had been dead for many years. But his past terror was still passed down in Sword Spirit City. Han Miezhong knelt in front of the crystal coffin and kowtowed 9 times. The lid of the coffin slowly opened. The corpse in the coffin actually sat up. Frightened, Han Miezhong took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. Right at this moment, the door to the inner hall actually opened. A group of people barged in. But when they saw the Sword Spirit City's city lord sitting up, they all bowed their heads. Only Ling Xiao remained standing there, his eyes filled with coldness and disdain. Although the Sword Spirit City's city lord was powerful, in the end, he was only one of the city lords of the 108 cities in the Western Kingdom. Ling Xiao had the aura of a sovereign personage. In this mystic world, even the king of sovereigns in the immortal court continent couldn't make him kneel. Not to mention the city lord of Sword Spirit City. "Damn it, how did you guys get in?" Han Miezhong had yet to obtain the treasure when he discovered that someone had barged in. He immediately turned pale with fright. "Don't worry about how we got in. You must have obtained the inheritance of the master of the arcane realm, right? What is it? Bloodline? Martial spirit? Magic treasure or something else? No matter what it is, you must hand it over or die." Ao Fei looked at Han Miezhong, revealing a greedy and ferocious expression. He was sure that Han Miezhong had been here for so long, he must have obtained the inheritance. Otherwise, why would the corpse in the coffin be sitting? Why would the lid of the coffin be open? What a joke. "I, Han Miezhong, need to give you what I got." Han Miezhong was such a proud person, he naturally wouldn't admit that he didn't have time to take anything. To him, that was too shameful. "Is it true? Do you think that with your strength, you can contend against so many of us? Even your companions in Sword Spirit City won't help you at this time. Just hand over the thing obediently, that way, you can still save your life." Ao Fei sneered. Han Miezhong glanced at the other 6 people in Sword Spirit City. Previously, he used his companions as shields to block Ling Xiao's attack, and then he abandoned his companions and entered the inner hall alone. He wanted to take the treasure for himself. This made him the target of public criticism, even if he was the leader of Sword Spirit City before. But at this moment, he was no longer. "Ha ha ha ha. Come, I want to see who dares to make a move." After all, Han Miezhong had his own pride. He was arrogant, he was confident. He thought that he could fight against everyone. Just like Ling Xiao. However, he was different from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wouldn't betray his companions, so there would always be people around him to help him. But Han Miezhong was unscrupulous for his own interests. In the end, it caused him to be betrayed. Ling Xiao didn't care about their conversation. He could see that Han Miezhong didn't get anything. So he entered the shadow warrior form and approached the coffin. He was ready to take advantage of the chaos to do what he wanted to do the moment the battle began. Kill. Kill him. The treasure must be in his storage ring. Ao Fei was the first to make a move. He waved the dragon god whip in his hand, and a dragon god's shadow hovered in the void. It let out a terrifying cry. The space was torn inch by inch, approaching Han Miezhong. At the same time, the people of White Dragon Country, Shuiyu Country, and Sword Spirit City also made a move. These people all had their own ideas. Everyone wanted to be the leader of their own forces. Why was it Ao Fei? Why was it Bing Xuanji? Why was it Han Miezhong? As long as they obtained the inheritance of the master of the secret realm, they could also become the most outstanding at that moment. They could make people worship them. It had to be said that Han Miezhong was really strong. He didn't have any special treasure in his hands. However, anyone who got close to him would basically die an unnatural death. Except for Ao Fei and the 6 experts of Sword Spirit City, the others were simply not enough. At this moment, Bing Xuanji quietly mixed into the crowd. This guy had always been despicable. This time, he probably planned to sneak attack. But this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the corpse in the coffin and couldn't help but reveal a trace of coldness. Kill. Taking advantage of the moment when Han Miezhong and Ao Fei exchanged blows, Bing Xuanji finally made a move. The violent ice thorns directly pierced Han Miezhong's body. It was so painful that Han Miezhong screamed miserably. Bastard! He screamed miserably. Unfortunately, he was seriously injured and it was too late to take revenge on Bing Xuanji. In the crowd, Lion Master Bao also made a move. The earth blade chopped down. Han Miezhong's hand with the storage ring was directly cut off. It fell to the ground. A group of people rushed towards the storage ring. Because if Han Miezhong really obtained the treasure, it must be in the storage ring. The crazy people rushed towards the storage ring and started to kill each other again. Everyone knew that if they got the storage ring and ran away in the chaos, it could change their fate for the rest of their lives. However, the person who cut off Han Miezhong's hand didn't look at the storage ring. Instead, he attacked Han Miezhong. Chapter 3963. One slash directly pierced through Han Miezhong's dantian. The shattered inner core floated in the air. Han Miezhong looked at Lion Master Bao in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief and confusion. You want to kill me? I'll let you know that my Lion Master Bao is not to be trifled with. Lion Master Bao was almost killed by Han Miezhong before. If Ling Xiao hadn't appeared in time to save him, he would probably have become a corpse. Now, he had taken revenge. Although he was an honest person, he knew that he should make a move when it was time. If others wanted to kill him, he would kill them. At that moment, Han Miezhong was in despair. He had taken over someone else's body with great difficulty and thought that he could start all over again. He was the strongest person who had stepped into the mystic realm. However, he died here. It was really unbelievable. It was also difficult to accept. But whether he accepted it or not, he had to die. His body was shattered, and his inner core cracked. If he didn't die, who would? On the other side, the people who were fighting for the storage ring didn't care about Han Miezhong's death. They were more concerned about the treasures. As for whether Han Miezhong was killed or not, they couldn't care so much. Where's Brother Ling? After killing Han Miezhong and obtaining his shattered inner core, Lion Master Bao was prepared to give it to Ling Xiao. Because he knew that with the inner core, Ling Xiao's cultivation might break through. But at this moment, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Dark Frost signaled him to be quiet. Since Ling Xiao had disappeared, he must be doing something very important. They were responsible for covering him. There was no need to make a fuss. Lion Master Bao understood and nodded. He didn't say anything else. At this moment, Ling Xiao was beside the coffin, nervously cracking the formation. Before the master of the mystic realm died, he still left behind a powerful formation to protect his body from destruction. If he wanted to explore the secrets of the coffin, he had to crack the formation first. While cracking the formation, Ling Xiao was also observing the corpse that looked like a living person. It was indeed dead. There was no doubt about that. But why did it sit up? And why was it preserved so well? Ling Xiao's gaze caught a string of words at the bottom of the coffin. These words were completely written with special inscriptions. From Ling Xiao's point of view, one must have the blood of Han Miezhong in order to see it. Otherwise, he would have to have a divine ability like his Tai Chi eye. These words made Ling Xiao's expression even gloomier and more ferocious. Actually, the content wasn't that complicated. These were the last words left by the Sword Spirit City's city lord to his descendants. As stated in his last words, every 100 years, his descendants would send at least 10,000 geniuses into this place. These people would all die here, and only his descendants would be able to escape through special channels. The dead would become the key to the revival of the Sword Spirit City's city lord. Indeed, every expert who died had the heart to resurrect. Thief God was the same. The Sword Spirit City's city lord was the same. However, the city lord of Sword Spirit City was even more terrifying than the thief god. After reading this paragraph, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. He laughed coldly. You want us to die with you, right? Then I will destroy you completely. Resurrection? Keep dreaming. He already had an idea, a crazy and bold idea. He absolutely couldn't let this guy come back to life, nor could he let the descendants of the Sword Spirit City's city lord have an easy time. At this time, the competition for the ring was coming to an end. Bing Xianji successfully obtained the ring. However, when he opened the ring, he found that there was nothing inside except for some spirit stones and talismans. He suddenly realized that they had really wronged Han Miezhong. The storage ring shattered. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded. For this storage ring, they had killed each other and left dozens of corpses behind. In the end, this was the result. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of idiots. Lion Xiao Bao laughed happily. He had gotten his revenge and watched a good show, so he was naturally happy. Yes, in order to compete for an almost empty storage ring, they killed each other. I don't know why. Xue Lian also sneered. Seeing his enemies suffer, it was impossible not to be happy. Ao Fei, Bing Xianji, and the others glared at them fiercely. But at this time, without Han Miezhong, they really might not be Ling Xiao's opponents. So, no one dared to do anything. Wait, where is Ling Xiao? Finally, someone realized that there was a key person missing. It was the guy who often surprised people. Boom. Boom. Before they could find Ling Xiao, the whole Sword Spirit Hall suddenly shook violently. Everyone was taken aback. They looked for the source of the shaking. Finally, Bing Xianji used the Xianji martial spirit to find Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was no longer hiding. After all, the array had been broken. It was impossible for him to continue hiding if he wanted to take the next opportunity. What is he doing? What is he doing? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's hand was placed on the head of the Sword Spirit City Lord. A strange immortal fire was released and wrapped around the corpse. He is crazy. Is he trying to refine the master of the secret realm? Everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao was so bold to be disrespectful to the master of the secret realm. Was he not afraid of retribution? After all, this secret realm was the Sword Spirit City Lord's territory. What was he thinking by trying to refine someone else's body? Shocking. Unbelievable. The things that Ling Xiao this fellow did were simply unimaginable. Even if the master of the secret realm was dead, the corpse was still intact. However, the corpse was so well preserved that just the residual power was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Who dared to blaspheme the master of the secret realm? Did they have a death wish? However, no matter how unreasonable they thought it was. But Ling Xiao was still there as if no one was around. The high and mighty corpse of the ultimate core realm seemed to have lost all dignity in front of Ling Xiao. No matter how his flame continued to refine it. It's impossible to refine it. The corpse of an ultimate core realm expert is equivalent to a divine heavenly emperor artifact. Ordinary flames can't refine it. No, even demonic flames or heavenly flames can't do it. Bing Xuanji shook his head. He never thought that Ling Xiao had an immortal fire. He even had more than one type of divine fire. Boom! The terrifying aura of an expert was suddenly released from the corpse. An afterimage condensed in the void. The terrifying pressure made everyone kneel on the ground, trembling with fear. Although it was just a welcome, although it was only the remnant will of the corpse, it was still extremely powerful. Because he was an ultimate core realm expert. Everyone who entered the secret realm had to bow down in front of him. However, Ling Xiao's performance seemed to be different from most people. In the face of such a powerful pressure, Ling Xiao was still standing there calmly. He released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The aura of the human king suppressed the will of the Sword Spirit City Lord. A dead ultimate pill realm expert should just be a good dead person. Even if you want to be resurrected, you shouldn't have schemed against us. You are unlucky to have met me, Ling Xiao. Otherwise, your plan might have succeeded. Chapter 3964. Although the terrifying intent unleashed by the corpse kept attacking Ling Xiao's soul. But it was useless. Nothing happened. The martial soul of Tyrant Heavens devoured the intent completely. It was as if a beam of light had entered the pitch-black universe, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Right at this moment, the corpse of the city lord started to burn. The scene frightened everyone. The only thing they could hear was their own heartbeats. Madman. He's a madman. Ao Fei's face turned pale with fright. Just that terrifying intent alone was enough to make his entire body go soft. If he got any closer, his soul would have been torn apart. But Ling Xiao, this lunatic, was actually able to remain unharmed. Just how did this guy cultivate? How could he have such a powerful soul? Unbelievable. Bing Xuanji was also looking at Ling Xiao. He felt a heavy sense of helplessness. He thought he would be able to kill Ling Xiao with the inheritance of a heavenly core warrior. But he was wrong. Seeing this scene, he knew it. No matter how strong he became, Ling Xiao seemed to be able to become stronger than him. This was the gap between their talents. Kill him. We can't let him succeed. Or else, with his personality, all of us will die. Bing Xuanji suddenly roared. His roar instantly woke everyone up. Yes, they knew Ling Xiao's personality too well. He was the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. They had attacked Lion Master Bao and the others before this. Although they had temporarily given up on attacking because the door of the Sword Spirit Palace had opened. But with Ling Xiao's personality, it was impossible for him to forget this grudge. Kill. Bing Xuanji was the first to rush forward. He activated his goddess of ice martial soul, Xuanji martial soul, and divine ice crystal. Follow me. Ao Fei also waved his divine dragon whip and rushed forward. At this moment, they had reached an agreement. Because they knew that if they didn't kill Ling Xiao, they would be the ones to die in the end. The other people who were Ling Xiao's enemies also began to attack. Among them, the strongest were the remaining 6 people from Sword Spirit City. The 6 of them watched as the Sword Spirit City's old ancestor was refined into a corpse. How could he endure this? However, the 6 of them didn't have the confidence to deal with Ling Xiao and his companions. But things were different now. With so many people attacking together, they could definitely give it a try. Protect Brother Ling. Lion Xiaobao roared and soared into the sky. Together with Dark Frost and the others, they stood in front of Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was refining the corpse, so he was not in the mood to fight. If he was interrupted, his life might not be in danger, but he would definitely be attacked by the remnant will of the Sword Spirit City Master. He would definitely be injured. They would never allow such a thing to happen. The battle began once again. Ling Xiao turned his head to take a look, but he quickly turned his head back. He believed in his comrades. Therefore, the only important thing for him now was to complete the refinement as soon as possible. He only needed to refine this corpse. He could also participate in the battle. Perhaps it was because he realized that once his corpse was refined, he would never be able to revive. The remnant will began the strongest resistance. Ling Xiao didn't have it easy either. He couldn't participate in the battle at all. Divine fire, burn for me. Since the immortal fire's refining speed was not fast enough, he used the divine fire. As the divine fire burned, the refining speed was indeed much faster. The impurities were tempered, and only the essence was left in Ling Xiao's hands. Rumble. An even more terrifying roar sounded. It was like an earthquake. It felt like the Sword Spirit Hall was about to collapse. After all, this was the place where the Sword Spirit City Master died. Naturally, he had also left behind some countermeasures. If someone wanted to destroy his physical body, he would not be able to do so. He would destroy this place. Quick! Don't hold back, or we will all die here. In the beginning, everyone attacked Lion Xiaobao and the others, but they didn't intend to use their full strength. Because they all had their own thoughts. They wanted to save their strength for a while to seize the treasure. But now that the situation had changed, they realized that if they didn't use all their strength to stop Ling Xiao, something terrible must have happened. At that time, it would be too late for them to regret. Too bad, you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out. The shaking of the palace stopped abruptly. Right now, the corpse of the Sword Spirit City Master had disappeared. Only a bright bead remained in Ling Xiao's hand. That's not a core, it's the purest relic. Bing Xuanji cried out in shock. The energy contained in this relic is much purer than a core, and it has many other special effect. Why can he refine such a powerful corpse? This is not fair. Are you afraid? Are you panicking? I can understand how you feel right now, Bing Xuanji. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. This Bing Xuanji had been going against him since the beginning. Before this, he didn't have the ability to kill Bing Xuanji. But now, everything had changed. Although his cultivation base was still at the peak 4th Divine Core realm. But with this relic in his hand, it meant that he had control over everything in the secret realm. All the traps and formations in the secret realm were under his control. In other words, this secret realm had become his home ground, and the others were just players. If he wanted to kill them, he could do so without wasting too much time and energy. Run. Bing Xuanji finally realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He no longer had any thoughts of fighting. The first thought he had was to run away. As long as there was life, there was hope. As long as he could escape from here, he would have a way to turn Ling Xiao into a traitor of Xueyu. If that was the case, Ling Xiao would be hunted down by the entire Xueyu. Even if he didn't do anything, he would still be able to kill Ling Xiao. It was a good plan, but could he really escape from here? Bing Xuanji was terrified when he realized that after running for a few thousand meters, he had found himself in a maze. He had returned to the scene, and was flying towards Ling Xiao's direction. Ling Xiao sneered, then he gently waved the relic in his hand. The entire palace started shaking once again. Countless hidden weapons were shot towards Bing Xuanji. These hidden weapons were not ordinary hidden weapons. All of them were rare-grade Heavenly King weapons. No wonder this was the place where all the extreme core warriors were buried. These weapons were too powerful. Too extravagant. In just a split second, Bing Xuanji was almost turned into a porcupine. But this guy was smart, and he was also ruthless. He dashed back and forth in the crowd. He used the bodies of those who had fought side by side with him to block Ling Xiao's attack. How long can you run for? Ling Xiao looked at all of this coldly, like a cat playing with a mouse. To him, those who were killed also deserved to die. Because these people had chosen to attack Lion Xiaobao and the others, and they even wanted to interrupt his refinement process. If they didn't die, would they still be able to give birth to his children? Chapter 3965. In an instant, dozens of martial artists were killed by the terrifying hidden weapon. Their corpses lay on the ground. The scene was a mess. Not only Bing Xuanji, but other than his companions and comrades, he would not let anyone else go. After leaving the secret realm, he planned to go to the Western Kingdom's strong nation. If others knew that he had the Saria of the Sword Spirit City old ancestor, it would be troublesome. He had to be ruthless. Therefore, he had to be a little more ruthless. Otherwise, if others knew the truth, with his strength, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. Ling Xiao, you are too arrogant. Do you really want to kill all of us here? Ao Fei looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, you have the Saria. We are unlucky. Why don't we stop? In this way, you will still be the final winner. Otherwise, once the battle starts, even if you can kill us, you will not have an easy time, I promise. What a joke. Do you think you are qualified to talk to me about this? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. His body instantly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Then, he released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Everyone was wrapped in the Sky Tyrant universe. There was no direction, no target. If it was outside, Ling Xiao would not be able to use the Sky Tyrant universe so easily. However, with the existence of the Saria, he could naturally operate it with ease. Kill. At Ling Xiao's command, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and the others immediately attacked. The scene was chaotic. However, with the Sky Tyrant universe's buff, Lion Master Bao and the others' combat power increased greatly. After a frenzied battle, Ao Fei was killed by Ling Xiao with a slap. Even the Dragon God Whip fell into Ling Xiao's hands. However, Bing Xuanji was very smart. To think that he was actually still alive. Even so, Bing Xuanji was still terrified when he saw the warriors around him getting killed one after another. He could not accept what had happened. Ling Xiao had refined the body of the Secret Realm's master into a Saria. He even controlled the Secret Realm. His strength was so strong that no one could even think of resisting him. He was already planning to escape. If he didn't escape now, he might never have the chance to do so. Do you still think you can escape? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji contemptuously and said, even if I don't kill anyone else, you are still my target. Escape. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will catch you and kill you. As expected. Bing Xuanji smiled bitterly and helplessly. In the previous battle, you made me realize how terrifying you are. Now, I was even more terrified. As long as you're alive, I, Bing Xuanji, will never be able to make a name for myself. With your natural talent, Shui you will definitely spend a lot of effort to raise you. Therefore, you must die. Oh! Ling Xiao frowned. What puzzled him was why Bing Xuanji still had the confidence to kill him at this moment. You must be very confused. Why would I dare to say such things? Because I won't die. Bing Xuanji smiled and said, you have your own fortuitous encounters, and so do I. Even if you kill all those people, so what? I will definitely spread the news that you obtained the Saria of the Sword Spirit City ancestor. At that time, you will be hunted down by all the cultivators of the Western Kingdom. There will be no door to heaven and no road to hell. Even if I die, you will be buried with me soon. Ling Xiao looked at Bing Xuanji and felt that this guy really had some kind of trump card that could allow him to escape from here. Martial Spirit Barrier. For safety's sake, he released his martial spirit barrier and trapped Bing Xuanji. Surprisingly, Bing Xuanji's calm expression did not change at all. You said that my Xianji martial spirit is mysterious and unparalleled. Today, I will let you see it. Xianji, 5 elements great escape, earth-traversing golden light. Goodbye, Ling Xiao. Next time we meet, maybe you will be torn to pieces by those angry cultivators. As Bing Xuanji's voice resounded, his figure suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao could only see a golden light rushing through the ground. This golden light was very similar to his earth-traversing golden light technique. Its speed was also very similar. In an instant, it had reached 10 miles away. And it completely ignored Universe Tyrant and Martial Spirit Barrier. This was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered such a guy. Xianji Martial Spirit, I like it more and more. But do you think you can escape like this? Earth-traversing golden light technique. Ling Xiao had said that Bing Xuanji must die. Therefore, he would never let Bing Xuanji escape. Therefore, he used the earth-traversing golden light technique at that moment. And he entered the state of cosmic light body. What? Bing Xuanji thought that he had escaped from Ling Xiao's pursuit and was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. When he turned around, he was shocked. A golden light was rushing toward him at an extremely fast speed. How could this be? Bing Xuanji was scared out of his wits. Now that he was facing Ling Xiao, he really had no chance of winning. Ling Xiao was like a beast that could devour everything in front of him. He could only be prey. There was no way he could stop Lin Fan's pursuit and attack. Die, Bing Xuanji. You can't leave here alive. Ling Xiao finally caught up with Bing Xuanji without any hesitation. He immediately used the innate celestial demon seal's most powerful attack, the 10,000 Beasts Unification. A loud explosion sounded. Bing Xuanji was hit by this attack, and his entire body exploded in the air, turning into dust. To make sure that Bing Xuanji was dead, Ling Xiao checked Bing Xuanji's inner core. He also absorbed Bing Xuanji's martial spirit. He didn't care about the goddess of ice martial spirit, but the Xianji martial spirit was very mysterious. Since Bing Xuanji didn't know how to use it, he would take it over. Rumble. At that moment, the secret realm shook again. Oh no, this place is going to collapse. Ling Xiao frowned and hurriedly returned to the palace from before. Lion Master Bao and the others were still waiting for him. Ling Xiao held the Sarira in his hand and opened a teleportation door of speculation. When you go back, tell the people of Xueyu that I'm dead. Stay there and cultivate. We'll meet again in the future. He said this to Dark Frost through telepathy. Among these people, he trusted Dark Frost, Lion Master Bao and Yang Mo the most. But Lion Master Bao was too honest and would easily spill the beans. Yang Mo also didn't know how to hide his feelings. Ling Xiao wanted to pretend to be dead, so he had to deceive the people of Xueyu. Telling Dark Frost was enough. They were forcefully thrown out of the secret realm by Ling Xiao. And he was buried in the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, the strong cultivators of Xueyu, White Dragon, and Fenghu saw that only a few people from Xueyu had come out. They couldn't help but feel terrified. The secret realm had collapsed and the space was distorted. Chapter 3966. 3 days later, a figure appeared in the capital of the Western Kingdom's kingdom. This man was about 18 years old. His appearance was dignified and handsome. When he walked on the street, he looked like an ordinary person. No one could sense the aura of a warrior. But his eyes were very sharp, as if he could see through the entire world with a single glance. This man was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao came out from the secret realm. After making sure that Dark Frost and the others were safe, he came to the capital of the Western Kingdom alone. Today, a grand ceremony was going to take place in the capital. This ceremony was the Golden Heavenly Nation's disciple recruitment ceremony. Ling Xiao had just arrived when he heard someone talking about it. He was heading in the same direction. Western Kingdom's War Soul City. In the huge arena, the densely packed martial artists were like a swarm of ants. With just a glance, one could tell that there were at least 1 million people. If it was an ordinary person, with so many people gathered here, they might not be able to see what was happening in the arena. But warriors were different. Furthermore, there were over 1 million people here, and all of them were divine core warriors. None of them were divine vein warriors. This was the capital of the Western Kingdom's kingdom. It was too scary. No one knew how scary the Golden Heavenly Nation was. The War Soul City was the core area of the capital, and it was also the place where the Golden Heavenly Nation recruited disciples. Therefore, the over 1 million martial artists gathered here were actually young martial artists from all 108 cities in the capital city. All of them dreamed of entering the Golden Heavenly Nation and cultivating. After all, people wanted to go higher, and water wanted to go lower. As long as they could enter the Golden Heavenly Nation, they would be one level higher than others. It would be extremely beneficial for their future development. There was no warrior who didn't want to become stronger. Because if they were weak, they could die. They couldn't protect the people they wanted to protect. Basically, all the warriors here were below the 5th level of the Divine Core realm. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation wasn't the highest here. But the strength of his body was much stronger than anyone else here. After transforming into a shadow warrior, he could easily enter the area closest to the arena from the outer perimeter. After all, he could see more clearly there. This would help him enter the Golden Heavenly Nation in the future. After all, the Western Kingdom was just a place for him to settle down. In the arena, the ongoing battle left Ling Xiao dumbfounded. It was a chaotic battle between 100,000 people. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think back to when he first joined the Violet Mansion army. At that time, there was also a similar chaotic battle. A total of 200,000 people are participating in today's selection. 100,000 people had already been eliminated. I wonder how many of the remaining 100,000 people will be favored by the experts of the Golden Heavenly Nation. That's right. The most important thing is that this test is rather troublesome. There are no specific rules, and it doesn't say exactly how to pass the test. It was entirely up to the 3 experts from the Golden Heavenly Nation to choose. If they took a fancy to him, he could go with them. And it's the same every time. Fortunately, there's an assessment like this every half a month. Otherwise, there would be no hope for people like us. 20 people can be selected from 200,000 people at most. Sometimes, we may not even be able to pass a single test. This test is so harsh that we shouldn't even think about it. Let's just stay in the Western Kingdom and cultivate. Although he could only be considered an outer disciple of the Golden Heavenly Nation, it was still an honor. Those warriors from the other 3 superpowers are really envious of us. That's true. But, if we don't enter the Golden Heavenly Nation, we won't be satisfied. Listening to the discussion between the 2 men, Ling Xiao roughly understood the meaning and method of this test. It didn't mean that you would get a chance just because you were strong. It all depended on whether or not the experts in the selection had taken a fancy to you. If they didn't, no matter how good your performance was, it would be useless. But then again, unless they had some special hobbies, the disciples chosen by the experts would always be the ones with the best performance. There was no need to worry about this. He passed. He's the first person today. TSK, I'm so envious of him, a peak 5th Divine Core Warrior. Looks like having a strong cultivation base is also a requirement. Hearing the shouts, Ling Xiao looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a man jumping up and down in excitement. Normally, the names of those who were selected would be displayed on the huge crystal screen. Once they saw their names, they could stop the test. Naturally, someone from the Golden Heavenly Nation would come out and handle the procedures for them. Those 3 people should be experts from the Golden Heavenly Nation, right? Their auras are really frightening. Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the 3 people on the high platform of the arena. One of them was wearing a red robe, and his hair was as red as fire. It seemed like he had a bad temper. He had a ferocious look. Sitting on the stage, he looked like a ball of frightening flame. It was as if anyone who sat next to him could feel the frightening heat coming from him. He's really strong. I think this guy is a heavenly core warrior. Ling Xiao couldn't see through the red-robed man's cultivation base, so he could only make a guess. The second person was a girl wearing a green dress. She looked gentle and dignified, and anyone could tell she was a girl from a respectable family. Her aura wasn't as frightening as Jiang Chen's, but it was more simple. In terms of strength, she was no weaker than the red-robed man. Most importantly, this girl had a sharp look in her eyes, and he could sense the aura of a swordsman. Ling Xiao was also a swordsman, so he could clearly sense it. The third man seemed to be a general. He was wearing a bright silver armor, and he was holding a long spear in his hand. He gave off the feeling of a war god who could hold back 10,000 men. He was also extremely powerful. The warriors from the Golden Heavenly Nation were indeed frightening. Although these 3 men didn't attack, no one could doubt their strength. Judging from their auras, Jiang Chen could tell how frightening they were. The warriors from the Golden Heavenly Nation should be at this level. If not, they would be too weak. Ling Xiao thought to himself with a smile on his face. It looked like he was getting closer and closer to the peak of the 4 regions. Another man passed. His cultivation base isn't too high, he's only a peak 1st Divine Core Warrior. I think he's chosen because of his talent. After all, he's only 16 years old. Sigh, in terms of strength and talent, I don't think we're good enough. All we can do is watch others being happy for nothing. Ling Xiao noticed that the 2 men who passed were Han Miesheng and Zhu Yu. Actually, They're pretty easy. Sometimes, when those warriors from the Golden Heavenly Nation are in the mood, they'll personally accept the challenge. Those who fight with them are the ones who suffer the most. That's right, that's what happened last time. I wonder if it'll be the same next time. It all depends on their mood. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao noticed another round of discussion. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. If it was a chaotic battle between warriors, he was confident he could stand out. But, if he had to fight against warriors like these, it would be troublesome. Because he didn't know how much of his strength he should use, it would be troublesome. If he couldn't defeat them, he would just have to use his full strength. He recalled the battle he had with General Langbak in the Shuiyu Nation. Chapter 3967. If there's a chance, I'll attack with all my strength. Fighting a mighty warrior like this will definitely help me improve my strength, and it will also increase my chances of entering the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao already had an idea. Brother, you don't look familiar, are you new here? Suddenly, a voice sounded out from beside him. Ling Xiao turned around and saw a young man in his 20s. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded his head. No wonder you're standing here. Hurry up and back off, this place is within the warning zone. If you're hit by any attack, you'll be in big trouble. The young man reminded. Ling Xiao finally realized that the area under his feet was painted red, and it was obviously a sign of danger. Thank you. He smiled and stepped back. No wonder no one was standing in this area. But right at this moment, a frightening sword beam suddenly flew towards them. The sword beam flew towards the young man standing next to Ling Xiao. The sword beam was extremely powerful, and it was unleashed by an early 6th Divine Core warrior. The young man standing next to Ling Xiao was only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. There was no way he could block it. I'm going to die. The man cried out in fear, but it was too late for him to run away. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao extended his arm. When the sword light hit his palm, it actually shattered and shattered like glass. Thank you. Thank you so much. The young man was startled for a brief moment, then he hurriedly thanked Jiang Chen. It's really dangerous here. Ling Xiao grabbed his arm, then both of them backed off from the red zone. He realized that any attack that reached the edge of the red zone would be intercepted. It must be the effect of some kind of formation. Thank you so much, little brother, you're so scary. The young man smiled bitterly. No need to thank me, if it wasn't for your reminder, I would still be standing there. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. This was the kind of person he was. If someone did him a favor, he would repay it with a whole spring. Oh right, my name is Zhong He, how should I address you? The young man asked with a smile on his face. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao replied, this is my first time here, so I'm not very familiar with many things here. Brother Zhong, can you tell me more about it? As expected, you're a newcomer. When I saw you rashly walk into the security zone, I knew that you were definitely not an old man. No problem. Although I, Zhong He, am not very strong, I have stayed in Battle Spirit City for more than 10 years. Whatever you want to know, I can answer it for you. Zhong He patted his chest and said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Zhong. What are the names of the 3 experts from the Golden Heavenly Nation? Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. It's true that they came from the Golden Heavenly Nation. But in fact, these 3 are all experts who are stationed in Fighting Spirit City. Zhong He smiled and said, looking at your confused look, you really don't know. In fact, to put it simply, the 108 cities of the Western Heaven's Strong Kingdom were actually equivalent to the outer sect of the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. As long as one joined one of the 108 cities and became a martial artist, he was considered an outer disciple of the Golden Heavenly Nation. Battle Spirit City was one of the 108 cities. There were 10,000 gold deacons stationed in the Western Heaven King. These gold deacons were sent by the Golden Heavenly Nation. They were equivalent to the outer sect deacons of the sect. Their strength could only be said to be average, but they were stronger than the disciples of most departments. These 10,000 gold deacons did not belong to any city. They were jointly in charge of the disciples of the 108 cities. In addition to the gold deacons, there were also gold elders. Unlike the gold deacons, the gold elders would be stationed in each city. Generally, each city had 1 or 2 gold deacons. Only Battle Spirit City had a special status, so there were 3 gold deacons. It was those 3 gold deacons. The red-haired man in the red robe was Ancestor Scarlet Flame. He had a flame martial soul. Although it was only a demonic fire martial soul, he had condensed it to a very terrifying level. This person had a fiery temper and was not easy to get along with. But I heard that he was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Once you were recognized by him, you would feel that he was very easy to get along with. That woman was called Green Lotus Swordswoman. Like Ancestor Scarlet Flame, no one knew her real name. They only knew that she had always been called that by the higher-ups. Of course, we still call her Elder Green Lotus. This woman was gentle and dignified. She didn't have a temper and was very easy to get along with. But in terms of disciple selection, it was very harsh. It had been 10 consecutive examinations and no disciple had been selected. The third person was the man with the long spear and bright silver armor. His name was Zhao Fengyun, and he was a general of the Golden Heavenly Nation. This person's disciple selection was not that harsh, but his requirements for character were extremely high. If your character is not good, no matter how good your martial arts talent is, he will not accept you. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyun. I understand. Ling Xiao thought that perhaps the strongest martial artists in Battle Spirit City were these 3 people. If he wanted to step into the Golden Heavenly Nation, he must first gain the favor of these 3 people. Are there any other questions? Zhong, he asked. I just heard that this selection is held every half a month. Is that so? How can I participate in the selection? No matter what, the Western Kingdom was just a springboard for Ling Xiao. What he really wanted to go to was the Golden Heavenly Nation. Therefore, this matter was very important to him. Zhong, he said with a smile, little brother, you're really a newcomer. Only newcomers would participate in this kind of selection. Since we're fated to meet, I'll remind you. You'd better learn more about it and prepare for a while. This way, you'll have a greater chance. Otherwise, once you lose, you may not even have the confidence to challenge. I've seen a lot of such people. Maybe I'm different from those people. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I think it's better to have some confidence in myself. I naturally appreciate Brother Zhong's kindness, but I came here from afar. In order to enter the Golden Heavenly Nation to cultivate. I hope Brother Zhong can understand. Young people are really hot-blooded. Zhong, he said with emotion, I came here when I was 16 years old and was as impulsive as you. Well, since you have such a request, I'll explain it to you. It's true that the selection is held every half a month. But it requires an appointment to register in advance. Because there are a lot of people who register. So even if the appointment is successful, you have to wait at least a month before you can participate in the selection. I think you should find a place to stay in Battle Soul City first, then wait patiently after you register. Maybe after a month, you'll be able to participate in the selection. As for me, I'll tell you the same thing, don't be too anxious. Even if you fail, you have to settle down steadily. Even if you can't go to the Golden Heavenly Nation, you can still stay in the Western Kingdom. Ling Xiao knew Zhong his kindness, but he didn't have time to waste. He had observed all the warriors who participated in the selection, and none of them had a talent that surpassed his. And none of them had a strength that surpassed his. The strongest among them was only a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. Chapter 3968. Is there any way to participate in the assessment as soon as possible? For example, half a month later? Ling Xiao asked. Why are you in such a hurry? Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Everyone has their own reasons. I can help you with this matter. I have an acquaintance who can let you participate in the next selection. Zhong, he smiled. Thank you, Brother Zhong. This is a small token of my appreciation. Ling Xiao flipped his hand and a bag appeared in his hand. There were 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones in the bag. Perhaps to him, 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones were nothing at all. But to most cultivators, 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones was definitely not a small amount. For example, Zhong his family gave him a month's pocket money, which was only that much. I'm not helping you for this. Although Zhong he wanted it very much, he was afraid that he would be regarded as a greedy person and hurriedly refused. If Brother Zhong doesn't want it, it means that you don't treat me as a friend. If you want to find someone to help you, you have to bribe them. Take this 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. I'll give you another 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones to bribe them. Ling Xiao directly stuffed the spirit stones into his hands. Zhong he hesitated for a moment and finally accepted it. He was really short of upper-grade spirit stones. Little brother, don't worry. I, Zhong he, will definitely settle this matter for you. Otherwise, I'll walk around fighting Soul City on my knees. Zhong he said very seriously. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Zhong. Ling Xiao also cupped his hands. Zhong he left with the upper-grade spirit stones. About half an hour later, the selection was about to end. He finally rushed back and was in high spirits. It was obvious that the matter had been settled. Sigh, spirit stones are still useful these days. It's done. Take this piece of paper. Just come here for the next selection. Bring this piece of paper with you and you can enter. Without this, you can't enter the arena at all. There's an array formation here. Zhong he sighed and handed the piece of paper to Ling Xiao with a smile. Ling Xiao touched it gently with his hand. There was indeed a special aura on this piece of paper. He hurriedly put it into the Dongsheng Emperor ring and was extremely grateful. At this moment, the selection had already ended. Ancestor Crimson Flame chose 3 disciples, but Green Lotus Swordswoman still chose none. Zhao Fengyun chose 5 disciples. A total of 8 people passed. After all, he was chosen from 200,000 people. According to the rules, those who don't pass this time won't be able to participate in the selection next time. At the very least, he would have to wait until next time. Therefore, you probably won't meet these people next time. Zhong he looked at the 8 people enviously and said to Ling Xiao, "Let's go. There are many inns in Fighting Spirit City. Little brother, where do you want to stay? I'll take you there. Let's go wherever Brother Zhong lives." When Ling Xiao first arrived, he only knew this Zhong he. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he decided that it would be better to stay with this person. This way, he could also learn more about Battle Spirit City and Golden Heavenly Country. "Alright, then come with me, Brother Ling. However, the place where I live is not very good. You have to think about it carefully." Zhong he smiled and left with Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao made his first friend in Fighting Spirit City. In the Shuiyu secret world, Dark Frost, Lion Master Bao, Yang Mo, Yi Lungyan, and Shuelian gathered together. In this trip to the secret world, all the big countries had suffered heavy losses. Not many people from Shuiyu came back alive. This made the Eternal Night Palace the most powerful palace in Shuiyu. And Lion Master Bao also became the new young leader. Just like Bing Xianji's former status. But this kind of thing didn't make Lion Master Bao happy. There had always been a hurdle in his heart. That was Ling Xiao. Dark Frost, tell me honestly, is Ling Xiao really dead? Lion Master Bao was a straightforward person, so naturally, his questions were also straightforward. Big brother Ling Xiao won't die. Yang Mo had his own thoughts. He believed that a man like Ling Xiao wouldn't die so easily. I don't think so either. Yi Lungyan added, with his strength, he was able to bring us out, so he definitely has the ability to escape. Ian, I think he has his own reasons for doing this. Perhaps, we'll meet again one day. Shuelian didn't believe that Ling Xiao was dead either. I can only tell you that big brother Ling Xiao has a special identity. Even if he faked his death, there must be a reason behind it. I hope you can understand. Dark Frost sighed. Since everyone thought that Ling Xiao wasn't dead, there was no need for her to hide it from them. I only have one question, where did he go? Lion Master Bao asked. The Golden Heavenly Kingdom, Dark Frost replied. Big brother Ling Xiao told us to go to the Golden Heavenly Kingdom and find him after we break through to the perfect 7th Heavenly Core Realm. Perfect 7th Heavenly Core Realm? Alright. I'll go and cultivate now. Lion Master Bao clenched his fists in excitement, then he turned around and left. The rest of the people also left. Although they didn't say it out loud, they still wanted to meet Ling Xiao again. After all, Shuiyu Kingdom was just a kingdom, and they would have to leave sooner or later. Big brother Ling Xiao, how are you doing? Don't worry, Dark Frost will come and find you soon. Just you wait. Dark Frost looked in the direction of the Western Kingdom. Only she knew that Ling Xiao's first step was to go there. But his next destination was definitely the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. She had to work harder as soon as possible, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to catch up with Ling Xiao's cultivation speed. Hey, this is where I'm staying. Isn't it messy? In Battle Soul City, Zhong He had brought Ling Xiao to his residence. This place couldn't be considered an inn, it was just a private house. But all the rooms here were rented out. Martial artists could be seen walking back and forth. Near the house, there was a big market. There were all kinds of shops in the market. There were things for ordinary people and also things for warriors. Living here was actually not bad. Landlady, what are you doing, throwing my things out? As soon as they arrived in the yard, Zhong He saw his things being thrown out, and suddenly he was unhappy. You still have the face to ask why? Did you pay last month's rent? A middle-aged woman with a face painted like a ghost came out from upstairs and shouted with her hands on her hips. Landlady, didn't we agree on a few days? I've already asked my family to send the money. Zhong He said gloomily, didn't I pay the previous rent on time? It's only a month late, and it's a special case, can't you be lenient? We're old friends. Don't try to get close to me. If you have money, stay here. If you don't have money, get out. I'm doing business, not charity. The landlady's attitude was very tough. Who told you I don't have money? Isn't it just 500 high-grade spirit stones? Here you go. Chapter 3969. When the landlady saw the spirit stones in Zhong He's hand, her expression immediately changed. Well, you brat, you're obviously rich, but you want to go back on your word and pretend to be pitiful in front of me. Give me the money and get out of here immediately. She didn't let Zhong He stay just because he had paid the rent. Instead, she still wanted to drive Zhong He away. Nonsense, the contract I signed with you is a long-term rental, and you still have my deposit of 5,000 upper-level spirit stones. If you violate the contract, you have to pay 10 times the compensation. Give me 50,000 upper-level spirit stones and I'll leave. Zhong He was also annoyed. He had paid the rent, but she still wanted to drive him away. It was simply unreasonable. In that case, he would leave, but he had to get the compensation. You still want compensation? Do you know who's backing this old lady? It's the famous Long Saber Gang. How dare you ask me for compensation? Do you want to die? The landlady sneered. Hearing the 3 words Long Saber Gang, Zhong He instantly withered. Little brother, forget it, you can rent a place anywhere. If you can't, you can go to an inn. Although it's a little expensive, you have money. Zhong He looked at Ling Xiao and said, what about you? Ling Xiao knew that Zhong He didn't have much money. I'll make do with this shabby temple for a few days. When my family sends the money, it won't be too late to find a place to live. Zhong He said, what's the background of this Long Saber Gang? How dare they behave so atrociously in Fighting Soul City? Ling Xiao didn't leave, but asked curiously, you don't know about the Long Saber Gang? They're a tyrant in Fighting Soul City. Anyway, we can't afford to offend them. Zhong He shook his head. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhong He and sighed. He didn't intend to stand up for Zhong He. Because he could help Zhong He once, but he couldn't help him a second time. If he provoked the Long Saber Gang, Zhong He might lose his life when he wasn't around. Little brother, if you're not busy, I'll go pack up first. We'll leave later. Zhong He said, I know a pretty good inn. Fine. Ling Xiao nodded and went to the room with Zhong He. They chatted as they packed up. Don't dawdle. I'll only give you 10 minutes. Hurry up and scram. I still want to rent this house to someone else. The landlady's voice came from outside, sounding very impatient. Got it. Zhong He shouted outside. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, little brother, I originally planned to stay next door. I could tell you more about the situation here. But there's no other way now. If you have any questions, just ask the important ones. I'll tell you now. Alright, let's talk about the Golden Heavenly Nation. In the end, the Western Kingdom's powerful country was only Ling Xiao's temporary foothold. His real target was the Golden Heavenly Nation. Your question has really stumped me. I really don't know much about the Golden Heavenly Country. If one were to treat the Golden Sky region as a sect, then the other three powerful countries would only be the odd jobs of this sect. They couldn't even be considered as disciples. The Western Kingdom great powers were considered outer sect disciples. Only by entering the Golden Heavenly Nation could one be considered to have stepped into the inner sect. Not only could one get better cultivation resources, but one's status and power would also increase a lot. The entire Golden Heavenly Nation was ruled by the Golden Heavenly Nation. The Golden City was the core of the core. Before the 13 continents of the mystic world split apart, the Golden City had already existed. Now, it was the symbol of the Golden Heavenly Nation. Without the Golden City, the Golden Heavenly Nation can no longer be called the Golden Heavenly Nation. Zhong he didn't know much about the Golden Heavenly Nation. He could only tell Ling Xiao what he knew. Where exactly is the Golden City? Ling Xiao asked. This question is even more difficult. I've heard people mention that the Golden City doesn't exist in our plane. It exists in a certain small world. And it's incomparably huge. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Azure Lotus Swordswoman, and General Zhao Fengyun all came out of the Golden City. No matter who it is, as long as they go to the Golden City once, they will become a legend after coming out. They will become an idol in people's hearts. Therefore, going to the Golden City is also called gilding. My dream is to go to the Golden City to be gilded. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that my dream will not be realized in this life. If you want to go to the Golden City, I can't help you much. However, I can tell you about the general situation of the Golden City. Because it's my dream, I've read a lot of books. Tell me about it. No matter what information it was about the Golden City, Ling Xiao wanted to know. Let's put it this way. The structure of the Golden Heavenly Nation is different from that of a powerful country. Its area is not as big as imagined. Moreover, there are no small cities. The cities of the Golden Heavenly Nation are called holy cities. There are a total of 3,000 holy cities. Every holy city does not allow ordinary people to exist. All of them are talented martial artists. A holy city can accommodate 100,000 disciples. 3,000 holy cities means 300 million disciples. This is the backbone of the Golden Heavenly Nation. No matter which holy city you join in the future, it's the same. The person with the highest authority in each holy city is called the Holy Lord. Under the Holy Lord are the City Lord, Deputy City Lord, General, and Commander. The disciples of the Holy City are divided according to silver and gold. The number of gold disciples is fewer, but their status is higher. There are 300 million of them. Ling Xiao was shocked. This was much more powerful than the Shuiyu country. No wonder the Golden Heavenly Nation could rule the entire Golden Heavenly Nation. It's actually a small matter. Although the 3,000 holy cities are terrifying, they are still inferior to the Golden City. Those who can step into the Golden City are the best among the golden disciples of the 3,000 holy cities. All of them are outstanding peerless geniuses. It is said that the Golden Emperor lives in the Golden City. There are the most terrifying warriors who surpass the divine core realm there. As long as the Golden City does not fall, the Golden Heavenly Nation will not fall, and the Golden Heavenly Nation will not fall. Speaking of this, Zhong he seemed to be a little excited. As for Ling Xiao, it was an eye-opener. He felt that he was just a little ant now. The four great countries had tens of billions of talents in reserve, and they were all prepared for the Golden Heavenly Nation. This was also the lowest level of existence. The Western Kingdom was relatively special among them. They could directly select disciples to enter the Golden Heavenly Nation. But the other great countries could not. This was their privilege. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to come to the Western Kingdom. Next, it was the 3,000 holy cities of the Golden Heavenly Nation. 300 million disciples. This strength should be the strength of the golden heavenly nation on the surface. But the core strength of the golden heavenly nation was the golden city. It was also the most mysterious and powerful place. I must go to the golden city and have a look. Ling Xiao knew very well that if he wanted to unify the Black Tortoise continent, he had to conquer a mysterious place like the golden city. That was just empty talk. It was a castle in the sky. Perhaps for others, becoming a silver disciple of the 3,000 holy cities was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Becoming a gold disciple was even more difficult. Not to mention becoming a disciple of the golden city. But for Ling Xiao, nothing was impossible. Chapter 3970. A strong challenge would only stimulate Ling Xiao to become stronger, and it would only make him work harder. It wouldn't make him afraid. His cultivation had dropped so much, but he was still able to recover to the peak 4th divine core realm in such a short period of time. Was there any problem he couldn't solve? Besides, he had the divine pills from the ancient Dongsheng Emperor and the Empress. He had the inheritance of the thief god. He had the Saria of the Sword Spirit City's old ancestor. These were all the key factors for him to increase his cultivation in such a short period of time. The reason why he didn't use them was because it wasn't the right time yet. It would be a waste to use them now. The Shuiyu Empire was nothing in front of the Western Kingdom. The Western Kingdom was nothing in front of the 3,000 sacred cities. The 3,000 sacred cities were nothing in front of the Golden City. But he still had to take it easy. First, he had to get the approval of Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Girl Azure Lotus, or Zhao Fengyun. Only then would he be able to enter the 3,000 sacred cities. Zhonghe, get the hell out here. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how he could become a disciple of the 3,000 sacred cities, suddenly, a loud shout sounded out. The voice sounded like a wild beast roaring, and it caused the air to vibrate. The room started shaking. Damn it, the Longblade Gang is here. Quick, let's go. Zhonghe was so scared that his expression changed. He quickly picked up his bag, but he didn't take anything with him. He just threw it on the floor. Because he was scared of dying. Although the Longblade Gang was just one of the gangs in the Battle Soul City, there were tens of thousands of them. There were over 10,000 of them. They were all sworn brothers, and they were ranked according to their age. In the entire Battle Soul City, apart from the officials, no one dared to offend them. A single man facing over 10,000 men, it was a battle that he couldn't win. Not to mention that Zhonghe himself was not strong enough. Even if he could defeat one or two of the gang leaders, it would still be meaningless. After all, those 10,000 men weren't useless, they were divine core warriors. When the two men left the room, they saw over 100 men walking up the stairs. Little brother, don't cause any trouble, you can't afford to offend these men. The Longblade Gang has over 10,000 men, and all of them are divine core warriors. Zhonghe reminded Jiang Chen while walking up the stairs. This was because he could tell that Ling Xiao was not someone who was willing to suffer losses. He had to say this in advance. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if trouble arose. Won't the Battle Spirit City officials care about them? Are we just going to let them run amok? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. I don't care. Because we're all martial artists, fighting is encouraged here. Don't many sects do the same? They encourage disciples to fight each other in order to strengthen their combat abilities. Zhonghe replied. That's good. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold grin. Since he didn't stop them from fighting in private, this matter was simple. Done. Zhonghe was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew over. He instinctively dodged. This strong wind directly hit the handrail of the stairs, shattering it into pieces. Bastard, you still dare to hide. The first person rushed over and raised his leg to kick Zhonghe. However, this leg was blocked by someone. Ling Xiao didn't care about other people's business. But since this matter came to him, he had no reason to ignore it. Brothers of the Long Saber Gang, I don't know how my brother offended you. You came up and directly attacked without asking anything. No matter what, you should at least give a reason. His voice was cold. Obviously, he was angry. Although Zhonghe didn't have a deep relationship with him, after all, They met by chance and had some fate. Directly attacking in front of him? That wouldn't do. Boy, we Long Saber gang never have a reason to beat people. That person looked at Ling Xiao and directly raised his fist to punch. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a terrifying and sharp light. It was like two sword lights. That person not only stopped attacking but also retreated a few steps away. Boy, you still dare to attack. In the crowd, a young man with a large birthmark on his face walked out. He was so ugly that he shouldn't scare people. This person was the 9th master of the Long Saber gang. People called him the 9th master of the Long Saber. Although the 9th master of the Long Saber was the weakest among the 9 people of the Long Saber gang. But after all, he was the 9th master. So he wanted to save face. Someone dared to beat up his brother in front of him. That wouldn't do. 9th master, please don't be angry. My brother is new here and doesn't know anything. I hope you can be magnanimous. Zhonghe hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Forgive him." "Okay, 9th master, you're the easiest person to talk to. Let's not beat around the bush. Leave 100,000 upper-level spirit stones and you can go." The 9th master of the Long Saber laughed. The moment he heard that, Ling Xiao suddenly understood everything. This group of people was probably called by the landlady. Because they thought that Zhonghe had found a rich woman, they deliberately came to rob him. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. He didn't like to kill people, but if someone was courting death, he didn't mind doing it. That landlady had already gone too far in the past. However, this matter caused his killing intent to increase even more. 100,000 upper-level spirit stones. Zhonghe's expression collapsed in an instant. How could he have so many spirit stones? "I'm sorry, brother. I got you into trouble. If you have a chance later, you can escape." Zhonghe sighed. He was not a fool. If the other party was already like this, he still didn't understand what had happened. Then he would have lived for so long in vain. Got me into trouble? No. I don't think so. A strange expression flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He said with a smile, "9th master? In this world, you really don't have the right to let anyone call you 9th master. You want to be a master? Why don't you go to hell? It must be fun." Hearing this, the 9th master of the Long Saber's expression instantly became ferocious. Ha 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 ha. A burst of wild laughter sounded. "Boy, you really don't want to do it the hard way. If you obediently give me 100,000 upper-level spirit stones, we can still be friends. In the future, we can help you in Battle Soul City. But now, you must die. Must die. I can tell you that I have a lot of spirit stones. But you don't deserve to be my friend. I, Ling Xiao, have no interest in being friends with a scum like you." Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. "Good boy, you must be tired of living. Attack, kill these 2 bastards. Then we'll rob them of everything they have." The 9th master of the Long Saber shouted out. This man was only an early 4th divine core warrior. To be honest, he might not even be Zhonghe's match. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant was mostly because of the Long Saber gang. With more people around, he would have more courage. But too bad, in Ling Xiao's eyes, the Long Saber gang was just a bunch of useless people. Understood. When the men of the Long Saber gang heard their 9th master's order, they immediately shouted and leapt towards Ling Xiao and Zhonghe. Ling Xiao smiled. Since he had arrived in Battle Soul City, he hadn't done anything yet. Chapter 3971. Bang! A frightening aura was unleashed from Ling Xiao's body. Although it was just his aura, it was like a sword energy explosion. The group of men who were charging at Jiang Chen were instantly knocked away. Their bodies exploded in the air, and they fell onto the ground, dead. Dozens of men who were charging at Jiang Chen were all killed. They were just trash at the 1st or 2nd divine core realm. They were nothing in front of Jiang Chen. What? Witnessing this scene, 9th Long Saber was startled. He thought Zhonghe's friend was a soft persimmon. Who would have thought that he would run into an iron wall this time? Just as he was about to turn around and run, a shadow suddenly approached him. In an instant, Ling Xiao had grabbed Ninth Longsaber's head. An icy cold aura was injected into Ninth Longsaber's body. Ninth Longsaber was like a dead dog, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. Fast. Too fast. It was unimaginably fast. Zhong He was shocked by what he saw. So he's this strong, no wonder he said he wanted to go to the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. Ninth Longsaber was an early 4th Divine Core warrior. Although his cultivation was weaker than Zhong He, his combat strength was no weaker than Zhong He. He was born to be a cultivator who wasn't suited for cultivation. But this Ninth Longsaber was subdued by Ling Xiao with just a single strike. Zhong He thought he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes, and only then did he realize that this wasn't a dream, it was something that had happened for real. Let me go. Ninth Longsaber's face was deathly pale, it was as white as snow. He screamed out in fear, but it seemed like he couldn't even make a sound. Ling Xiao's aura had a bone-chilling intent that directly froze his body. It had frozen his true yuan. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He believed that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he could crush his head with just a little bit of force. It was that simple. Little brother, don't kill him, just knock him out. Let's run for our lives. Once we leave Battle Soul City, they won't be able to spread their influence to other cities. Suddenly, as if Zhong He had realized something, he hastily shouted out. Leave. Is that really necessary? Ling Xiao's voice was cold and indifferent. He didn't want to provoke others. But since others wanted to provoke him, why should he pretend to be a coward? Don't be impulsive, little brother. The boss of the Long Blade Gang is much stronger than this old man. We still have a chance to escape now, but once the boss of the Long Blade Gang finds out, we will have nowhere to run. Zhong He explained. How strong is he? Ling Xiao remained unmoved and asked indifferently. Anyway, he's very strong, at least a perfect 5th Divine Core warrior. Zhong He replied. 5 stages of perfection? He. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. He had killed an 8th level Divine Core warrior before, although that was before his cultivation had regressed. But, even after he had been pushed back, he had still killed a 7th Divine Core warrior. A mere perfect 5th Divine Core trash, was he really afraid of him? Kid, what are you laughing at? Let our 9th master go, or else, the Long Blade Gang will definitely kill you. Although the remaining men from the Long Blade Gang wanted to save 9th brother, after witnessing Ling Xiao's frightening strength, none of them dared to do so. They were afraid that they would become the sacrificial lambs. But, they had no choice but to speak. They could only hope that their boss could scare this young man. But too bad, there was no fear on Ling Xiao's face. What was on his face was a disdainful smile. Think twice. Little brother, think twice. Zhong He still didn't know Ling Xiao's true strength, that's why he was worried. If Ling Xiao really killed 9th Longsaber, he would have a death grudge with the Longsaber gang. Think twice. There's no need for that. A cold smile emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force emerged from Jiang Chen's right hand, which was holding 9th brother. The suction force exploded 9th brother's inner core and turned it into Jiang Chen's own strength. The pitiful 9th brother fell to the ground like a puddle of mud and could no longer be arrogant and despotic. Whoosh, pa! A whistling arrow suddenly sounded in the sky. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw that the one who released the whistling arrow was the landlady from before. There was no doubt that this person was a member of the Long Blade Gang. She was gathering the members of the Long Blade Gang. Oh no, oh no. Little brother, run away quickly. If you don't run away, you'll die. Zhong He hurriedly shouted. Brother Zhong, you go. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, when I stepped into Fighting Spirit City, I didn't plan to leave. A mere Long Blade Gang, they provoked me, so I'll destroy them. Little brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if I'm a coward, I won't leave my friends behind. Forget it, we'll just die together. Zhong He gritted his teeth and said. This made Ling Xiao somewhat surprised. He thought that Zhong He would be a coward who was afraid of death. He never thought that this person would be willing to stay and fight with him. It seemed that it was true that birds of a feather flocked together. The people that Ling Xiao made friends with were generally not too bad. Well, brother Zhong, as long as I, Ling Xiao, am still alive, you won't die. Ling Xiao thought of his friends. Whether it was Cold Plum, Long Chen, Xiao Jin, Zi Chenye, Zi Long, Shi Xiaobao, Dark Frost, Yang Mo, etc. Perhaps Zhong He was not as talented as these people. Perhaps Zhong He was more afraid of death. However, the fact that they valued relationships and righteousness was a common trait. At this moment, he was full of heroism. Come on, I'll kill as many as the Long Blade Gang comes. Brother Zhong, I'll have to trouble you first. Ling Xiao hid Zhong He in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. After all, once the battle started, he would not have time to protect Zhong He. Whoosh! Ling Xiao flashed and appeared in front of the landlady. I heard from Zhong He that among the 9 leaders of the Long Blade Gang, there's a woman. I think it's you. Long Blade Old 8, hehe, you've been hiding well. Ling Xiao looked at the landlady and said with a grin on his face. He was just trying to bluff her. But unexpectedly, the landlady didn't even try to defend herself. Instead, she sneered and said, Brat, you know I'm Long Blade Old 8, why are you still here? In less than 10 minutes, our brothers from the Long Blade Gang will be here. At that time, you'll be dead for sure. I'll die. Poor woman, you still don't understand. I know you're Long Blade Old 8, but I still dare to stay here. What do you think I'm relying on? Ling Xiao's grin was filled with ridicule. He really didn't know where this woman got her confidence from. Although he's stronger than Long Blade Old 9, he's only a mid-4th Divine Core warrior. In front of him, you're nothing. He could easily kill this woman. But he didn't. At least, he didn't plan to do so now. He wanted to kill this woman in front of everyone from the Long Blade Gang. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it thoroughly. He had to completely destroy the Long Blade Gang. If a piece of trash like this was allowed to stay in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, it would be an insult to him, the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 3972. The Longbao Gang came quickly. In less than 10 minutes, 4,000 or 5,000 people had gathered. The landlady became excited. The Longbao Gang could stand firm in fighting Soul City not because of one person's strength. It was because of the number of people. She didn't deny this point. Let go of my 8th sister. Longbao 7, a bearded man, had the same strength as Longbao 8. He was not worth mentioning. But he was quite impressive. In this world, there were too many people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this time, in addition to the Longbao Gang, there were many onlookers who were attracted by the whistling arrow. There was a person in the crowd, dressed in a green robe, with a dignified appearance and looked gentle and elegant. It was Azure Lotus Swordswoman. Standing beside her was her maidservant, Xiao Huan. I thought there were no men in fighting Soul City. I didn't expect to see one today. Azure Lotus Swordswoman showed a faint smile, looked at Ling Xiao and said, Master, you think too highly of that boy. The Longbao Gang has just arrived, he must be scared to death. It's not like I haven't seen such a person before. At first, he was majestic, but after the boss of the Longbao Gang came, he was completely listless. Xiao Huan didn't agree with her master's opinion. Azure Lotus Swordswoman didn't explain, just smiled slightly, standing in the crowd and watching. You're all here. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled evilly. Seeing thousands of people from the Longbao Gang, including several leaders of the Longbao Gang, he knew that he could take action. You want me to let her go? Okay. Ling Xiao said lightly. See, Master, I have said that this person is not good, he is so scared. The boss of the Longbao Gang hasn't come yet. Xiao Huan said disappointedly. Azure Lotus Swordswoman still didn't speak, just watched quietly. At this time, Ling Xiao continued, if you disband the Longbao Gang, kneel down and apologize to me. Kneel down and apologize to me, then I'll let her go. Ah! Hearing this, not only Xiao Huan was stunned. The onlookers were also stunned. Was there something wrong with this person's head? He actually dared to say such words. However, just as they were mocking Ling Xiao made his move. He gently extended a finger. The cold sword Qi directly pierced 8th brother's dantian. Long Saber Old 8 screamed miserably on the spot and then died. Even before he died, his face was brimming with pride. In other words, at the moment before his death, he still didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually dare to make a move. Kill. He really killed him. Was this kid crazy? Although Fighting Soul City allowed people to exchange pointers in private, and even severely injure or cripple people. However, killing was not allowed. If he killed someone, he would be judged by the Gold Deacon. Once he was convicted, it would be troublesome. He actually made a move. Is this person crazy? Xiao Huan covered her mouth, dumbfounded. He's not crazy. He wanted to keep a low profile. Judging from his choice of residence, this should be correct. Unfortunately, some people were not willing to let him keep a low profile. Since that was the case, he might as well act in a high-profile manner. This young man is a person who will do big things. Although he looks crazy, in fact. He made this decision after careful consideration. Green Lotus swordswoman said faintly. But master, he killed someone. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape the Gold Deacon's trial. Xiao Huan said nervously. Although she looked down on Ling Xiao before, at this moment, she admired Ling Xiao. Just as her master said. The men in Fighting Soul City were not all dead. There were still men with such courage. The Gold Deacon is not qualified to judge him. Green Lotus swordswoman said faintly, killing someone in Fighting Soul City, if he passes the Gold Deacon's test, he can be pardoned. So master, you're finally going to have a disciple? Xiao Huan said excitedly. No, it's hard to say now. I have to wait and see. Although I admire him, if his attainments in swordsmanship are not good enough. Naturally, I won't choose him. Green Lotus swordswoman said faintly. Master, aren't you being a little too selfish? Xiao Huan pouted. Little girl, is it because I haven't disciplined you for a long time that you've learned to talk back? Green Lotus swordswoman said with a smile. Xiao Huan stuck out her tongue, giggled, and looked over there again. In the crowd, the discussion became louder. And the Longbao gang members were a little confused. It was the first time they met such a daring boy. He killed their 8th master right in front of them. This was too arrogant. This boy is doomed. After killing the 9th leader and the 8th leader, the remaining 7 people will eat him alive. That's right. For so many years, the Longbao gang has bullied many people, although they have lost many members. But they have never lost face like today. Since they lost face, they naturally have to get it back. I guess this boy will not only die, but he will die miserably. I heard that it was that idiot Zhong He who led this boy here. I wonder where he is hiding now. He must have escaped. The newcomer doesn't know, but Zhong He definitely knows. So if he doesn't run away now, he will stay and wait for death. There was a lot of discussion, and they were not optimistic about Ling Xiao. Over the years, there were many newcomers who stood out. But many of them died in the hands of the Longbao gang. Although killing was not allowed in Fighting Soul City, they would knock these people out and throw them out of the city to be killed. Boom. More terrifying sounds came. Finally, nearly 10,000 members of the Longbao gang and all the leaders gathered. 7th leader, who did it? Who killed the 8th leader and the 9th leader? In the crowd, a young man who looked a little weak said with a somewhat evil voice. He was the leader of the Longbao gang. Big brother, it's that boy. The 7th leader of the Longbao gang saw Ling Xiao kill the 8th leader, so he naturally knew. The leader of the Longbao gang looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Although he was as thin as firewood, although he looked weak, there was a terrible aura in his body. It was cold and evil. Is it really you? The leader of the Longbao gang said coldly. Ling Xiao said with a smile, who else do you think it is? These 2 idiots didn't even bring their eyes when they went out. They deserved to not see the danger and etiquette. They offended someone they shouldn't have. I just taught them how to be a man. Who would have thought that they would be so useless? Nothing much happened and they actually died. What a loser. Although Ling Xiao's words were said lightly, it was a strong insult to the Longbao gang. He didn't take the 7 leaders of the Longbao gang seriously at all. Master, why is this person's mouth so cheap? Isn't he afraid of being killed? Xiao Huan was a little nervous. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have killed the 8th leader and the 9th leader. Just wait and see. There is something special in this young man's body. I like it very much. Azure Lotus Swordswoman stared at Ling Xiao intently. It had been a long time since she was so eager to accept a disciple like today. Old Virgin, why are you here? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Azure Lotus Swordswoman. Chapter 3973. Green Lotus Swordswoman's face turned cold as she suddenly released a terrifying sword chi. That person seemed to have been prepared for this move. A ball of fire formed in his hand and blocked the sword chi. However, cold sweat still oozed from his forehead. I say, Sister Qinglian, are you really going to kill me? Ancestor Red Flame smiled bitterly. If you dare to call me that again, I'll cut off your tongue. Green Lotus Swordswoman glared at Ancestor Red Flame helplessly. This old thing was so disrespectful. It was really depressing. Red Flame has always been like this. Green Lotus, don't lower yourself to his level. But who is that kid? He dares to fight against tens of thousands of people from the Long Saber Gang alone? Is he the crown prince of a powerful country? Zhao Fengyun also appeared. It was impossible for the 3 gold elders to not appear in such a lively event. It shouldn't be. I know all the crown princes of the 4 powerful countries. At most, he's an illegitimate child. Ancestor Red Flame said. Stop talking nonsense and watch the battle. In addition, General Zhao, please tell those gold deacons not to make a move first. I want to observe this kid. Green Lotus Swordswoman looked at Zhao Fengyun and said. Ah! Sister Green Lotus, don't tell me you like this kid. Ancestor Red Flame was extremely surprised. Zhao Fengyun also felt a little surprised. Green Lotus Swordswoman hadn't taken a fancy to a decent talent for many years. Did 8 Kai Yangs appear in the sky today? You'll know later. Green Lotus Swordswoman still wouldn't act until she saw a rabbit. Whether Ling Xiao could catch her eye or not depended on his performance. She wouldn't take in a disciple easily. This principle wouldn't change. Okay, I'll go and stop those gold deacons. Zhao Fengyun left temporarily. However, Ancestor Scarlet Flame looked at Ling Xiao with interest. This ancestor wants to see exactly what sort of man little sister Qinglian admires is like. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao faced tens of thousands of people from the Long Saber Gang and still showed a calm side. It was as if this group of people wasn't worth mentioning in front of him. This made everyone murmur in their hearts. This young man was either a fool who didn't know how to be afraid, or he had something to rely on and knew that the Long Saber Gang couldn't hurt him. However, the reason for this was not something that could be seen with the naked eye. The leader of the Long Saber Gang frowned. He did not immediately give the order to attack. The 9 leaders of the Long Saber Gang were all sworn brothers and had a very good relationship with each other. Now, Old 8 and Old 9 had been killed by that kid. No matter what, this enmity must be avenged. But before taking revenge, he wanted to figure out Ling Xiao's identity. Kid, tell me your name. I really want to know what kind of background you have. How dare you provoke the Long Saber Gang? The leader of the Long Knife Gang looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. This person was one of the calmer ones. He knew that there were some people in Fighting Spirit City that he could not afford to offend. Speak. Suddenly, over 10,000 people shouted at the same time. Terrifying auras condensed into a ball and blasted towards Ling Xiao. Just this terrifying aura alone was enough to make many of the onlookers tremble in fear. After all, this was more than 10,000 divine core warriors. Although most of them were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the divine core realm, their combined aura was still very frightening. However, when this ferocious aura approached Ling Xiao, it disappeared without a trace. It was as if it was sucked away by something. This feeling is pretty good. Ling Xiao smiled. The pressure brought by over 10,000 people had once again increased the energy in his cultivation sea. Now, it had reached 60%. He was very close to breaking through. Just as everyone was looking at Ling Xiao, waiting for him to announce his name, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Ling Xiao laughed with disdain. My name? You bunch of scum, you don't deserve to know my name. Alright, enough with the bullshit. If you want to fight or kill, just do it now. This young master's fists are already thirsty for blood. Hearing this, the onlookers were all dumbfounded. This guy was so arrogant. Facing so many mighty warriors from the Long Saber Gang, he dared to say they didn't deserve to know his name. Not bad, but I wonder how strong you are. If you don't have any abilities, then you're an idiot. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame said disdainfully. That's right, arrogance needs to be backed up by strength. Arrogance without strength is stupidity. Zhao Fengyun had also walked back and added. Green Lotus Swordswoman didn't speak and continued to watch quietly. She was also looking forward to what kind of answer this arrogant young man would give her. Suddenly, the three gold elders were all stunned. This was because they saw Ling Xiao revealing a bewitching smile towards them. Good boy. He had already discovered the three of us. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame said in surprise. We restrained our aura, but he still noticed us. It seems that this boy's soul force is very strong. Zhao Fengyun also said. Not only that, the three of us might have been schemed against by him. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly. Schemed against? What kind of logic is this? Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame was puzzled. Yes, Master, how could he scheme against you? Xiao Huan was also puzzled. This boy probably can't wait for the next selection. It just so happens that the Long Saber Gang came to our door again. That's why he wants to use the Long Saber Gang to show us his ability. If we choose him, he won't have to wait for half a month. Green Lotus Swordswoman explained. Ha ha ha, interesting. Since he dares to do this, it means he is very confident in himself. I really want to see what kind of ability he has. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame burst out into laughter. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting young man. Let's do it. Right at this moment, Zhao Fengyun suddenly said. On the battlefield, a powerful killing intent emerged from the cold eyes of the Long Saber Gang's boss. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us. Kill him. He waved his right hand, causing a few hundred warriors to dash toward Ling Xiao. Among them were 7th Saber Gang and 6th Saber Gang. 7th Saber Gang was a mid-4th Heavenly Core warrior. 6th Saber Gang was a late 4th Heavenly Core warrior. Both of them were the strongest amongst the few hundred warriors. This attack was just a test. The boss really wanted to know how strong this young man was, and why he dared to be so arrogant. This is the perfect opportunity to test Bing Xuanji's Xuanji martial soul. After killing Bing Xuanji, Ling Xiao had obtained the Xuanji martial soul that he had been dreaming of. This Xuanji martial soul actually contained the 36 heavenly dipper arts and the 72 earthly fiend arts. They were collectively known as the 108 Xuanji martial souls. This martial soul was extremely rare. It didn't increase a warrior's combat strength, it allowed a warrior to possess hundreds of Xuanji martial souls. It was truly mysterious. However, because Ling Xiao had just obtained it, there weren't many Xuanji martial souls that he could use. Besides, he had started studying the 36 heavenly dipper arts. Currently, there were only 4 Xuanji martial souls that he could use. The first Xuanji martial soul was Flower Blooming. Xuanji martial soul, Flower Blooming. This was a frightening Xuanji martial soul skill that allowed him to control time. It could accelerate the maturity of something, or even cause it to wither or decline. Chapter 3974. Following that, a strange profound diagram emerged behind Ling Xiao's back. A red light covered the few hundred warriors who were charging towards Jiang Chen. In an instant, something terrifying happened. These few hundred warriors were all in their 20s to 40s. But when they arrived in front of Ling Xiao, all of them became old, and their eyes became dull. In an instant, dozens of years, or even hundreds of years, had passed from their bodies. This was a heaven-defying secret skill, and it was so powerful that it shocked everyone. But in fact, it was because Ling Xiao's strength was too weak. This change was only temporary, and it could only last for a minute. The stronger the opponent was, the worse the effect would be. But even so, it was more than enough. Facing a few hundred old men and women who couldn't even stand properly, even if it was just for a minute, Ling Xiao would be able to win easily. He suddenly threw out a punch. The hundreds of old martial artists were all killed on the spot. After all, they were weaker than ordinary men right now, How could they possibly defend themselves from a peak 4th Divine Core warrior's violent punch? What the hell? This was crazy. This was too frightening. The surrounding people were all shocked, and they were all screaming in their minds. But no sound came out from their mouths. Because they were so surprised that they forgot how to shout and shout. That punch was actually nothing much. Any Divine Core warrior could kill a few hundred trash who were weaker than ordinary men with just a single punch. But the most frightening thing was the red light that could instantly age a person. It's the profound diagram martial soul. Sword Maiden Green Lotus was shocked. A martial soul like this can only be awakened by someone with extraordinary talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to awaken. Even if it was awakened, without sufficient comprehension, it would be impossible to grasp the profound principles behind it. This young man is obviously a genius. A flower blooming in an instant. This is terrifying. Zhao Fengyun furrowed his brows and said, "But, isn't this young man a bit too cruel? Those people have lost their ability to fight back. Why does he still want to kill them?" Fengyun, this is where you're wrong. How can a warrior's killing be described as cruel? Don't forget, every man from the Long Saber Gang has killed a lot of people. Is it because they're old? Is that why he doesn't want to kill them? Will you sympathize with your enemies on the battlefield? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said. No. Zhao Fengyun looked at Ling Xiao again. When she thought of herself, she suddenly felt less disgusted. No wonder little sister Qinglian took a fancy to this brat. This brat is indeed unique. Unfortunately, he had the Xuanji martial spirit. He's not compatible with the three of us, so there's no way we can teach him. Ancestor Scarlet Flame sighed. Let's wait and see. I don't think he's that simple. Green Lotus Swordswoman said. Indeed, Ling Xiao released the Xuanji martial spirit just to test it out. Do you want to continue? Trash from the Long Knife Gang? Ling Xiao clasped his hands behind his back, his long black hair fluttering in the wind. He looked at the members of the Long Knife Gang arrogantly and provoked them. The members of the Long Knife Gang were both shocked and angry. They were shocked because Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying. They were angry because Ling Xiao had already killed hundreds of their Longblade Gang members. This enmity could be considered to have been completely formed. Old 9, Old 8, Old 7, Old 6. 4 of the 9 leaders had been killed by Ling Xiao. If they didn't get back at him today, the Long Knife Gang wouldn't be able to survive in the Battle Spirit City in the future. Although they were afraid, they were also angry. They were actually scolded as scum and trash. How could they not be angry? When people were angry, they would always give up thinking calmly and do some irrational things. They even forgot about their fear. Let's go together. Kill this brat. If 400 people can't do it, then 4,000 people, go. All of you go. Surround him, kill him, and avenge the leaders. As the saying goes, ants can bite an elephant to death. Having more people was naturally an advantage. Unfortunately, it depended on the person. For Ling Xiao, having more people was meaningless. Facing the attack of so many people, is the Xuanji martial spirit still useful? Green Lotus Swordswoman frowned. After all, she didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed. After all, daring to fight against the Long Knife Gang alone was an admirable move in itself. I don't know, if this brat doesn't have any other trump cards, he's dead. Ancestor Scarlet Flame also said. At the same time, he was also looking forward to whether Ling Xiao had a performance that would surprise him more. At the same time, it wasn't 400 or 4,000 people who attacked Ling Xiao, but all the members of the Long Knife Gang. Close to 10,000 people. Those colorful attacks shot out from the void, all aimed at Ling Xiao. They wanted to blast Ling Xiao into pieces. Why isn't he moving? Xiao Huan was anxious. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Ling Xiao actually stood there motionless. This made her unable to understand. This brat isn't planning to use his physical body to resist this attack, right? Unless he has cultivated a peak 5th order Emperor-grade defensive martial skill, otherwise, it is impossible to block it. Zhao Fengyun frowned. Maybe he's just scared silly. Ancestor Scarlet Flame joked. Scared silly? Didn't you see the contemptuous expression on his face? Green Lotus swordswoman shook her head gently. Finally, all the attacks fell on Ling Xiao's body one after another. The sound and light caused by the martial skill completely drowned Ling Xiao. It blocked everyone's line of sight. Ha ha ha, serves him right. He must be dead, daring to go against our long knife gang. This is the end. Old 9, old 8, old 7, old 6, brother has avenged you. The leader of the long knife gang also felt that Ling Xiao was dead. In the face of such an attack, he actually didn't dodge, this was simply courting death. How is it, master, how is that person? Xiao Huan asked anxiously. Don't worry, he's not dead. Green Lotus swordswoman was naturally much smarter. She captured Ling Xiao's aura, not only did it not weaken, but it also became stronger. After being hit by so many attacks, the potential in Ling Xiao's body erupted again. The original 60% of the cultivation C's energy directly skyrocketed to 70%. Although each increase was very difficult, it was very difficult. However, every time he improved, it meant that he had improved. The attack stopped. The sound and light dissipated. Ling Xiao was still standing there, all over his body, even his clothes were not broken. The cold and domineering smile was still hanging on his face. How is this possible? Panic. For the first time, the leader of the long knife gang panicked. He had never seen such a terrifying opponent before. After being hit by so many attacks, he was actually unharmed. Is this a human or a ghost? Is this person a human-shaped monster beast? Exclamations came from the crowd. The people who were watching the fun were also stunned. Regardless of Ling Xiao's attack power, this terrifying defense alone was enough to let him run rampant in the entire Fighting Soul City. I'm afraid that in addition to the Gold Elders and Gold Deacons, only the people of the City Lord's mansion may be able to hurt him. Others really can't. Ha ha ha, today I picked up a treasure, my hands are a little itchy. Ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed excitedly. Chapter 3975. Most of them thought that Ling Xiao would be smashed into pieces by the attacks of tens of thousands of people. But the result was completely different from what they had imagined. Not only was Ling Xiao not dead, but he was also alive and well. Are you giving me a massage? But your service attitude is not very good. Ling Xiao sneered. Then he suddenly took out the Blood Sovereign sword. The ice-cold sword intent emitted a terrifying bloody aura. Slaughterhouse of Celestial Demon Seal. On the Scarlet Blood Sovereign sword, blood-red incantations appeared. At that moment, a huge red halo covered the tens of thousands of people from the Longbao gang. The next moment, the fine sword chi began to be released. Screams rose one after another, like pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep in a slaughterhouse. Those with weak cultivation died in an instant under the killing of the sword chi. Their bodies were shattered by the terrifying sword chi. Like minced meat in a blender. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. If Ling Xiao only had an abnormal defense, it would be fine. At most, he could not be killed. But what was with this terrifying sword technique? With such a powerful sword technique, one person against 10,000 people, it was like stepping on a group of ants. Countless people were dumbfounded, staring at everything in front of them. They were sure that they were not dreaming or hallucinating. All of this was real, and they saw it with their own eyes. Except for the remaining 5 leaders, the others almost had no power to resist. But the most unlucky ones were the warriors in the outer circle. Because they were the meat shields of the warriors in the inner circle. But the warriors in the inner circle would only die a little later, and they would have to experience the most terrible fear before death. No one knew whether they were lucky or unlucky. What an overbearing sword essence. What a terrifying sword principle. This young man, I want him. Finally, Green Lotus swordswoman showed an excited look, feeling that her whole body was trembling. She finally found the disciple she had been looking for a long time. Ling Xiao not only had the Xuanji martial spirit and a terrifying physical body. He also had a powerful sword principle. It was perfect. Although this boy is a little cruel, if he doesn't kill the Longbao gang, they will kill him. He had no other choice. Little sister Qinglian, please don't fight with me over him. I want this brat. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said excitedly. although many people were selected and sent to the 3,000 sacred cities. However, he had never seen anyone like Ling Xiao. If he could guide Ling Xiao to the 3,000 holy cities, or even the city of gold, he would be able to do it. He would have no regrets even if he couldn't take in another disciple in this lifetime. Leave it to me. This kid is born to be a soldier. He kills decisively and is full of fighting spirit. It's a pity that you didn't join the army. Zhao Fengyun also wanted Ling Xiao. The 3 gold elders were all shocked by Ling Xiao's performance and were unwilling to give up. While they were arguing, the slaughterhouse finally stopped. The ground was covered with corpses. Out of the 10,000 people, only a dozen or so were left. This was the terror of the strong. The more powerful a country was, the fewer soldiers they had. This was because they needed elites. He was an elite who could fight against 100 enemies alone. Trash that was sent to the battlefield would only be sending their heads to their deaths. The leader of the Long Saber gang was covered in blood. Although he had blocked a large number of attacks and even used his own gang members to block them for him. However, he was still injured. There was no longer hatred or anger in his eyes. There was only fear and confusion. Why was a young man who looked less than 20 years old so terrifying? It was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Mercy. Hero, please spare our lives. We were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked you. Some people had already knelt on the ground and shouted in horror. The other party had almost wiped out the Long Saber gang with just one move. If they didn't beg for mercy now, what were they waiting for? It's too late. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded, I just reminded you not to make a move, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. But you seem to think that I'm weak and easy to bully. You think that I'll be easily killed by you. So you attacked. If I was seriously injured by you, would you be merciful enough to let me live? No. It's not that no one has ever begged for mercy like this, but no one has survived because of it. Do you still expect me to let you go? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the onlookers agreed. The Long Saber gang had killed many people. They had even seen the scum of the Long Saber gang rape a girl with their own eyes. The girl begged for mercy in pain, but she was still tortured to death by them. At that time, the Long Saber gang didn't have any mercy. Kill them. A voice came from the crowd. Kill these scum. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Normally, they didn't dare to do anything because they were afraid of the Long Saber gang. But today, they saw how powerful Ling Xiao was and finally found someone who could suppress the Long Saber gang. Of course, they wouldn't swallow their anger. Zhong He, who was in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring, felt numb. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his imagination. He finally understood why Ling Xiao didn't care about the selection at all. Why Ling Xiao didn't care about the Long Saber gang at all. This young man was too terrifying. Maybe he's a legendary genius. I, Zhong He, have no regrets in my life to know such a person. Zhong He was so excited that he shed tears. It's really boring to kill all of you. So, I didn't want to bother with you from the beginning. But you've gone too far. When you go to hell, remember one thing. Even if you're a gangster, there are people you can't afford to offend. Die. Ling Xiao's figure flashed as he executed the sanguine light clone slash. He wanted to kill all the remaining members of the Long Saber gang. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The figure blocked his attack. Ling Xiao's true core strength was always distributed according to the opponent's strength. Because it was very easy to kill the remaining members of the Long Saber gang, he didn't use much true core strength. However, his attack was easily blocked by the opponent. He stood there and looked coldly at the person who suddenly appeared. He was wearing a long robe that was obviously specially made. He was Deacon Gold from the Golden Heavenly Nation. Deacon Bai, what are you doing? Green Lotus swordswoman frowned. I don't know. They were clearly not allowed to intervene just now. Zhao Fengyun also frowned. What else can it be? Do you think that the Long Saber gang can rise so quickly in the Battle Soul City and be so unscrupulous without anyone behind them? Ancestor Scarlet Flame sneered and said, I've known about this for a long time, but I was too lazy to care about it. These guys came to the Battle Soul City and thought that they had lost the restraint of the Golden Heavenly Nation and became lawless. Master, what should we do? Once Deacon Gold makes a move, Ling Xiao will be in trouble. Xiao Huan hurriedly said. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Green Lotus swordswoman didn't intend to make a move immediately. It was too early to make a move now. She would miss a lot of interesting scenes. Chapter 3976. Since the Green Lotus swordswoman had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao, she would not allow Ling Xiao to be killed by the Gold Deacon. However, she was very interested in how Ling Xiao would deal with the Gold Deacon. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun had the same idea. Greetings, Gold Deacon. May I know what advice you have for me? Ling Xiao looked calmly at the Gold Deacon in front of him, cupped his hands and asked. Using peaceful means before resorting to force was his principle. If the other party was unreasonable, he wouldn't even give face to a Gold Elder, let alone a Gold Deacon. Chimph, what's your name? You actually dared to harm Fighting Spirit City's martial artists in public. How are you going to atone for your sins with all these corpses on the ground? Deacon Bai snorted coldly. As soon as he came up, he started denouncing him to his face. This made Ling Xiao frown slightly. In an instant, he understood the reason behind it. Then, he chuckled and said, Didn't Sir Deacon hear? The cheers of the crowd. As Gold Deacons, you allowed the Longblade Gang to run amok in War Spirit City, killing civilians and martial artists. Yet he remained indifferent. This in itself was dereliction of duty. Now that I've done it for you, not only are you not grateful, you even want to accuse me of my crimes. What kind of logic is this? Are you the one behind the Long Saber Gang? The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. No wonder the Long Saber Gang is so unscrupulous and no one cares. I think this young man is right. If the Long Knife Gang had a Gold Deacon as their backer, they would be able to take over the Long Knife Gang. The Long Knife Gang is naturally not afraid of anyone. Sure, don't talk nonsense. Even if this is the truth, be careful that the Deacon will make things difficult for you. Deacon Bai's face darkened as he listened to the crowd's discussion. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would immediately kneel and beg for mercy once he revealed his identity as a deacon. But he was wrong. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who would obediently admit defeat. By doing this, not only would he not be able to scare Ling Xiao, but it would also arouse Ling Xiao's desire to resist. So what if he was a Gold Deacon? In the end, he was just a perfect 6th Divine Core warrior. Ling Xiao really didn't care. Unless the 3 Golden Grade Elders took action, no one in Fighting Spirit City would be able to stop Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that the 3 Elders were not on the same side as the Gold Deacons. You! How dare you! Deacon Bai shouted sternly. You're the impudent one. Golden Heavenly Nation did not appoint you as a deacon to fill their own pockets and bully the kind. Ling Xiao's voice was louder than Deacon Bai's. The terrifying aura scared Deacon Bai so much that he retreated a few steps. Scram, or I'll kill you too. Ling Xiao shouted. I don't believe you dare to kill a deacon of the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although Deacon Bai was afraid, he did not choose to retreat. Otherwise, he would lose face. All right. Then let's die together. The Blood Supreme sword in Ling Xiao's hand trembled as the ice-cold sword intent released an explosive killing intent. Right at this moment, Deacon Bai covered his head and fled like a rat. He felt like he was being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast. The fear had penetrated deep into his soul, and there was no way he could resist it. Trash. Ling Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Deacon Bai. Finally, he killed all the remaining men from the Longblade Gang. How dare you? How dare you kill people in front of the Gold Deacons? Men, take this brat down for me. Deacon Bai roared. He believed that even if he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, there were still other deacons around. If they worked together, they would definitely be able to capture Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao had ruined his plan, and he would never forgive Ling Xiao. Hold on. Finally, a voice sounded out from the crowd. It was Sword Lady Green Lotus. Although she sounded gentle, her tone was unquestionable. Greetings, Elder Green Lotus. All the deacons quickly kneeled down. The hundreds of thousands of onlookers also knelt down. Only Ling Xiao was still standing there. He hated kneeling down to others, unless it was an elder he respected. Otherwise, even if the other party was an emperor, he wouldn't want to kneel down. Deacon Bai, what crime did Ling Xiao commit? Sword Lady Green Lotus asked faintly. Elder, Ling Xiao slaughtered tens of thousands of people in Fighting Soul City. His crime is unforgivable. Deacon Bai gritted his teeth and said, yes, there is indeed such a clause in the law. Sword Lady Green Lotus nodded slightly, and then changed the topic. However, the law also states that if the murderer can pass the test of the Gold Deacons and become a disciple of the Gold Heavenly Nation, he can be pardoned. Even if he is a devil, it is still the same. Deacon Bai opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. Sword Lady Green Lotus looked dignified and gentle. However, those who really knew her knew that she was very scary. Not only was her strength terrifying, her character was also terrifying. Ling Xiao, are you willing to accept this elder's test? Sword Lady Green Lotus asked faintly. Yes. Ling Xiao had been waiting for this opportunity. How could he refuse? Good. This is not the place to fight. Go to the arena and fight with me. At that time, I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you can survive under my hands, you will pass the test. Then you can become a disciple of the Gold Heavenly Nation. After saying that, Sword Lady Green Lotus didn't explain further. She directly soared into the sky and turned into a beam of sword light, heading for the arena. Ling Xiao frowned. Suppress your cultivation to the same level as mine? I'm afraid you are no match for me. He smiled weirdly and then soared into the sky. Let's go and watch the show. Elder Green Lotus is fighting the hero who slaughtered the Long Saber gang. Logically speaking, since Sword Lady Green Lotus had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao, she could directly take Ling Xiao as her disciple. Then he could go to the Gold Heavenly Nation with her. However, Ling Xiao's performance just now made Sword Lady Green Lotus feel itchy. Therefore, she proposed the idea of a battle. Of course, this was only one of the personal reasons. More importantly, the video of the test had to be stored in the memory metal and sent to the 3,000 sacred cities for inspection. This battle was unavoidable. More and more people gathered in the arena. 100,000 people. Hundreds of thousands. Millions of people. It had been many years since the Green Lotus swordswoman had made a move. Many martial artists wanted to gain some experience from her battle. In the arena, Sword Lady Green Lotus and Ling Xiao stood 100 meters apart. If it were someone else, they would feel uncomfortable facing Sword Lady Green Lotus like this. Because Sword Lady Green Lotus was like a peerless sword out of its sheath. Her cold sword essence could make people feel stinging pain at all times. But what about Ling Xiao? He didn't react at all. Instead, he stood there as if nothing had happened. Idol. Hero. He is the role model of our generation. As long as he can survive under Elder Green Lotus sword, he can become a disciple of the Gold Heavenly Nation. I'm so envious. We have been here for decades, but we haven't been able to realize our dream. His dream will come true soon. Chapter 3977. That's right, if Elder Green Lotus suppresses her cultivation to the same level as that guy, I'm sure he'll be able to survive. He felt happy for Ling Xiao as well. Right now, he was released from the Dongsheng Emperor ring by Ling Xiao, and he was standing among the crowd. This guy is not bad. Sister Green Lotus has completely unleashed her sword energy. Although she has suppressed her cultivation to the same level as that guy, he didn't even blink. This means that his sword energy isn't any weaker than Green Lotus's at the same level. He's definitely a sword genius who isn't any weaker than Green Lotus. The more Ancestor Scarlet Flame looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. He regretted not attacking first. Elder Green Lotus, can I ask you more about the rules? How many attacks do I have to survive before I'm killed by you? Ling Xiao asked. Facing the violent sword energy, he was still as calm as ever. Since his opponent hadn't unleashed her true cultivation, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. If Sword Mistress Green Lotus only unleashed the strength of a peak divine core warrior, to be honest, he didn't even need to use his beast soul transformation. About 10 attacks. Sword Mistress Green Lotus thought for a moment, then said, if you're still alive after 10 attacks, you've passed my test. 10 attacks. Easy. Ling Xiao smiled. This was much easier than he had expected. Easy. Let me advise you not to be too conceited. Although you've just defeated a peak divine core warrior, you're still strong. Just like you know, having a strong cultivation base doesn't necessarily mean you're strong. Their foundations are too weak, their combat strength is even weaker than a perfect divine core warrior from the Golden Heavenly Nation, who is a perfect third divine core warrior. As for me, I'm a genius sword cultivator from the Golden Heavenly Nation. If you underestimate your opponent, you'll die. Once Sword Mistress Green Lotus started fighting, she would become cold, just like the sword in her hand. It was bone-chilling. Will I die? Ling Xiao smiled, but he didn't say anything. Although he was sure that even if he didn't attack, Sword Mistress Green Lotus' attack wouldn't be able to break through his defense. But he wouldn't say it out loud. He had to pass the test first. He wasn't stupid. Elder, please. Ling Xiao prepared himself, but he didn't use his sword. Because there was no need. What he needed to do was to not die within 10 moves. Isn't this brat a bit too arrogant? His opponent is Qinglian. Underestimating the enemy will really lead to death. Ancestor Scarlet Flame was a little worried. It doesn't matter. We'll know once we take a look. Zhao Fengyun said indifferently. He had a feeling that Ling Xiao was far from using his true strength. The Green Lotus swordswoman might not be able to gain the upper hand in this battle. First move. Green Lotus swordswoman did not waste any more time and finally made her move. With a slight shake of the crystal-like sword in his hand, a bone-chilling aura was released. Even though he was hundreds of meters away, Ling Xiao could still feel the chill. Green Lotus swordswoman seemed to have turned into a beam of sword light. It became one with the long sword in his hand, making it incomparably sharp. Invincible. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent's sword and thought about his own sword. As the saying goes, there is bound to be someone to learn from. Ling Xiao had never thought that his sword Dao was unparalleled. Therefore, he was very humble. This was a test, but at the same time, it was a chance for him to learn. The sword energy finally arrived. It was like a white rainbow that split open the sky. The onlookers were so scared that they all cried out in alarm. Sect Elder Qinglian is indeed Sect Elder Qinglian. Even though she's only at the peak 4th Divine Core realm, her sword skill is still so frightening. Falling plum clear shadow step. Ling Xiao didn't take the first move head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. The falling plum clear shadow steps was unleashed. Like a phantom, he disappeared from where he stood and reappeared behind Green Lotus swordswoman. If Ling Xiao chose to attack at this moment, Green Lotus swordswoman would have to hastily react. But Ling Xiao didn't attack. This wasn't a fight to determine the winner. It was a test. Within 10 moves, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. All he needed to do was dodge or block. What? Although the dodge seemed light, it still shocked Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun who were watching from the side. This brat. Ancestor Scarlet Flame swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is a supreme treasure. Old Zhao, which saint city do you think he should belong to? Each of the 3,000 saint cities has their own strengths. Let him go to the Fighting Soul Saint City. The Fighting Soul Saint City is a complicated place, and it's perfect for someone like him who is proficient in multiple abilities. Zhao Fengyun thought for a moment and said. Although the fight wasn't over yet, they were sure that Ling Xiao would be able to pass the test. Because if Ling Xiao kept dodging with the falling plum clear shadow steps, Green Lotus swordswoman wouldn't be able to hurt him within 10 moves. The Fighting Soul Saint City is the direct superior of this Fighting Soul Saint City. Not bad. Ancestor Scarlet Flame thought for a moment, then he nodded his head and said. Sect Elder Qinglian, do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Green Lotus swordswoman with a smile on his face. Looks like I've underestimated you. If we're at the same cultivation level, I'm not your match. Green Lotus swordswoman actually admitted it. If you chose to fight back just now, I would definitely lose. Sect Elder, you're being too modest. I'm afraid your cultivation level has already reached the extreme core realm. To be able to play with this kid is already giving him a lot of face. If you want, You can kill this kid with a flick of your finger. My movement skill is just showing off in front of an expert. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't be proud because of this. Because he knew very well that when Green Lotus Swordswoman suppressed her cultivation level, she couldn't use many of the martial skills she was good at. It was normal that she wasn't his match. Hehe, I didn't expect someone as proud as you to say such modest words. It seems that it's not appropriate to say that you're arrogant. Green Lotus Swordswoman smiled and said, forget it, I once promised you that if you don't die within 10 moves of mine, I can send you to the 3,000 sacred cities. Now, there's no need to continue. Zhonlong, this kid belongs to your fighting soul Saint City. Guard him well for me. He's a treasure. If you break him, I'll make trouble for you. She looked at a muscular young man in black armor in the crowd and suddenly said, yes, Sect Elder. Zhonlong was very surprised. Senior Green Lotus had never valued a person so much. Today, she really had to make an exception. Ling Xiao could feel that Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun weren't as simple as Golden Sect Elders. Ordinary Golden Sect Elders were at least at the peak 7th Divine Core Realm. That meant they were at the peak Earth Core Realm. However, the cultivation bases of these three people were clearly in the extreme realm of Core. For some unknown reason, the three of them didn't stay in the Golden City, but came to a small place like the Fighting Soul City. It would be hard to find the answer in a short period of time. But, he believed he would find out in the future. I don't accept this. Just as Ling Xiao was about to accept Green Lotus Swordswoman's kindness and go to the Fighting Soul Saint City with Zhonlong, a voice sounded out. It was Deacon Bai. You don't accept this. Green Lotus Swordswoman's eyes were cold. What a reckless fool. Chapter 3978. Green Lotus Swordswoman's eyes were cold. Deacon Bai was an idiot who didn't know what was good for him. She had given him a lot of face because they were both working for the Golden Heavenly Nation. This guy didn't know what was good for him. Since that was the case, he could die if he wanted to. That's right. I'm not convinced. With Elder Green Lotus's strength, it's impossible for him to pass the test so easily. Deacon Bai said. Are you doubting me? Green Lotus Swordswoman's face darkened. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because your family is powerful in the Golden Heavenly Nation. I don't dare to doubt Elder Green Lotus. But if you do this, those martial artists who have been preparing for this test will be disappointed. They have been preparing for so long but failed. But this guy passed it so easily. Who can accept this? Deacon Bai had made up his mind. He didn't care about Green Lotus Swordswoman's killing intent at all. Then what do you want? Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. Boy, if you can take 30 moves from me, I'll be convinced. Deacon Bai felt that he was just frightened. He had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Green Lotus Swordswoman. It was not as terrifying as he had imagined. That was why he suggested this idea. Haha, that's too easy for me. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. How about this? Let's have a life and death duel in the arena. If I survive, I'll go to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. If I die, you won't have a chance. Do you dare? A life and death duel? Do you dare? With just one sentence, Deacon Bai's face instantly turned ugly. He just didn't want Ling Xiao to become a disciple of the Golden Heavenly Nation so easily. That was why he wanted to make things difficult for him. But he wasn't sure if he could fight with his life on the line. Don't talk nonsense if you don't dare. If trash like you can become a deacon, why can't I, Ling Xiao, become a disciple of the Golden Heavenly Nation? Ling Xiao looked at Deacon Bai contemptuously and said domineeringly, Who don't dare? Deacon Bai heard the discussion in the crowd. It was mockery and sarcasm. He couldn't raise his head at all. He was a person who cared about his face. Generally speaking, those who were reputable were very concerned about their reputation. Therefore, he absolutely could not tolerate such provocation. Deacon Bai soared into the air and jumped into the arena. A battle to the death it is. Do you really think this deacon is afraid of you? Deacon Bai said loudly. All right, since you're not afraid, let's sign a life and death contract. No matter who dies, the other party will not be held responsible. Ling Xiao sneered. He was already too lazy to bother with Deacon Bai. After all, he was going to cultivate in the 3,000 holy cities, and killing a gold deacon was not a good idea. But this guy insisted on making things difficult for him. What could he do? Could it be that he had to swallow his anger? Acting as if nothing had happened? That's impossible. That wasn't his style at all. The two of them signed a life and death contract under the witness of Green Lotus Swordswoman. Then, he returned to the arena. This scene once again ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. To be honest, the battle between Ling Xiao and the Green Lotus Swordswoman was not something that they enjoyed watching. After all, it was over after only one exchange. This time, he had to make up for all the regrets he had just now. Go to hell, kid. Deacon Bai circulated his energy and punched out with both fists. The wind created by his fists roared out. His aura was like a huge mountain pressing down onto Ling Xiao. Even the ground cracked because of the impact. This proved how powerful this guy's attack was. Dodge. Green Lotus Swordswoman couldn't help but remind Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao gently shook his head. He was still standing there, staring at Deacon Bai with an indifferent expression. Dodge. Did he need to dodge? He possessed a peak 7th Order Emperor Realm combat body. It was even stronger than a rare-grade Heavenly King weapon. A mere peak 6 Divine Core warrior couldn't possibly hurt him. You're courting death. Deacon Bai was worried that Ling Xiao would dodge his attack with his movement skill. But, when he saw Ling Xiao was courting death, all his worries were gone. An arrogant brat. He had really overestimated him before. The next moment, a terrifying explosion sounded out. Deacon Bai's fists fiercely slammed onto Ling Xiao's body. The ferocious shockwave forced Ling Xiao back, and his feet left deep trenches on the ground. He was pushed back dozens of meters. However, what shocked everyone was that not only was Ling Xiao not injured, he even had a faint smile on his face. Gold Deacon? You're nothing special. Ling Xiao looked at Deacon Bai and sneered. Not good. Only now did Deacon Bai realize how frightening Ling Xiao was. He turned around and tried to flee. However, Ling Xiao grabbed his legs. Since you agreed to the life and death duel, don't be in such a hurry to leave. How dare you? I'm a gold deacon, sent here by the golden heavenly nation. My family is the supreme existence in the 3,000 saint cities. If you dare to kill me, you'll die a horrible death. Deacon Bai furiously roared. Is that so? I haven't heard such a threat for a long time, I really miss it. But too bad, I, Ling Xiao, like to provoke big families and superpowers like you. What should I do now? Ling Xiao said with a mocking smile. Threatening him with his family? Would he be afraid? More than 1 or 2 families had been destroyed because they had offended him. He had never been afraid. If it wasn't for these families, how could he have become so powerful? Die. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao killed Deacon Bai with a single slap. Even his inner core was shattered by the slap. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill someone, he had to do it thoroughly. If he left his inner core behind, his enemy would definitely come back. How can this young man be so frightening? That's right, Gold Deacon couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. No wonder Elder Green Lotus was so sure he could become a disciple of the Golden Heavenly Nation after just 1 strike. His talent and strength, if the Golden Heavenly Nation doesn't want him, I'm afraid the Eternal Palace will. I'm willing to bet that his cultivation is not just at the peak 4th Divine Core realm, I'm sure he's stronger than that. After witnessing Deacon Bai's death, after a brief moment of silence, the crowd burst into an uproar, as if a volcano had erupted. A gold deacon was a very high position in the Western Heavenly King. But he was killed by a young man so easily. This could be considered to be a record. No matter what happened in the future, Ling Xiao's name had spread far and wide today. In this Battle Soul City, there was probably no one who did not know of his existence. Deacon Bai has been killed, and Ling Xiao is the winner. Now, is there anyone else who doubts my decision? Sword Maiden Green Lotus looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression. Of course, no one dared to say anything. Even the other gold deacons lowered their heads, no matter what they thought in their hearts. Ling Xiao had defeated Deacon Bai fair and square, he didn't use any tricks. Ha ha ha, good brother, I was looking down on you just now. I thought you were too arrogant. But now, it seems like you have a reason to be arrogant. On behalf of the Fighting Soul Saint City, I welcome you. My name is Zhon Long. When Sword Maiden Green Lotus had arranged for Ling Xiao to come to the Fighting Soul Saint City, Zhon Long was actually a little upset. But now, all of that was gone. Chapter 3979. I'm Ling Xiao. Sensing Zhon Long's good intentions, Ling Xiao cupped his fist and said, "Congratulations, Ling Xiao. With your talent, you'll definitely become a hot commodity after joining the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Don't forget about your brother in the future," Zhon Long said with a laugh. All the men standing behind Zhon Long were envious of Jiang Chen as well. Ling Xiao's performance was too eye-catching, even the Golden Deacon was no match for him. "But I killed Deacon Bai. I'm afraid I'll be in trouble, right?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Don't worry about that. Although Deacon Bai's family is powerful in the 3,000 saint cities, our Fighting Soul Sacred City doesn't care about them. There are over 100,000 disciples in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Since you've become a disciple of the Fighting Soul Sacred City, even Deacon Bai's family won't dare offend you," Zhon Long said in a heroic manner. "Fighting Soul Sacred City? I'm honored," Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Although he wanted to go to the Golden City more, the 3,000 saint cities was just the beginning. If he wanted to go to the Golden City, he had to become a golden disciple of the 3,000 saint cities. Then, he had to stand out from the other golden disciples to be invited to the Golden City. Although he didn't know the status of the Fighting Soul Sacred City among the 3,000 saint cities, Jiang Chen had no idea. But since Sword Lady Azure Lotus suggested him to join, she wouldn't harm him. It should be a good place. All right. Zhon Long forcefully patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. This guy's cultivation had reached the peak 6th heavenly core realm. Although he wasn't strong, he was at the level of a golden deacon. As for Sword Lady Azure Lotus, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun, they were existences that transcended the mortal world. They couldn't be compared to each other. Just by looking at how respectful Zhon Long was to them, one could tell. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Didn't you say you're in a hurry? Let's go now," Sword Lady Azure Lotus said impatiently. "Understood, Elder Azure Lotus." Zhon Long was shocked. Sword Lady Azure Lotus was a key figure in the Golden City. Even the City Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City was nothing in front of her. He definitely couldn't afford to offend such a person. "Ling Xiao, go to Fighting Soul Sacred City and cultivate diligently. Maybe we'll meet again. At that time, it will be in the City of Gold." Green Lotus Swordswoman looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a trace of gentleness. It was like the expression of a mother looking at her son. Ling Xiao knew that Green Lotus Swordswoman cherished talent. After all, his performance had surprised the Green Lotus Swordswoman. "I will, Senior." Then, Ling Xiao, Zhon Long, and the other cultivators who had joined Fighting Soul Sacred City stepped into the transmission array leading to Fighting Soul Sacred City. The huge teleportation array shone with mysterious runes. In the blink of an eye, everyone arrived on a completely different piece of land. It's really rich in spiritual energy. With the amount of energy here, even a warrior from a remote town can easily break through to the divine core realm. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. He had come so far and experienced so many things. Ling Xiao discovered a secret. That was, the difference between the aptitudes of martial artists was not as great as one would imagine. What was truly different was the environment they were in. If he was born in the Golden Heavenly Nation, his cultivation base would have most likely reached the divine physique realm. Or even higher. Of course, he would lose a lot of experience if he was born in the Golden Heavenly Nation. The Fighting Soul Sacred City is right in front of us. Listen up, the Fighting Soul Sacred City is above average among the 3,000 sacred cities. It's very strong. Furthermore, every single sacred city is stronger than the combined strength of the 4 superpowers. The strongest cultivators here are at the same level as the strongest cultivators from the 4 superpowers. You can think of it simply as the 3,000 sacred cities. It's equivalent to 3,000 superpowers. Zhonlong looked at the crowd and said, "If the sacred city is weaker than the superpowers, there's no need for me to come here." Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He wasn't surprised at all. The sacred city was stronger than the superpowers, and that was why they could attract cultivators from the superpowers. Otherwise, what was the point? You're not surprised. Zhonlong was surprised when he saw Ling Xiao's expression. There's nothing to be surprised about. If the sacred city is weaker than the superpowers, I might as well stay in the Western Heavenly King and cultivate. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Good kid, you're awesome. Let me tell you about the situation in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. The rest of the sacred cities are similar. The strongest cultivator in the Fighting Soul Sacred City is called the Saint Lord of Fighting Soul. Under the Saint Lord are 7 city lords, each in charge of different affairs. To be honest, I have no idea how strong the City Lord and Saint Lord are. But I do know about the 72 Saint Generals under the City Lord. Every single one of them had reached the perfect 6th Divine Core Realm. Below the Saint Generals are over 1,000 commanders, and the weakest of them is at the early 5th Heavenly Core Realm. For example, I'm one of the Saint Generals. After saying that, Zhonlong felt proud. Greetings, Lord Saint General. Everyone gave Zhonlong face. They cupped their fists and bowed to him. No need to be so courteous, just listen to what I have to say. The ones that are directly related to you are the commanders. There are over 1,000 commanders in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Every commander has 100 disciples under his command. They occupy an entire palace. The commanders will be in charge of your daily cultivation and living. The commanders will take orders from the Saint Generals. Since all of you are so obedient, I'll tell you a good thing. If you perform well, you might be accepted as a disciple by the Saint Generals. At that time, you'll have a meteoric rise. The Saint Generals don't have many disciples. Most of them have around a dozen disciples, and some only have 1 or 2 disciples. The relationship between the disciples and the Saint Generals is even closer. The commanders are just the subordinates of the Saint Generals, but the disciples are the Saint Generals' family. The Saint Generals can even order the commanders around. Zhonlong explained in detail. It seemed like this man was a good person. Actually, he didn't have to say this, but he still did. The Saint Generals can accept disciples. Does that mean the City Lords, or even the Saint Lords can accept disciples as well? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. He wasn't interested in the Saint Generals. A peak 6th Heavenly Core Saint General couldn't even defeat him, so of course he wasn't interested. But he was interested in the City Lords and Saint Lords. Of course I can. To tell you the truth, I'm one of the Saint Lord's personal disciples. I'm doing pretty well, but I'm not as good as my 7 senior brothers. They are all City Lords now. But I'm just a Saint General. Zhonlong said with a bitter smile. Saint General Zhonlong, you're not weak. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What he said was true. Zhonlong wasn't old, he looked less than 30 years old. But he was already a peak 6th Heavenly Core warrior. This was already an incredible feat. Other than those peerless geniuses who were truly gifted by the heavens, there were not many people who could reach his level. Thank you for your encouragement, but I think you're already stronger than me. Therefore, I'm going to recommend you to become my master's disciple. Zhonlong had high hopes for Ling Xiao as well. Chapter 3980. Then Ling Xiao will thank Sacred General Zhonlong first. No need to thank me. I'm just recommending you. Whether you can get my master's approval or not is another matter. When you succeed, you can treat me to a drink. Zhonlong smiled. That's no problem. Ling Xiao liked to interact with straightforward people like Zhonlong. Because there was no need to scheme, it was very relaxing. In the 3,000 sacred cities, he must become the most outstanding disciple. Then, he would step into the small world where the Golden City was located. Let's go. I've told you the general situation. Now, we can go to Fighting Soul Sacred City. Sacred General Zhonlong walked forward. The rest of the people followed closely behind. Not far away, a huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see was located there. An ancient and vigorous aura was released, making everyone feel a little depressed. They were also a little excited. Fighting Soul Sacred City is very big. But everything in the city is divided according to the area, and it's very orderly. It's not much different from an ordinary city. If there's a difference, it's that the city is full of powerful martial artists, and there are powerful formations and arrays everywhere. So, follow me closely and don't wander around. After you officially become a disciple of Fighting Soul Sacred City, someone will take you slowly to familiarize you with the city. Some people have been here for hundreds of years and have never seen the full appearance of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Where are we going now? Ling Xiao asked curiously. To the recruitment hall. Zhonlong replied, every new batch of martial artists who join Fighting Soul Sacred City has to report to the recruitment hall. Receive the disciple token. At the same time, there will be interested experts who will come to observe. If any of you can gain their favor, you will be directly promoted as their true disciple. Not only will it be easier to cultivate in the future, your status will also rise. Hearing Zhonlong's words, everyone was very excited. No matter who it was, they all hoped to have a better master. To get better guidance. Ling Xiao was no exception. He knew very well how helpful a good master and helpful friend would be to him. When they arrived at the recruitment hall, there were already many people waiting there. Most of them were commanders and sacred generals. In fact, the recruitment hall was already aware of their arrival the moment they stepped into War Soul Sacred City. He also informed all the higher-ups of Fighting Soul Sacred City about this. Whoever wanted a disciple could choose one. The commanders and saint generals released their auras without any concealment. The people who were with Ling Xiao were under a lot of pressure, and their faces didn't look good. However, Ling Xiao didn't mind. Unless his opponent was an 8th-level Divine Core warrior, he wouldn't be able to give Jiang Chen any pressure. Sacred General Zhonlong, did you bring back any good seedlings this time? A saint general walked over and asked excitedly. Evidently, this person had a good relationship with Zhonlong. You'll know in a while. However, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. I'm going to recommend this person to the Holy Lord. Zhonlong smiled. He was also a sacred general and knew that he was not qualified to be Ling Xiao's master. Ling Xiao had easily defeated Deacon Bai, who had the same cultivation level as him. He had seen it with his own eyes. They are here. Ling Xiao suddenly sensed a frightening pressure descending upon him. These higher-ups really didn't know how to restrain themselves. Were they purposely using such methods to make the newcomers fear them? The people around him had all knelt down. Their bodies were trembling, as if they had just sensed something terrifying. There were a total of 4 people. All 4 of them were peak 7th Divine Core warriors. In other words, they were Maya-level warriors. With such strength, unless Ling Xiao used the martial soul of Tyrant, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. They were barely qualified to be his master. Among these 4 people, 2 were men and 2 were women. It was a balanced group. There were a total of 7 Maya in Fighting Soul Sacred City, and 4 of them were here. It looked like they were quite interested in Jiang Chen's group. After the 4 of them landed, dozens of young men flew over excitedly. They should be the disciples of these 4 Maya. Judging from their dressing, Jiang Chen couldn't be wrong. Let me introduce you. This is Di Ying, Maya Di. Ling Xiao noticed that this Di Ying was the strongest among the 4. Although they were all peak 7th Divine Core warriors, there was still a huge difference in their overall strength. This man was wearing a black outfit, and he had a cold expression on his face, as if someone owed him a lot of money. This is Wang Hao, Maya Wang. Maya Wang was a chubby guy. He didn't look old, and his slightly chubby body made him look cute. Also, he always had a smile on his face, making him easy to get close to. This is Hua Feihua, Maya Hua. City Mistress Hua looked very flirtatious, but her makeup was a little too thick. In any case, Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't stand it. The last one is Jiang Nan, Maya Jiang. Maya Jiang and Ling Xiao were both surprised. This girl seemed to be in her early 20s. She looked fresh and elegant. She wore a green dress, and she did look like Sword Maiden Azure Lotus. But, she was much younger than Sword Maiden Azure Lotus, and she looked lively. She didn't look like a mayor, but more like a big kid. When she arrived, she greeted the newcomers, and even stuck out her red tongue. "What? Sacred General Zhonlong, aren't the goods you've brought this time a little too weak? The strongest among them is only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. Also, they don't look young anymore, they are already 18 years old." Suddenly, a voice sounded out from behind these 4 men. It was a young man who looked to be around 14 years old, and he had an arrogant expression on his face. His tone was extremely arrogant as well. It was as if a peak 4th Divine Core warrior wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes. But, in fact, he was only an early 5th Divine Core warrior. "Sigh. Our Fighting Soul Saint City is ranked at the bottom. Among the 3,000 saint cities, all of them are ranked at the top 1,000. I don't think any of the truly strong cities will choose us. Looks like we don't have to go to the Western Heavenly King City anymore, we can just train our own people." Next to the young man was a young girl. Both of them were around the same age, and their temperaments were similar as well. Both of them were arrogant and rude. "That's right. Look at the Sword Soul Saint City, among the disciples they brought back, there's a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. More importantly, he is only 16 years old. TSK, I don't think these guys will be able to reach his level in their entire lives." The young boy spoke again, and his words were filled with sarcasm. "Shut up." Di Ying suddenly shouted out with a stern voice, "The Western Heavenly Kingdom is not like the Golden Heavenly Kingdom, the cultivation conditions there aren't that great. It's already not easy for them to reach this level of cultivation. Besides, since they can pass the test, they are qualified to become disciples of the 3,000 saint cities." "Understood, Master." The young boy and girl stuck out their tongues. Although they said they understood, their expressions showed that they didn't care. Chapter 3981. Zhonlong said, 4 city lords. There are a total of 32 people. I selected them from the 108 cities of the Western Heavenly King's capital. 3 of them are from the Fighting Soul City. They were chosen by Elder Green Lotus, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and General Zhao. "Oh." Di Ying scanned the 32 people and showed a disappointed expression. "Not bad. Maybe a few of them can get the recognition of the Sacred General. But it won't be so easy to get the recognition of the City Lord. Di Ying, you still like to attack these kids. Although we have good eyesight, there are times when we make mistakes. You guys don't have to worry, even if you are not chosen this time. After you stay here, you can cultivate and participate in the new disciple assessment. There is still a chance that you will be chosen." Jiang Nan said with a smile. "Just them?" Hua Feihua laughed disdainfully, but she did not say anything worse. Obviously, she did not think highly of these people. "I think Elder Green Lotus and the others are old. Any kind of people can pass the assessment." Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned. This Hua Feihua was disrespectful to Green Lotus Swordswoman, which made him unhappy. After all, he owed Green Lotus Swordswoman a favor. Any kind of people can pass the assessment. City Lord Hua's words are a little irresponsible. "I don't know about the other cities, but the 3 people from the Fighting Soul City are definitely not much worse than your personal disciples." Ling Xiao was not afraid of some *T City Lord. He was actually a little disappointed that the Sacred Lord did not come. So he wanted to find a chance to make a fuss, hoping to attract the Sacred Lord. City Lord Hua happened to give him a chance. "Presumptuous. Who are you to speak when the City Lord is speaking?" Hua Feihua shouted sternly. "Ha, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. The City Lord only has this ability to bully others." Ling Xiao mocked. "Zhonlong, who is this person? How can he be so rude? Doesn't he know how to speak to the City Lord?" Hua Feihua looked at Zhonlong and said sternly, "City Lord Hua, there's no need to be too angry. Our Fighting Soul Sacred City's rules have always been that whoever's fist is bigger has the right to speak. Even if he is just a disciple, as long as he has enough strength and talent, it is not a big deal to refute the City Lord's words. Don't such things happen all the time?" Zhonlong said indifferently. Although City Mistress Hua could be considered as his senior sister, because his cultivation was not that high, he was often looked down upon by her. Today, it was time for him to hold his head high. Moreover, this is the disciple that I'm going to recommend to the Holy Lord's master. Even if you want it, I won't give it to you. Zhonlong continued with a smile. Him. He was just a perfect fourth divine core warrior. However, he was already 18 years old. Although his aptitude wasn't bad, it wasn't good either. Even we don't like him, let alone the sacred master. Hua Feihua said disdainfully. That's only because your eyesight is too poor. You can't see the good in him at all. He was recommended to me by Elder Green Lotus, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and General Zhao. I have personally witnessed his prowess. To put it bluntly, you Vice City Lords aren't qualified to give him any pointers. Zhonlong was going to argue with Hua Feihua today. Just as Hua Feihua was about to say something, Di Ying spoke first. Zhonlong, since all three seniors have taken a liking to this young man, he must be extraordinary. I'm sure he must have some outstanding points. Why don't you tell me about it? Hua Feihua was obviously afraid of Di Ying. She didn't say anything else. Zhonlong cupped his fist toward Di Ying and said with respect, reporting to City Lord Di Ying. This young man's name is Ling Xiao. Although his cultivation is only at the perfect fourth divine core realm, his body is extremely strong. Not only that, he is also an expert in the art of sword. His movement skill is also unpredictable. You might not believe me if I tell you this. He single-handedly wiped out the Long Saber Gang in Battle Soul City. The Long Saber Gang was made up of divine core warriors, and the strongest among them was a perfect fifth divine core warrior. After that, he convinced Elder Green Lotus with a single move, and allowed him to join Battle Soul City. What was even more surprising was that he killed Deacon Bai with a single move. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They weren't familiar with the Long Saber Gang, but they knew Deacon Bai very well. A perfect sixth divine core gold deacon, the same level as the strongest Saint General. But Ling Xiao had killed him with a single move. No matter how they thought about it, it was just too ridiculous. I believe in Sister Green Lotus judgment. Ling Xiao, you can cultivate with me. Why don't we call each other brother and sister instead of master and disciple? Jiang Nan suddenly said. No matter how unbelievable Zhonlong's words were, no matter how hard it was to believe them. But Jiang Nan didn't think he had the guts to lie. Sword Maiden Green Lotus wouldn't recommend anyone to Jiang Nan. If Ling Xiao was a treasure, she would have profited greatly if she could pick him up. Besides, she had a special relationship with Sword Maiden Green Lotus, and she really wanted to help Sword Maiden Green Lotus teach Ling Xiao. Little Jiang Nan, aren't you a little too fast? You only have girls, they're not suitable for a man like Jiang Nan. Why don't you just let Ling Xiao follow me? I'll definitely train him well. Wang Hao's thoughts were simple. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't as outstanding as Zhonlong said, he wasn't too bad either. It wouldn't be a loss for them to take him in. But, if Jiang Nan was really a peerless genius, it would be a huge gain for them to take him in. Why are the two mayor so useless? Why do you just listen to whatever Zhonlong says? In my opinion, he's just a piece of trash. A voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. It was an arrogant voice. Even the two mayor were scolded. The one who spoke was the arrogant little boy from before. He was only 14 years old. No one knew if he was being willful or just ignorant. A man's jealousy was very strong. Although Ling Xiao didn't have any grudges against him, they had just called Ling Xiao a piece of trash, and now Ling Xiao was being fought over by two mayor. It felt like they were being slapped in the face. How could they accept this? Big brother is right, it's better to test him. The little girl chimed in. Test? How do you want to test him? Zhonlong asked. That's simple. You've been bragging about how amazing he is, and how he can even kill Deacon Bai, who is a peak 6 divine core warrior. We won't bully him. Let me, Di Hongxiu, fight him. I'm just an early 5th divine core warrior. If he can't even defeat me, that means what you said before was just a lie. The little girl walked out first and said with a smile on her face. Ling Xiao, what do you think? Zhonlong looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Whatever, she's just an ignorant little girl. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. This Di Hongxiu wasn't weak, although she was only an early 5th Divine Core warrior. But Ling Xiao could feel that her true combat strength was no weaker than an early 6th Divine Core warrior. But, so what? She was still a piece of trash in front of him. Since this little girl didn't listen to him, he would just spank her. She had to be taught a lesson. Chapter 3982. What do you guys think? Zhon Long turned to the others. Let's do this then. Choosing a disciple is a sacred thing. We can't do it hastily. Although I believe in the comments of the 3 seniors, if he wants us to believe him, he has to show us his true ability and demonstrate it on the spot. Mayor Di Ying said. His words represented everyone's thoughts. Alright, if that's the case, there's an arena in the recruitment hall. Although it's a little small, I don't think it'll be a problem for a one-on-one battle. Zhon Long looked at Ling Xiao and Di Hongxiu, then he said, please come to the arena. If you fight here, it won't be good if you break something. Ling Xiao and Di Hongxiu walked into the arena. Zhon Long looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, please show some mercy. This kid is still young, he doesn't know any better, and his Mayor Di's disciple. Just defeat him. Of course, Zhon Long was being kind, but in Di Hongxiu's ears, she felt like he was humiliating her. She was so angry that her face flushed red. I don't need him to show mercy, what kind of joke is this? Sacred General Zhon Long, do you really think I'll lose to him? Di Hongxiu said with a loud voice, I'm my master's disciple, and I'm an early 5th rank Divine Core warrior. You're asking a peak 4th rank Divine Core warrior to show mercy to me? Are you looking down on me, or my master? Kid, why can't you recognize my kindness? I'm not looking down on you, it's just that Ling Xiao is able to easily kill Deacon Bai, who is a peak 6th rank Divine Core warrior. You're really no match for him. Zhon Long let out a sigh and said. You're talking nonsense again, I don't believe you. Ling Xiao, don't show mercy, otherwise, it'll be too boring for me to win. Di Hongxiu looked at Ling Xiao and said. If I really don't show mercy, you'll die. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Damn it, you're really pissing me off, how dare you look down on me? Di Hongxiu was really pissed off. Don't be angry, I'm just telling the truth. Ling Xiao said with a calm expression. Why, I'm so angry, so angry. Do you think I'm a country bumpkin from the 4 great countries? The warriors of the Golden Heavenly Nation are not as useless as you think. If you really have the ability to kill me, then do as you wish. After all, Di Hongxiu was just a little girl. She was only 14 years old and had never left War Soul Sacred City. Whether it was before or after reincarnating, she was just a flower that bloomed in a greenhouse. Although she was beautiful, there was no way she could pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Hongxiu, don't be led by the nose. You have lost control of your emotions. At this moment, Di Ying suddenly spoke. Obviously, he couldn't bear to see his little disciple's situation anymore. I'm sorry, Master. I lost my composure. Di Hongxiu suddenly came to a realization. She took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao. I won't fall for your trick again. You just want to make me anxious and confused so that you can take the opportunity to deal with me. But now, it's no longer that easy. I think you've misunderstood. But, never mind, let's do it. Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain. What strategy did he need to use when dealing with an early 5th level Divine Core warrior? This was ridiculous. Here I come. Di Hongxiu shouted. A short sword suddenly appeared in her hand. The short sword was about 30 centimeters long. It was crystal clear. It looked extremely sharp. Heaven-shattering combat soul sword. Following her voice, Di Hongxiu turned into a frightening sword beam and shot toward Ling Xiao. The sword beam sliced through the air and produced a strange sound. However, Ling Xiao was still standing there calmly. He was watching everything with an indifferent expression. It was as if he wasn't the one fighting, but someone else. His actions had completely infuriated Di Hongxiu. Initially, Di Hongxiu was still holding back, as she was worried that she might kill Ling Xiao. But right at this moment, the sword beam suddenly grew stronger. A sharp longsword martial soul appeared behind her back. When a sword martial soul was used together with a sword skill, its power could be unleashed to the maximum. Di Hongxiu's pride wasn't just for show. This little girl was indeed very strong. The weapon in her hand was a quality Heavenly King weapon, a weapon rarely seen even in the four superpowers. Her martial skill, heaven-shattering combat soul sword, had reached the peak of 6th Order Emperor realm. She was able to use a sword skill that was above her cultivation level, although she couldn't unleash its full power. But it was still much stronger than a 5th Order Emperor realm martial skill. A girl like Di Hongxiu was a true genius, and she could definitely challenge someone above her cultivation level. If not for the fact that she was still young, she would be even stronger. Everyone turned to look at Ling Xiao. They wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to defend against this sharp and domineering sword attack. However, Ling Xiao was still standing there. He even closed his eyes, as if he was deep in thought. This scene angered Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun to the core. He jumped up and shouted, "Hongxiu, beat that bumpkin up for me, he's so annoying. How dare he look down on us? What is he thinking about?" However, no one thought that Ling Xiao would be defeated so easily. But when they saw that Ling Xiao wasn't moving at all, they were puzzled. Facing Di Hongxiu's powerful attack, even a peak 6th Order Divine Core Saint General wouldn't dare act so carelessly. But this guy was so arrogant, he didn't care about anything. "Since you're not going to dodge, I'll kill you." She was a little girl, but her heart was very vicious. It could be said that she had no enmity with Ling Xiao. But now, she wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao feel disgusted. But he had promised Zhon Long that he wouldn't kill this little girl. Therefore, he wouldn't kill her for now. But that might not be the case in the future. "Kill me. Do you have the ability to do so?" Ling Xiao didn't attack. Instead, he suddenly opened his eyes, and two sharp sword energies shot out from his eyes. All of a sudden, Di Hongxiu felt a terrifying killing intent coming towards her. Her body was trembling. She was forced to take dozens of steps back, and because she forcefully withdrew her attack, she was injured. Blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. This scene stunned everyone who saw it. What was going on? Ling Xiao hadn't even attacked, and with just his aura, Di Hongxiu was so scared that she didn't dare attack anymore. Di Hongxiu stood still, her body still trembling. Her face was pale. At that moment, she did see herself being killed by the sword energies. It wasn't an illusion. Her opponent's frightening sword intent had affected her soul, and it was a prediction she had made. "Hongxiu, you trash, let me do it." Seeing this, Di Hongyun immediately became angry. Just as she was about to attack, she saw Di Hongxiu dashing forward like a madwoman. She kept thrusting the short sword in her hand. Each strike was a killing strike, and each strike was extremely vicious. However, Ling Xiao only used a single finger to casually block her attack, appearing relaxed and at ease. All of Di Hongxiu's attacks were neutralized by that single finger. "I say, Mayor Di Ying, you should tell her to stop, or else I'll be angry," Ling Xiao suddenly said with a cold voice. Chapter 3983. Hongxiu, back off. Di Ying furrowed his brows and said. Only then did Di Hongxiu stop attacking. However, her eyes were still filled with unwillingness. "Now you all see it. I've told you, Ling Xiao is a genius, and only the Saint Lord is qualified to take him as a disciple. Even you mayor aren't qualified," Zhon Long said excitedly. Di Hongxiu had always been an arrogant girl, and she didn't even take him seriously. Today, Ling Xiao had helped him vent his anger. All the Saint Generals were envious when they saw Ling Xiao's performance, but that was all they could do. The better Ling Xiao performed, the less likely he would become their disciple. This guy didn't hide his cultivation base, he is a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. But why is his combat strength so frightening? Is it because of his martial soul? Or is it because of his true yuan? Or is it because of his bloodline? Is it because of his body? Di Ying looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. Although geniuses could challenge those with a higher cultivation base, he had never seen anyone do it as easily as Ling Xiao did. Look at how relaxed he is, it's obvious he doesn't plan to attack at all. He's just toying with Di Hongxiu. That's right, this guy's hidden strength is probably even stronger. It seems that Zhonlong's words are not nonsense. Deacon Bai might really have been killed by him. No matter if it was the mayor, saint generals, or commanders, they were all talking about Ling Xiao. It had been more than 1,000 years since such a powerful disciple had appeared in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although Di Hongxiu wasn't the strongest disciple among all the mayor's disciples, she was still a genius. Being able to challenge those with a higher cultivation base was already a genius. Who knew that in front of Ling Xiao, it was actually not worth mentioning. Master, I can't accept this. I haven't even used my full strength. Di Hongxiu shouted. How could she admit defeat? She wasn't an ordinary disciple, she was the mayor's personal disciple. She was defeated so easily, this was too shameful. I'll only say one thing. If you dare to attack again, I won't let you go so easily. Although I won't kill you, I'll make you unable to move for a while. Ling Xiao felt that he had already given this little girl a lot of face. If this woman was still so stubborn, then don't blame him for being impolite. I admit that you are very strong, so I will deal with you together with my sister. Is that okay? At this time, Di Hongyun also jumped into the arena. He was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Even if it was 2 against 1, he had to get back at them. As long as he could defeat Ling Xiao, it wouldn't matter even if the 2 of them attacked together. Sure. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but what I said just now is still effective. This time, I won't be so merciful. Chen-ph, do you dare to hurt us? Our master is one of the city lords of War Soul Sacred City. Di Hongyun snorted coldly. That was exactly what the little guy was thinking. He teamed up with Di Hongxiu, completely ruthless in every move, prepared to take Ling Xiao's life. However, they calculated that Ling Xiao was new here and did not dare to attack them. It was a pity that he had miscalculated. Ling Xiao was really not afraid of Di Ying. After more than 10 moves, he was already somewhat impatient. Suddenly, both fists suddenly blasted out. There were no tricks, just very direct fists. Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun resisted with all their might. However, even the fine Heavenly King artifact in their hands was smashed. The 2 of them were directly blasted several hundred meters away by the fist wind. When they fell to the ground, they already could not get up. Although they did not die, they were seriously injured. Just as Ling Xiao said, they had to lie down for a period of time. You're really stubborn. Can't you see that I've already given in to you? To actually still dare to not know what's good for you. Ling Xiao withdrew his fist wind and looked coldly at the 2 people in the distance. Standing there, he was full of domineering aura. Master, avenge us. Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun did not seem to feel that they did anything wrong. At this time, they still did not realize their mistake, and instead desperately shouted for Di Ying to avenge them. Ling Xiao also noticed Di Ying's gloomy face. However, he did not care. If Di Ying really wanted to attack, he did not mind using the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and humiliating Di Ying like his disciples. Of course, if he did not have to use his full strength, he would not rashly use it. After all, hiding the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was very beneficial to him. Ling Xiao, from today onwards, you are my personal disciple. Jasmine, Rose, quickly take your little junior brother away. Just as Di Ying was about to attack, Jiang Nan suddenly spoke up. She protected Ling Xiao behind her and ordered the 2 female disciples behind her to take Ling Xiao away. Jiang Nan, are you going to protect him? He seriously injured my disciples. Di Ying was a very protective person. Although his 2 disciples deserved to be beaten, he still wanted to seek justice for his own disciples. So what if I'm protecting him? This child was recommended by Sister Qinglian. If you dare to hurt him, Sister Qinglian will not forgive you. Jiang Nan looked at Di Ying and said, and the ones who suggested the battle were your 2 precious disciples. Everyone present saw that Ling Xiao was deliberately going easy on him. It was the 2 of them who did not know what was good for them. They are so young and vicious, and they have no respect for anyone. Your 2 disciples should have been taught a lesson long ago. Jiang Nan, it is not up to you to discipline them. Get lost. Otherwise, I will beat you too. Di Ying was really domineering, Or it could be said that he was unreasonable. If you have the ability, then do it. Although you are stronger than me, we have not fought for a long time. It is not certain who will win and who will lose. Jiang Nan seemed determined to protect Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Di Ying was determined to find trouble with Ling Xiao. Wang Hao and Hua Feihua were happy to watch the show. Since it did not concern them, they did not care. Both of you are city lords. It is not appropriate for you to fight here. Do you really think the Holy Lord does not exist? Although Zhonlong's cultivation was not as high as these two, he was still the Holy Lord's disciple. Sometimes, he could still use the Holy Lord's name. Hearing the Holy Lord, Di Ying's expression seemed to restrain a little. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "They all know my temper very well. You hurt my disciple, so you must pay the price. Today, Jiang Nan can protect you, but can you stay behind her forever? I will give you a chance. Become my disciple, and I will spare your life. I will also raise you as my most valued disciple." Hearing this, Jiang Nan's expression changed. This condition was really too tempting. Whether she admitted it or not, Di Ying was the strongest of the four of them. If she chose Di Ying as her master, not only could she avoid danger, she could also choose the strongest master. Why wouldn't he do it? In her opinion, Ling Xiao would definitely make this choice. The others thought so too. Because normal people would not continue to provoke Di Ying at this time. Unfortunately, they were all wrong. Ling Xiao hated being threatened the most. Be your disciple? You are not worthy. Chapter 3984. Ling Xiao looked at Di Ying and said disdainfully, "You want me to be your disciple? You're not worthy." There was an uproar when he said that. Di Ying's anger reached its peak. "Good boy, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're courting death. Even if you become Jiang Nan's disciple, I can guarantee that you won't live for more than a month." Di Ying looked at Ling Xiao ferociously. "I'm still alive. You, on the other hand, don't seem to have much time left." Ling Xiao mocked. "You're courting death." Di Ying finally made a move. Ling Xiao was too good at provoking. If he did not make a move, he would not be able to hold it in anymore. However, before he could reach Ling Xiao, he was stopped by Jiang Nan. The two of them exchanged palms. They both retreated 2 or 3 steps. It looked like they were evenly matched. But only Jiang Nan knew that she was injured. Di Ying, on the other hand, had no problems. This was the feeling of a martial artist. Jiang Nan, I'll give you some face today and let this brat off this time. But you have to watch him carefully from now on. He might die in fighting Seoul Sacred City one day. Di Ying was very arrogant. He said that he wanted to kill a disciple. That was because he was not afraid of others knowing. No one could stop him. He was the disciple and son of the Holy Lord of fighting Seoul Sacred City. Even if he killed someone, the Holy Lord would not do anything to him. With that, he turned around and left. The reason why he left was because Jiang Nan had stopped him. He was stronger than Jiang Nan, but to defeat Jiang Nan and kill Ling Xiao would consume too much energy. It was not worth it. "Thank you, City Lord Jiang." Regardless of whether Jiang Nan needed to make a move, objectively speaking, she had helped him. He was a person who cared about small favors. Fart. Before Jiang Nan could speak, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale. Di Ying is indeed terrifying. She smiled bitterly. "Jiang Nan, you know that Di Ying is powerful, but you still dare to snatch the disciple he wants. I think you're getting more and more foolish." Hua Feihua mocked. "I don't need you to care about me." Jiang Nan glanced at Hua Feihua and said, "He is indeed strong, but Ling Xiao is already my disciple. I will not let him suffer. Ling Xiao, I have 10 disciples, all of whom are girls. You're the only man. In the future, remember to protect your senior sisters well. Girls will always be looked down upon and despised by others." Understood. Ling Xiao didn't intend to become Jiang Nan's disciple, but Jiang Nan was so kind to him. In addition, the sacred leader had yet to appear, so he agreed for the time being. In any case, as long as he performed well, the sacred lord could still choose him. This was the power of the Sacred Lord. Page, Jiang Nan, oh Jiang Nan, you think you've received a treasure, but you don't know that it's a hot potato. I'd like to see what kind of good outcome you can have. Let's go. Hua Feihua snorted and left as well. She had been contradicted by Ling Xiao before, so she didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. She couldn't wait to see Ling Xiao get into trouble. Jiang Nan, be careful in the future. Di Ying is a man of his words. Wang Hao reminded her as he left. He was kind-hearted. You guys can leave as well. You can choose any of these people. If you don't like them, let them be ordinary disciples for now. There will be opportunities in the future anyway. Zhonlong waved at the commanders and saint generals. Everyone knew that the atmosphere was a little tense, so they didn't stay and left. Soon, only Jiang Nan, Ling Xiao, Zhonlong, and the 2 disciples that Jiang Nan had brought, Jiang Nan and Jiang Nan, were left in the recruitment hall. These 2 girls were orphans and had no names, so Jiang Nan gave them their own surnames. Their full names were Jiang Moli and Jiang Rose. Because surnames didn't sound good, everyone liked to call them by their names. Brother Ling, you offended Di Ying as soon as you came to Fighting Soul Sacred City. It's my fault for not telling you that the sacred leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City is Di Ying's father. His name is Di Tuotian. Zhonlong said with a sigh. What? Di Tuotian? Ling Xiao was shocked when he heard this name. He could feel that his divine demon sword soul was shaking because of it. This Di Tuotian was Jian Chen and Chu Ling's enemy. He was the enemy of the 2 seniors who had given him the divine demon sword soul in the immemorial divine tomb. At that time, Jian Chen and Chu Ling had hoped that he could avenge them. And the enemy's name was Di Tuotian. However, the information about Di Tuotian that Jian Chen had given him was different from the information about the sacred leader of Fighting Soul Sacred City. But this name was very special, and the divine demon sword soul had reacted. This meant that it was this person. Sacred leader, the person that the 2 seniors had offended wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he wanted to avenge them, he couldn't defeat the sacred leader with his current strength. And he didn't know what kind of person the sacred leader was. He had said that unless Di Tuotian deserved to be killed, he wouldn't do anything. Jian Chen and Chu Ling had also agreed. So at this stage, it was better to investigate the sacred leader's situation. He couldn't kill him anyway, so he wasn't in a hurry to avenge him. You know the sacred leader? Zhonlong asked in confusion when he saw Ling Xiao's shocked expression. It should be just the same name. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, the Di Tuotian I know can't be the sacred leader. I see. No matter what, I'll put in a good word for you in front of the sacred leader. As long as you become the sacred leader's disciple, even Di Ying won't dare to provoke you. Zhonlong looked at Ling Xiao and said, with City Lord Jiang Nan protecting you, I can rest assured. If you need any help in the future, just ask. I promised Elder Blue Lotus to take care of you, so I can't go back on my words. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. There are still some things I need to report to the sacred leader. Sacred General Zhonlong, go ahead. I'll take care of my own matters. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. Zhonlong left. Ling Xiao hurriedly took out a healing pill and gave it to Jiang Nan. City Lord Jiang, take this healing pill. It's more effective than the pills of your Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment, but seeing Ling Xiao's confident look, she finally swallowed the pill. A moment later, the injuries from the battle with Di Ying were healed. This was really strange. She was greatly surprised. It seems that I underestimated you. Di Ying also underestimated you. Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao and seemed to understand why the 3 seniors chose Ling Xiao. This young man's future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Let's go to my Jiangnan Palace. Jiang Nan smiled and left the recruitment hall. Jasmine and Rose accompanied Ling Xiao on his left and right. Junior brother, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask us. Our Jiangnan Palace hasn't had a male disciple for a long time. Master even said that we don't need those stinky men. But this time, he made an exception and accepted you. It's obvious that he thinks highly of you. Chapter 3985. Jiangnan Palace was Jiangnan's residence. The scenery here was beautiful, just like the scenery of the southern kingdom. It was completely different from the scenery of the western region, and it was very pleasing to the eye. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't come here to enjoy the scenery. He just wanted to use this fighting soul sacred city as a springboard to enter the Golden City. The strongest person here should be at the level of the strongest person in the 4 great countries. Although the overall strength was slightly stronger than the 4 great countries, the difference wasn't too big. The reason why the warriors dreamed of coming here was because of the City of Gold. That was the true sacred ground of the Golden Sky region. If one didn't come to the 3,000 sacred cities, they wouldn't be able to reach the Golden City. Ling Xiao still had his own plans in his heart. His thoughts were also very clear. He was temporarily under Jiangnan's name, and wasn't considered a real disciple. He just got a legal identity. He would also abide by the 3,000 sacred cities rules. Of course, the prerequisite was that others also abide by it. Otherwise, don't blame him for not following the rules. Jiangnan had a total of 10 disciples. Including him, it would be 11. When he arrived at Jiangnan Palace with Jiangnan, there were already 7 disciples waiting there. Including Jasmine and Rose, it would be 9. There was still one person who didn't show up. He was probably cultivating. He didn't really care about this. Whether they welcomed him or not, he was just a passerby. Master. When the 7 disciples saw Jiangnan return, they hurriedly greeted her. When they saw Ling Xiao, they were a little surprised. Their master had never accepted a male disciple. This time, it was an exception. Could it be that this kid was actually a shocking genius? Although they stayed here, they had heard about what was going on outside. Because of this disciple, their master had even fought with City Lord Di Ying. This child will be your little junior brother in the future. Please take care of him. I still have some things to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Jiangnan knew Di Ying's character, so there were some things that she had to prepare in advance. Otherwise, once something happened, it would be too late to regret. Hello, I'm Bai Lian, your senior sister. If there's anything in the future, just tell me. If I can help you, I'll definitely help you. This woman called White Lotus was beautiful and intelligent. She couldn't be considered beautiful, but she was definitely a good wife. She believed that the person who married her would definitely be happy. Greetings, senior sisters. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao introduced himself. The girls of the Jiangnan Palace Hall seemed to have a good relationship with each other, as if they were sisters. Instead, it made him feel more relaxed. Jiangnan's disciples were actually quite strong, but in his eyes, it seemed a little inferior. Aside from senior disciple sister Bai Lian, who was at the early 5th level of the Divine Core Realm, the rest of them were only at the early 4th level of the Divine Core Realm. However, they were all quite young. The eldest senior sister, Bai Lian, was only about the same age as Ling Xiao. The rest of them were between the ages of 14 and 16. He could definitely be considered a genius. Where's junior sister? Jasmine suddenly asked. Bai Lian smiled bitterly. It's not like you don't know that junior sister is a cultivation maniac. He's probably heading to the War Spirit Valley again. War Spirit Valley? What's that place? Ling Xiao wasn't interested in junior sister, but he was very interested in this cultivation place. Do you want to take a look? Bai Lian asked with a smile. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded his head. All right, I'll bring you to the War Spirit Valley. You guys can cultivate on your own. Bai Lian smiled. She had a good impression of Ling Xiao, who was very polite. Besides, he was the only boy in the Jiangnan Palace, and he was like a treasure to her. Since she had some power in her hands, she naturally wanted to make use of it. Let's go as well. Master told us to protect junior brother. Jasmine and Rose came over as well. I really don't know what to do with you guys. Let's go. Bai Lian sighed. Then, the 3 beauties brought Ling Xiao to the War Spirit Valley while chatting. Along the way, Ling Xiao learned a lot about the War Soul Sacred City from them. Especially the War Spirit Valley. It was a small world that was specially used for cultivation. It was a deep valley, and the deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. But the better the cultivation effect. All the disciples of the War Soul Sacred City were qualified to enter and cultivate. Moreover, the cultivation resources obtained inside could be used by themselves and didn't need to be handed over. To enter the War Spirit Valley to cultivate, most people need to pay spirit stones or complete a task assigned by the War Spirit Valley. And after entering, you can only stay for about 10 days or so. Only the disciples of the City Lord and Holy Lord are exceptions. You can enter for free, and there are no restrictions. You can stay as long as you want. Perhaps this is the privilege of the City Lord and Holy Lord's disciples. For this, Ling Xiao was quite satisfied. Sometimes, power and status can really bring a warrior a lot of convenience. I don't know if I will meet junior sister Hinajiku. Although Hinajiku is our junior sister, but in terms of strength, she is the strongest existence in the Jiangnan Palace. Even in the entire War Soul Sacred City, she is definitely in the top 5. And her aptitude is very good. She is also very good to people. She only knows how to cultivate, very crazily. Perhaps this has something to do with her family background. Her family was killed, and in order to take revenge, she is almost desperate to cultivate. White Lotus looked at the War Spirit Valley in the distance and sighed. Obviously, he felt pity for his junior sister Hinajiku's fate. Ling Xiao wasn't thinking about this, he was thinking about Hinajiku's strength. To be able to reach the top 5 of the War Soul Sacred City, she shouldn't be too bad. But definitely not better than the City Lord. In this War Soul Sacred City, the only person he was afraid of was the Holy Lord. The rest of the people, he didn't care about. Even if the odds of winning against the City Lord were not high. But his cultivation is increasing very quickly. As long as his cultivation breaks through again, even the City Lord won't be in his eyes. If the War Soul Sacred City is like this, then the 3,000 sacred cities should be similar. Among the disciples of the 3,000 sacred cities, his ranking is definitely high. Soon, the 4 arrived at the War Spirit Valley. The entrance to the War Spirit Valley was a portal, similar to the portal in the bloodthirsty battlefield. It was also guarded by people. A training hall was built, specifically for registration and inspection. Ling Xiao's arrival caused a stir. Many people already knew about what happened in the recruitment hall. When the disciples saw Ling Xiao, they were full of admiration and fear. They admired Ling Xiao for daring to go against City Lord Di Ying, and easily injuring Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun. They were afraid because Ling Xiao offended the vengeful City Lord Di Ying, and they were afraid that it would be troublesome. They didn't dare to have too much contact with Ling Xiao, afraid that they would be implicated. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about these people. Chapter 3986. This aura was stronger than any of the sacred grounds that Ling Xiao had been to before. It seemed that this Fighting Soul Sacred City was not without its merits. At the very least, this Fighting Soul Valley could be used as a key place for him to break through. I want to go in and take a look, is that okay? Ling Xiao asked Bai Lian. Of course, you are now a disciple of our Jiangnan Palace. If you want to go in, you just have to register. Bai Lian nodded. Alright, I will go in and take a look. I will have to trouble senior sister to wait outside. Ling Xiao was very interested in this Fighting Soul Valley. Instead of waiting outside, he might as well go in and cultivate. According to Bai Lian and the others, the environment of the Fighting Soul Valley was very complicated. Even if the City Lord went in, he would not be able to find a person in a short time. The most important thing was that the divine sense in the Fighting Soul Valley was severely suppressed. It was difficult to find someone with soul power. This was because of the special structure of the Fighting Soul Valley. Just as he was about to step into the Fighting Soul Valley, a handsome man holding a sword suddenly walked over. Junior Sister Jasmine, I didn't expect that we would be fated to meet here. Can we go to the pavilion over there for a chat? The handsome man looked gentle and refined. He was not old, just in his early 20s. His strength was not bad, at least much stronger than Jasmine. He should be about the same as Bai Lian. Seeing this handsome man, Jasmine's pretty face immediately turned red. Senior brother Zhong, I am busy. Jasmine lowered her head. It was obvious that Jasmine had feelings for this handsome man, otherwise she would not be so shy. Silly, junior brother has us to protect him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you have to grab it. Bai Lian said with a smile. Jasmine was usually shy. It was rare for someone to like her. If she did not grab it and missed it, it would be a pity. Moreover, this handsome man had a good reputation in fighting Soul Sacred City. Not only was he handsome, but his character was also first class. Therefore, Bai Lian advised Jasmine to bravely pursue her true love. Then I am sorry, junior brother. I will go and chat with senior brother Zhong for a while. It is at the pavilion over there. Jasmine said shyly. Ling Xiao nodded. He couldn't stop others from pursuing happiness. Although he felt that this senior brother Zhong was a little pretentious. However, he was new here after all, so it was inappropriate for him to say much. The people here should know senior brother Zhong better than he did. Everyone, please get back to your work. Senior brother Zhong cupped his hands at the crowd. He was indeed very humble and courteous. Maybe I was wrong. Ling Xiao shook his head, but there was a lingering worry in his heart that he could not get rid of. Rose, stay here and watch. I'm worried about senior sister Jasmine being alone. In the end, he still spoke. Worried? Could it be that you're afraid that senior brother Zhong will eat Jasmine? Rose smiled. I hope my worries are unnecessary. Take this talisman as well. If anything happens, just crush it. I'll be there soon. Ling Xiao did not explain. It was better to be safe than sorry, since Jasmine was already his senior sister. Even if it was only temporary, he didn't want this shy girl to get into any trouble. All right, I got it. Let senior sister Bai Lian bring you to the Valley of Fighting Souls. Rose said with a smile. She could feel Ling Xiao's good intentions. Although she felt his worries were unnecessary, she was still grateful that Ling Xiao cared about this senior sister he had just met. We're going to enter the Valley of Fighting Souls. Bai Lian brought Ling Xiao to the registration area. The person in charge of the registration was a commander. He was a peak 5th Divine Core warrior, and he wasn't weak. He raised his head and looked at Bai Lian, then he turned to Ling Xiao and said, You can go in, but this guy can't. Why? Bai Lian furrowed her brows and asked. No reason, he can't go in because he can't. I'm in charge of the registration, and my words are the rules, the commander said with an indifferent tone. He didn't give Bai Lian any face. This caused Bai Lian to feel slightly embarrassed. However, with Bai Lian's strength, she was no match for this commander. She could only look at Ling Xiao helplessly. Is this Di Ying's order? Ling Xiao asked with an indifferent tone. Bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you call the mayor by his name? The commander was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. His action immediately attracted the attention of many people. That newcomer is being bullied. Offending Mayor Di Ying won't end well for him. Not being able to enter the Valley of Fighting Souls is already a light punishment. I'm afraid he might even lose his life. Sigh, what's wrong with swallowing his pride? A newcomer should know how to be a coward. Everyone were discussing amongst themselves. Obviously, they weren't optimistic about Ling Xiao's future. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled, then he turned to Bai Lian and said, Senior sister Bai Lian, this commander didn't follow the rules. He even insulted the mayor's disciple. What is the punishment for that? The mayor's disciple is an honorable person. A mere commander dared to talk back. He deserves a beating. He didn't follow the rules of Fighting Soul Sacred City. He ruined the image of Fighting Soul Sacred City. He deserves death. Bai Lian didn't know why Ling Xiao was asking these questions, but she still answered. When the commander heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. So what if Daddy insulted you? Stinking brat, you're just an unlucky guy. Do you really think you're the mayor's disciple? I don't even know if you can live past today. I don't know if I can live past today, but you definitely can't. Ling Xiao stared at the commander and said with an indifferent tone. Being stared at by Jiang Chen, the commander's face instantly turned pale with fright, and he quickly took a few steps back. Trash, register yourself right now. If not, there will be another dead body here today, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone, You're just a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. I even killed Deacon Bai, who is a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. Who do you think you are? You think you can kill me?" The commander regained his senses, and he felt a little embarrassed. He was actually scared by a little kid. If this were to spread out, he would lose a lot of face. He had to earn back some of his face. When he thought of this, he suddenly struck out with his fist and punched towards Ling Xiao's head. He didn't show any mercy. It was obvious. He thought Jiang Chen had Di Ying's support, and that was why he was acting so recklessly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to strike, the commander was suddenly knocked away by a punch. A figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "It was Sacred General Zhonlong. I was worried when I heard you came to the Battle Soul Valley, but I didn't expect there to be such a blind trash here." Zhonlong looked at Ling Xiao, then he let out a long sigh and said, "If I've caused you to have a bad impression of the Battle Soul Sacred City, I apologize." After saying that, he walked up to the commander, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up into the air. With a stern voice, he said in front of everyone, "Everyone, listen up. Don't think you can break the rules of the Battle Soul Sacred City just because you have someone supporting you. If you dare to break the rules, you'll have to pay the price. He is your role model." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the commander to the ground. Chapter 3987. Ling Xiao really appreciated Zhonlong's domineering attitude. Actually, he didn't have a close relationship with this man, but this man was willing to kill that commander for him. Jiang Chen would remember this kindness in his heart. "Hurry up and register him," Zhonlong said to the guards in the Valley of Fighting Souls. No one dared to delay any longer. A commander hurried over and registered Ling Xiao and Bai Lian, then he asked them to proceed to the Valley of Fighting Souls. "Big brother Zhonlong, thank you so much." Ling Xiao didn't close. How could he be so shameless? How could he be so shameless? If he spoke too much, he would seem hypocritical. "No need to thank me, I should be the one apologizing for this." Zhonlong waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and go in." Ling Xiao nodded his head, then he followed Bai Lian into the Valley of Fighting Souls. The terrain of the Valley of Fighting Souls was very complicated, it was like a maze. Using teleportation portals, the valley was divided into many areas, and the deeper one went, the more dangerous it was. Of course, the more opportunities there were. Each area was connected by a teleportation portal, but these portals weren't normally open. Only after completing the mission in the previous area could one enter the next area. To put it bluntly, there are two ways to cultivate in the Valley of Fighting Souls. One is to fight, and the other is to cultivate in seclusion. Bai Lian explained. "Only after you've killed all the monsters in this area, will you be able to find a place to cultivate and a teleportation portal. You can choose to enter the next area, or you can choose to cultivate in seclusion. That's simple." Ling Xiao nodded his head. He looked in front of him and saw a group of monsters charging towards them. However, these monsters weren't real, they looked more like demonic beasts created by some kind of formation. The monsters in the first area were all at least at the first or second divine core realm. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. He followed Bai Lian's instructions and killed all the monsters. Sure enough, he found a secret cultivation room. There was also a teleportation portal that led to the next area. But Ling Xiao didn't step into it. Because right at this moment, Rose's voice sounded out. "Junior disciple brother, senior sister disciple, Jasmine is in danger." Hearing this, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He knew his premonition was right. Go. He could come back to the War Soul Valley in the future, but there was only one Jasmine. He would definitely not let Jasmine be in danger. When he arrived outside, he did not see Rose. However, Ling Xiao's Taiji eye caught her in a relatively remote place about 5 kilometers away. A battle was breaking out. For some unknown reason, Jasmine's current condition was extremely bad. It was obvious that she was heavily injured. Moreover, he seemed to be in a daze, as if he had been poisoned. Rose was frantically protecting her, but her strength was limited, and the situation was critical. Boom! A terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. He dashed away like a ferocious beast. Along the way, there were many people who were rushing in that direction, but they were directly blown away. The floor was a mess. Some people were cursing, but they didn't dare to raise their voices. Ling Xiao's current aura was simply too terrifying. They were afraid that if their mouths touched Ling Xiao, they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives. Monster. Someone muttered to himself. Isn't he that Ling Xiao? Let's go and take a look. The one who attacked is Chen Hao from the Divine Eagle Hall. He is ranked 3rd in the Divine Eagle Hall. He is stronger than Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun. Today, we can see if Chen Hao or Ling Xiao is stronger. At this moment, Zhon Long had already left. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. A few sisters from the Jiangnan Hall had already rushed over one after another. Their junior sister was being bullied, so they definitely had to come and help. Senior sister, who was that just passed by? It's so scary. They also saw a gust of wind pass by, but they didn't see who it was. Junior brother, Bai Lian replied, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's hurry over. Junior brother is rather impulsive. Be careful, he might be at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao only had one thought in his mind, and that was to save Jasmine and Rose's lives. It was said that killing was not allowed in the War Soul Sacred City. However, the scene in front of him made Ling Xiao feel that such rules were nonsense. Jasmine was drugged and was in a terrible state. She was in a daze and felt that the drug was too strong. The girl's life force was rapidly draining away. Furthermore, her face had been disfigured by something. Her originally pretty face had now become extremely frightening. In order to protect Jasmine, Rose was beaten up by Chen Hao. Her legs were cut off by a sharp blade. Her arms were also bloody. However, she still persisted. Chen Hao was still unwilling to stop. It was as if he would only stop when the two girls were tortured to death. Beside Chen Hao, the handsome man with the surname Zhong was sitting there drinking tea with a cold expression. There were two beauties beside him as his companions. What a stupid woman. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This young master is giving you face by playing with you. You really think that because you are from the Jiangnan Hall, this young master won't dare to touch you? Your master Jiang Nan offended City Lord Di Ying and has already been locked up in the Cliff of Reflection by the Holy Master. Let's see who can support you. The handsome man with the surname Zhong had an abnormally sinister expression. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. It seemed that he had implicated the people of the Jiangnan Hall. Today's matter, he had to take care of it even more. Whether it was Jasmine or Rose, they were both so pretty before. But now, one was disfigured and unconscious, while the other was heavily injured and unable to get up. The instigators of all this were probably the Zhong Gai and this Chen Hao. They were currently immensely pleased with themselves. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's expression became very ugly. Just as Chen Hao was preparing to continue humiliating Rose, Ling Xiao finally arrived. A cold aura was released from his body. He directly appeared in front of Chen Hao and blocked the sharp blade in Chen Hao's hand. Moreover, he sent Chen Hao flying with a punch. Chen Hao did not even have time to react. The speed of the person who came was too fast. He wanted to block, but the power of the punch was too strong. Just one punch was enough to make him dizzy. He almost fainted. Who? Chen Hao crawled up in fear and asked. His previous complacency was completely gone. At this moment, he only had anger and fear. As for the Zhong Gai, his expression was somewhat strange. He was still sitting there with a calm face, coldly looking at Ling Xiao. It was as if all of this was within his expectations. Ling Xiao did not care about Chen Hao's question. Instead, he looked at Jasmine and Rose. He hurriedly took out 2 healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths. Sorry, I'm late. He blamed himself. He had already sensed that something was wrong, but he did not pay enough attention to it. Little junior brother, quickly run, they want to deal with you. Rose saw Ling Xiao and hurriedly grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and said. Chapter 3988. Rose's wounds were hard, even if her legs were cut off, she could still recover. After all, she was a divine core warrior. But Jasmine's condition was more troublesome. Not only was she poisoned, her face was also disfigured, and it would be difficult for her to recover. But who was he? He was Ling Xiao. In this world, besides his master, Yuan Venerate, no one could concoct better pills than him. Rose's wounds were starting to heal. Ling Xiao's other hand pressed down on Jasmine's hand and sucked the poison out of Jasmine's body. It was a terrifying hallucinogenic drug, and it could cause people to hallucinate. If it wasn't for Rose's timely discovery, Jasmine's face wouldn't be as simple as being disfigured. She might even lose her virginity. Junior disciple, be careful. Bai Lian's anxious shout suddenly came from afar. The surrounding people cried out in shock as well. It was Chen Hao. While Ling Xiao was healing Jasmine and Rose's wounds, he had sneakily attacked Ling Xiao from behind. He thrust his blade toward Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao didn't move, he didn't do anything. I'm going to kill you. Chen Hao was going to kill Jiang Chen, because this was a mission given to him by his master. Crack. But, to his surprise, the premium Heavenly King weapon in his hand stabbed into Ling Xiao. The weapon was instantly broken. His attack didn't leave a single scratch on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao didn't even turn around to look at him. Senior disciple Chen, run. This guy killed Deacon Bai, who was a peak 6th Heavenly Core warrior. Seeing this scene, the crowd began to cry out. They wanted Chen Hao to run away. But, Chen Hao was the third disciple of the Divine Hawk Palace, and his master was Di Ying. Why would he run away? His pride wouldn't allow him to run away. Besides, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could really kill a peak 6th Heavenly Core warrior. What a joke. Why would I run away when facing a wild dog? Chen Hao crazily circulated his true energy, preparing for his second attack. Right at this moment, Bai Lian and the others had arrived. Chen Hao, what are you doing? Bai Lian angrily scolded, we're both disciples of the War Soul Sacred City. Aren't you afraid that the Saint Lord will blame you for your actions? Holy Master, the Sacred Lord is City Lord Di's father. Do you think he will favor you? Chen Hao said disdainfully. Today, I must kill this brat. If you dare to stop me, I will kill all of you as well. Chen Hao's expression was a little crazy. Who dares to attack a disciple of Jiangnan Palace? Ling Xiao was currently treating Jasmine and Rose's injuries, so he couldn't do anything at the moment. Bai Lian and the others were definitely no match for Chen Hao. Just as he was hesitating, a white figure rushed over from the direction of the War Spirit Valley. Before the person arrived, the sword had already arrived. Chen Hao was forced to retreat. Junior sister, Hinajiku, you're here. Jiangnan Palace's martial artists were pleasantly surprised when they saw the newcomer. Little junior sister Hinajiku is the strongest in Jiangnan Temple. With her around, there was nothing to be afraid of. When Ling Xiao heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and began to focus on healing the two women. Little junior sister, you must avenge Jasmine and Rose. This Chen Hao has gone too far. Jiangnan Palace's disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Especially when they saw Jasmine and Rose's miserable state, no matter who it was, they couldn't bear this kind of anger. I've gone too far. We were just playing with Jasmine. Who would have thought that crazy woman called Rose would come and attack me? How could I not fight back? She can only blame herself for being too useless, too trashy. Chen Hao didn't feel that he did anything wrong. Damn it. I'll kill you. One of Jiangnan Palace's female disciples rushed out. Her relationship with Jasmine and Rose was very good. She was already angry, but the other party still dared to say such words. She was definitely angry. Stop. With me and little junior sister here, none of you are allowed to be impulsive. Bai Lian stopped her. One had to say, this Bai Lian was really made to be a senior sister. In this kind of situation, it's rare for her to be able to remain calm. Since the other party dared to attack here, they were obviously well prepared. They weren't afraid of you looking for trouble. And in Jiangnan Palace, other than little junior sister Hinajiku, no one else could be Chen Hao's opponent. Not to mention Zhong Ruofeng's opponent. Zhong Ruofeng was that handsome man. Rumor had it that his character and talent were top-notch. He was the direct disciple of the Lord. His position was higher than the Lord's disciple. His appearance here today was obviously the real culprit. Chen Hao was just a hired thug. Once a fight broke out and Zhong Ruofeng attacked, they would all be wiped out. Little junior sister Hinajiku looked at Chen Hao coldly and said, "Chen Hao, are you trying to start a war with Jiangnan Palace? Do you really think there's no one in Jiangnan Palace?" Her eyes were cold and murderous. Although she wasn't very good at expressing her feelings. But in her heart, the 9 sisters of Jiangnan Palace were closer than her own sisters. She was very angry that they met with misfortune. Maybe she would really ignore the sect rules and kill Chen Hao here. Chen Hao looked at Hinajiku with contempt and said, "Jiangnan Palace, only you can accept it. Why don't you join my Eagle Palace? I promise you will never be bullied like this again. As for the sect rules, are you stupid? I'm just defending myself. Even if this goes to the Lord, I'll just face the wall for a few days. As for you guys, I'm afraid you won't have a good time." His words only meant one thing when translated, "So what if I'm breaking the sect rules? What can you do to me?" Such an arrogant attitude made Hinajiku clench her fist. "Eagle Palace? I really don't like it. Especially with trash like you there. What did you say?" Chen Hao was furious. But Zhong Ruofeng suddenly said, "Hinajiku, the Lord said that your talent is outstanding. It's a pity to stay in Jiangnan Palace. So he wants to take you as a direct disciple. You don't have to care about the trash in Jiangnan Palace. You think without permission from above, we would dare to touch Jiangnan Palace's people? No matter how stupid you are, you should think about it." What? Hearing this, everyone in Jiangnan Palace was in despair. From Zhong Ruofeng's words, it seemed that the higher-ups were turning a blind eye to the plan to destroy Jiangnan Palace. They didn't care at all. Even if they were all killed, no one would sympathize with them. And the Lord wanted to take Hinajiku as a disciple. Such a good thing, would Hinajiku refuse? The Lord really wants to take me as a disciple? Hinajiku was obviously tempted. Jiangnan Palace was important to her. But if she wanted revenge, she must become stronger. If she could become the Lord's disciple, there would be hope for revenge. Do you think I'm lying? This is the Lord's invitation for you. Zhong Ruofeng waved his hand and a beautiful invitation landed in Hinajiku's hand. Inside is a disciple token that was customized for you. As long as you promise not to interfere in today's matter, you will be the Lord's disciple. Don't worry, I won't make you do anything difficult. After all, I can understand your relationship with Jiangnan Palace. Chapter 3989. I'm sorry, senior sister, but I still want revenge. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Facing Zhong Ruofeng's temptation, Hinajiku was tempted. Becoming the Lord's disciple was like turning a chicken into a phoenix in War Soul Sacred City. Compared to being the Lord's disciple, it was much better. Hinajiku, you. Seeing Hinajiku holding the invitation and walking to Zhong Ruofeng's side, Bai Lian felt a deep sense of despair and disappointment. They were really good to Hinajiku. When Hinajiku first came here, she didn't know anything. They taught her hand in hand with Master Jiangnan. That's how she got to where she is today. If it was any other day, there was nothing wrong with Hinajiku choosing to become the Lord's disciple, and they would support it. But it had to be today. At this special time, Hinajiku chose to betray them. How could they not be disappointed? At this time, Ling Xiao stood up. The treatment was over, Rose only needed to rest for a while to recover. Jasmine's disfigurement required a special herb. Ling Xiao planned to look for it in the future. Since Jiangnan was here, he should be able to find it. Bai Lian, take care of them. He looked at Hinajiku. Too bad, I thought you were a righteous girl. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. It's really disappointing. For revenge, you've lost your humanity. You even abandoned your senior sister and master who loved you the most. You really hurt your loved ones and hate your enemies. Shut up, what do you know? If you had this opportunity, would you refuse? Hinajiku shouted. Maybe at other times, I wouldn't refuse. But when something like today happened, of course I would refuse. Ling Xiao coldly said. Ling Xiao, here's an invitation for you. Like Hinajiku's, the Lord invited you to become his disciple. He also said that your talent is better than Hinajiku's. You have a chance to become the number 1 in War Soul Sacred City. Once you become the Lord's disciple, you'll get 100 times better resources than now. If you refuse, you know what the consequences will be. Zhong Ruofeng sneered and threw the invitation to Ling Xiao. Seeing this, Bai Lian and the others trembled. Sometimes, when the temptation was too great, one really couldn't resist it. If they were given such an opportunity, they probably wouldn't reject it either. Ling Xiao, you just joined Jiangnan Palace, so you don't owe us anything. You saved Rose and Jasmine. He had already repaid his master's kindness. If you accept the Sacred Lord's invitation, we won't say anything. Bai Lian sighed. Even someone like Hinajiku couldn't resist the temptation. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to do it. After all, Ling Xiao's relationship with them wasn't as deep as Hinajiku's. The onlookers had the same thought. This brat is really lucky. He actually managed to gain the favor of the Holy Master. Unless he's an idiot, I don't think he would refuse. What do you mean by probably? I definitely won't refuse. Zhong Ruofeng looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. Don't feel embarrassed, no one will blame you. After all, it was human nature to choose to accept. Everyone here will make the same choice. Senior brother Zhong, do you really want this fellow to become the Holy Master's disciple? What about me? Chen Hao panicked. He also felt that Ling Xiao would definitely accept the invitation. Don't worry. As the Holy Master's disciple, he will be taught by the Holy Master. Nothing will happen to you. With me here today, no one will be able to hurt you. Zhong Ruofeng's words set Chen Hao's mind at ease. Thank you, senior brother Zhong. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao's decision. As the Holy Master's disciple, I can't interfere with today's matter. Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Ruofeng and asked. That's right. If you accept the Holy Master's invitation, you will be the Holy Master's disciple. The Holy Master is very strict with his disciples, he will never allow such a thing to happen. Zhong Ruofeng said coldly. Then my answer is Ling Xiao didn't finish his sentence. However, he burned the invitation in front of everyone. Crazy. This scene shocked everyone until they were dumbstruck. This lunatic actually rejected the Holy Master's invitation. This not only meant that he had wasted a great opportunity to rise up, but he might also offend the Holy Master. I'm not some ungrateful villain. Ling Xiao looked at Hinajiku, revealing a sarcastic smile. Junior brother. Bai Lian was so excited that she was about to cry. The other disciples of Jiangnan Palace were also very excited. Although they had no reason to stop Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao made such a choice. They were still very happy. A drop of water's grace, I will repay it with a spring. I, Ling Xiao, may not be a great person, but I still know the word shame. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Hao and Zhong Ruofeng coldly and said, Today, you will pay a heavy price. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You think I'm afraid of you? Zhong Ruofeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Ling Xiao's choice was like a slap to his face. How could he not be angry? I'm not interested in whether you're afraid of me or not. I only know that my 2 senior sisters were harmed by you too. Jasmine, tell me, what happened? He needed to use Jasmine's words to decide whether he should teach these 2 a lesson. Or kill them directly. And he also wanted to let everyone here know why he did it. Even if the Holy Master came to investigate in the future. He had reason and evidence. I don't dare to say. Jasmine's whole body trembled like an injured rabbit. Ha ha ha, she doesn't need to say, I'll tell you. That stupid woman, I just wanted to play with her. She actually dared to disobey me. So, I gave her something good that made her beg for death. I didn't think that this stupid woman's temper was so strong, she would rather die than obey me. I accidentally ruined her face. So what if you know? I'm the Holy Master's disciple. Don't say that you're not my opponent. Even if you can beat me, do you dare to touch me? Zhong Ruofeng was very proud of himself, as if what he did was something to be proud of. He didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Simply shameless. What a scumbag. I understand, I'm afraid that today, the Holy Master will lose a disciple. Ling Xiao was a lawless guy. In order to avenge his friend, even if it was the sky, he dared to poke a hole. What's more, Zhong Ruofeng was just one of the Holy Master's disciples. Why wouldn't he dare to kill? Ling Xiao, don't be rash. Bai Lian hurriedly advised, it's better to keep yourself alive than to act rashly. You're not his opponent. Bai Lian didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, so she was worried. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Senior Sister Bai Lian, can't you see? Chapter 3990. Ling Xiao continued, since they don't want us to live, why should we be so afraid? If I don't attack today, they will still attack me. The result will be the same. It's not that I want to cause trouble, but these two scumbags must die. Scumbags. This guy actually dared to call the Holy Lord's disciple scumbags. His guts were too big. The onlookers all retreated a few steps, as if they were afraid they would be implicated. Rose and Jasmine looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Their hearts were beating fast. In the past, it was their master Jiangnan who protected them. Now, their master seemed to be in trouble. They originally thought that the injustice could no longer be redressed. But their junior brother Ling Xiao stood up. Senior brother Zhong, you don't have to do anything. I can kill this guy. Chen Hao was still brooding over the fact that he was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. He was even thinking, if he was able to defeat Ling Xiao, would the Holy Lord be happy and send him an invitation as well? If he could become the Holy Lord's disciple, that would be awesome. Just thinking about it made him excited. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Hao coldly. You don't have to fight. The first one to die is you. Today, no one can save you. Even if your master Di Ying comes personally, it will be the same. He walked toward Chen Hao, releasing a violent aura. He was like a terrifying beast. The terrifying murderous aura made Chen Hao's expression extremely ugly. He even subconsciously took 2 steps back. I'll kill you. Chen Hao felt that he had lost face. He suddenly exploded, took out a long saber from his storage ring, and looked at Ling Xiao. Crack. Ah. A scream suddenly sounded. Chen Hao, who had pounced toward Ling Xiao, had his legs broken by Ling Xiao. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Stop it. Chen Hao is a disciple of the Divine Eagle Hall. You attacked him for no reason. You won't have a good ending. Zhong Ruofeng also frowned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so stubborn. He was simply a lunatic. The onlookers were also staring at Ling Xiao with their mouths agape. This terrifying fellow was really crazy. City Lord Di Ying was so protective of him. This guy had severely injured Di Hongxiu and Di Hongyun. Now that he had attacked Chen Hao, he really wasn't afraid of death. Stop. Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Ruofeng with disdain. Who do you think you are to ask me to stop? Even if Di Ying came personally, he would not be able to stop my determination to avenge Senior Sister. What's more, do you think you're very dignified? Very powerful? Very strong? Sorry, in my eyes, you're just a fart. Crack. Ah. Another scream rang out. This time, it was Chen Hao's arms that were broken. He screamed in pain, and his eyes were filled with terror. Save me. Senior brother Zhong, save me. Chen Hao finally began to call for help. If Zhong Ruofeng didn't help, he would probably die. Hinajiku, go kill Ling Xiao. Zhong Ruofeng didn't do it himself, and instead ordered Hinajiku. Sorry, I only promised not to attack Chen Hao, but I didn't promise to be your dog slave. It's better for you to handle this matter yourself. Hinajiku looked deeply at Ling Xiao, then turned and left. She was shocked by Ling Xiao's actions. She deeply felt her own cowardice and shamelessness. So she refused Zhong Ruofeng's order. Even if she didn't help Jiangnan Palace, she would never attack them. When my revenge is successful, I will atone for my sins with my death. Hinajiku took a deep breath. She really owed Jiangnan Palace too much, so death might be the best ending for her. Damn it, everyone is like this. Looks like I have to do it myself. Zhong Ruofeng snorted, and suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. In the air, a gust of wind from his palm swept through the air, destroying the surrounding trees and causing them to sway in all directions. 8 Desolation Demon Shattering Palm. A furious roar sounded out, and Zhong Ruofeng's attack had arrived in front of Ling Xiao. His attack was also a peak 6th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. However, its power was much stronger than Di Hongxiu's heaven-shattering battle soul. The reason was because his cultivation base was strong enough. He was stronger than Di Hongxiu. He had reached the peak 6th Order Divine Core Realm. He was a Saint General. In fact, the Saint Lord had a total of 16 disciples. The 7 of them were all City Lord level powerhouses. As for the other 9, they were all at the 6th Order Divine Core Realm. Zhong Ruofeng was one of the strongest amongst these 9 disciples, and he wasn't any weaker than Zhonlong. His sudden sneak attack startled Bai Lian and the other disciples of Jiangnan Palace. Junior disciple, be careful. Die, brat. Bang. The palm wind landed squarely on the top of Ling Xiao's head. All the disciples of Jiangnan Palace immediately closed their eyes, because they couldn't bear to watch. Ling Xiao had offended Zhong Ruofeng because of them. If his head was shattered, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Many of the onlookers were gloating over Zhong Ruofeng's misfortune. He, who asked him to offend Zhong Ruofeng? He's just courting death. That's right, Zhong Ruofeng is a Saint General. But in the next moment, the gloating turned pale with fright. Of course, Zhong Ruofeng was the one who was the most shocked. The palm strike had pierced through his palm. There seemed to be a strange helmet on Ling Xiao's head. A pair of frightening bull horns appeared on his head. Although they disappeared in a flash, Zhong Ruofeng felt a pain in his heart. Blood kept dripping down from his hand. He backed off in fear and looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. You. What the hell are you? Although his right hand had been pierced through, it wasn't a big deal. But he was Zhong Ruofeng. He was attacking someone, but in the end, he was the one who was injured. This was too shameful, too degrading. It was really hard to accept. Surprised, aren't you? I've said it before, you're just trash in front of me. I can't be bothered to attack you. But you did such a scumbag thing to deal with my senior sister. Don't worry. After killing Chen Hao, the next one will be you. Speaking up to here, Ling Xiao finally slapped Chen Hao's dantian with his palm. The dantian shattered, and Chen Hao vomited blood wildly. His face was extremely pale. Oh my god, this guy is definitely a lunatic from head to toe. No, lunatic can't describe him anymore. He's a devil. After killing Chen Hao, City Lord Di Ying will definitely not let him off. He's dead for sure. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at the people who were gossiping. All of you, shut your F***king mouths. You're all good for nothings. If your loved ones are trampled on by others. You guys only know how to be cowards, right? Since you're all cowards, don't make a sound. Be careful or I'll kill you all too. Everyone hurriedly kept quiet. Good Lord, after provoking this devil, could they still live? This guy even dared to kill Chen Hao. Their master couldn't be compared to City Lord Di Ying at all. This guy wasn't even afraid of Di Ying, so why would he be afraid of others? This trash is already dead. It's your turn next. Chapter 3991. Do you really think you can kill me? Zhong Ruofeng stared at Ling Xiao coldly and said, I'm not trash like Chen Hao. In my eyes, you're all trash. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time with Zhong Ruofeng. This man was the real mastermind behind this incident. Chen Hao was just a hired thug. Therefore, after killing Chen Hao, Zhong Ruofeng had to be killed as well. Suddenly, his body flashed. Before people could see his movements clearly, he was already in front of Zhong Ruofeng. Saint General? In my eyes, you're just a piece of shit. Bang! The ferocious fist smashed onto Zhong Ruofeng's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Zhong Ruofeng let out a painful shriek, then he was slammed onto a nearby mountain wall. A spiderweb-like crack appeared on the mountain wall as a result of the collision. Zhong Ruofeng's body sank into the crack as well. This is ridiculous. Zhong Ruofeng is a Saint General, a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. How could he be severely injured with just a single strike? This Ling Xiao is indeed a monster. A ferocious devil. TSK, this is terrifying. Looks like we've underestimated him, This Ling Xiao is no longer an ordinary disciple. When the crowd saw Zhong Ruofeng being severely injured with just a single punch, they finally understood what had happened. With Ling Xiao's strength, even in fighting Soul Saint City, he could be ranked in the top 10. Perhaps only those city lords could defeat him. As for the others, they really couldn't. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. When Zhong Ruofeng saw Ling Xiao attacking again, he was startled. He quickly shouted out, "My master is the Saint Lord. If you kill me, he won't let you go." Seeing Zhong Ruofeng begging for mercy, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Just now, Zhong Ruofeng had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he was some mighty warrior. And now, he was begging for mercy like a pathetic dog. This was ridiculous. Perhaps this was the feeling of kicking an iron plate. After doing all kinds of bad things, one day, he would encounter trouble. This was exactly what people like. Even now, you're still trying to intimidate others. But do you think it's going to work? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Suddenly, he threw a punch at Zhong Ruofeng. Zhong Ruofeng was already seriously injured, and his movements became extremely slow. How could they block his attack? His legs were crippled. Screams rang out continuously. Many people didn't dare to look. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. "You ruined Jasmine's face, so I'll ruin yours. You'll never be able to see anyone again." To be honest, Ling Xiao felt that killing Zhong Ruofeng was too easy for him. It would be best to cripple this guy, then destroy his limbs and face. Let this bastard live in pain for the rest of his life. Trampled and humiliated by everyone. That was the only way to vent his anger. Fire. Poison. Ling Xiao released strange fire and black poison at the same time, burning Zhong Ruofeng's face. Zhong Ruofeng's screams sent chills down everyone's spines. It was too cruel and too terrifying. They wouldn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao again even if they were given 100 guts. "Junior brother, that's enough. After all, he's the disciple of the Holy Lord. It won't be good if things get out of hand." White Lotus had already vented her anger. Seeing Zhong Ruofeng being humiliated like this, she felt very refreshed. Ling Xiao shook his head, looked at Jasmine and Rose, and asked, "What about you? Do you think this is enough?" "I wish I could cut him into pieces," Rose said through gritted teeth. This girl's character was more heroic, unlike Jasmine's weak character. That was why she could say such things directly. Although Jasmine had already woken up, she still felt pity for Zhong Ruofeng when she saw him like this. "Jasmine, think carefully before you speak. I know you're kind, but this person's viciousness isn't something ordinary people can compare to. If he's alive, he'll wait for an opportunity to take revenge in the future." Ling Xiao reminded her. Jasmine took a deep breath and finally said through gritted teeth, "Kill him." This girl was still kind after all. She didn't want to see Zhong Ruofeng begging for mercy in pain. She only hoped that Ling Xiao could kill Zhong Ruofeng as soon as possible. "No, I beg you, Jasmine. It's all my fault. Please ask him to let me go." Zhong Ruofeng cried. He didn't want to die. Even if he had to endure endless torture, he still had a chance to recover. After all, his master was the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. There was definitely a way to help him. But once he died, there would be nothing left. Jasmine's eyes were filled with cold hatred. "If I could move, I'd definitely kill you with my own hands. Even if I'm killed by the Holy Lord, I'll have no regrets." "Well said." Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Then, a sword radiance shot out from his fingertip and pierced Zhong Ruofeng's elixir field. "No." Zhong Ruofeng screamed as his inner elixir was shattered by the sword radiance. He regretted it so much. He had a bright future, but now he was being killed because of a woman. It was not worth it. When the crowd saw Zhong Ruofeng's state, they trembled with fear. This young man named Ling Xiao was going to be famous in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. He was going to be completely famous. Not only did he kill Chen Hao from the Divine Eagle Palace, but he also offended Castellan Di Ying. He even killed Zhong Ruofeng, the disciple of the Holy Lord Di Tuotian. Was there anything that this guy didn't dare to do? They couldn't afford to offend this guy in the future. Otherwise, The consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, there were also some who were gloating. Did they think that Ling Xiao would die after killing Zhong Ruofeng? It would only be a few days. Even if the Holy Lord didn't do it personally, Castellan Di Ying would. He definitely wouldn't let Ling Xiao be so presumptuous. Balian, Jasmine, Rose, and the others all knew that Ling Xiao was neither servile nor overbearing. He even dared to talk back to Castellans Di Ying and Hua Feihua in the recruitment hall. But they didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold. He even dared to kill the disciple of the Holy Lord. Amidst their excitement and exhilaration, they began to worry about Ling Xiao. With such a big incident happening, there was no way the higher-ups wouldn't do anything about it. This was going to be troublesome. Junior disciple, why don't you run away now? The further the better. Run to a place where the Holy Lord can't find you. Balian suddenly said. Ling Xiao looked at Balian, then he shook his head and said, "Don't worry, senior disciple sister. I won't die." Ling Xiao wasn't an impulsive person. Since he didn't choose to run away, that was because he had the confidence to do so. Even if he couldn't defeat an extreme core warrior, he still had a way to escape. Life Rewind, Fiery Rebirth, and Earth Elemental Golden Light. He also had the miraculous 72 Arts of Profound Theory. He was confident that he wouldn't die. Be honest with me, junior disciple brother, what is your cultivation level now? Rose couldn't help but ask. When she saw how calm Ling Xiao was, she had a feeling that Ling Xiao was hiding his cultivation level. Perfect fourth heavenly divine core realm, you're right. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. He really wasn't hiding his cultivation level. Chapter 3992. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go back. Ling Xiao grinned and said, the Jiangnan Palace will never fall, and we will never be bullied by anyone. I'll take care of Master's matter as well. He had no idea what had happened to Jiangnan. But, Jiangnan had helped him withstand Di Ying's palm strike, so he had to repay her kindness. Bai Lian let out a sigh. Since Ling Xiao didn't want to leave, there was nothing they could do. They could only take one step at a time. She could only hope that the Saint Lord would be fair and just, and investigate the truth. If that was the case, perhaps junior disciple wouldn't be punished. Leave. You people from the Jiangnan Palace have done such a disgraceful thing. Do you really think you can leave so easily? Suddenly, a terrifying pressure came from afar. After a brief moment, a figure appeared in the sky. Bai Lian and the others collapsed onto the ground because of the tremendous pressure. They didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone leave. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. A beautiful woman was hovering in the sky, looking down at the crowd with an indifferent expression. I was wondering who it was, so it's you, you bitch. The woman hovering in the sky was Hua Feihua. Because of the conflict they had at the recruitment hall, Ling Xiao didn't respect this woman at all. But, Hua Feihua's cultivation had reached the peak 7th divine core realm. This was going to be troublesome. I'm asking you guys a question. Hua Feihua unleashed an even more powerful pressure. Bai Lian and the others couldn't take it anymore. Jasmine and Rose were already injured, and after being attacked by Hua Feihua, their expressions became even worse, and they almost fainted again. Roar. Right at this moment, a terrifying beast roar sounded out from Ling Xiao's mouth. His body instantly transformed into the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul form. He chose this beast soul form because it was more handsome. Secondly, it was easier for him to protect the others. The dragon roar unleashed a powerful aura that blocked off Hua Feihua's pressure. Bai Lian and the others let out sighs of relief. But, they were still surprised by Ling Xiao's new appearance. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used a complete beast soul transformation since he came to fighting Soul Sacred City. Previously, he had only used part of his beast soul transformation to break Zhong Ruofeng's attack. Are you a beast soul warrior? Hua Feihua was also stunned. Ling Xiao was already strong enough, so strong that she found it hard to understand. He didn't expect it to be a beast soul martial artist. He hadn't noticed it before. Blind man. Ling Xiao curled his lips in disdain. Hua Feihua, what does this have to do with you? What are you doing here? Shut up. You, a mere disciple of the city lord, actually dared to speak to me, the city lord, in such a manner. Do you want to die? Hua Feihua was annoyed. Ling Xiao was not giving her any face at all. Why are they all saying the same thing? Chen Hao said that I want to die. Zhong Ruofeng also said that I want to die. In the end, they all died. Do you want to die too? Ling Xiao looked at Hua Feihua and said coldly. What an arrogant brat. Do you think I'm the same as them? Hua Feihua said coldly. You have committed a grave crime by killing your fellow disciples today. I'll give you two choices. First, go to Fighting Soul Sacred City's punishment hall. Second, I'll arrest you. Are you blind? These two good-for-nothings bullied my two senior sisters in broad daylight. They broke the rules first. I'm just taking revenge. Fighting Soul Sacred City seems to have a rule where revenge is allowed, isn't it? Although I'm new here, I don't think the city lord knows as much about the rules as I do. Ling Xiao had a photographic memory. He could even memorize the contents of a book the moment he touched it. He didn't even need to look at it. Hua Feihua couldn't. She was far from it. Ling Xiao's words left Hua Feihua speechless. She had rushed over after receiving a report from her disciple. The two girls who were drinking with Zhong Ruofeng were her disciples. She had thought that she could suppress Ling Xiao's arrogance and make Jiangnan Palace unable to recover from the setback. She could even show off in front of the sacred lord. However, she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so eloquent that she couldn't outtalk him. She had even embarrassed herself. City Lord Hua Feihua, you should go back and read the rules of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Then you can convict me. Senior Sister White Lotus, get on my back. Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a huge frost divine dragon and called out. They had to rush back to Jiangnan Palace first. Jiangnan Palace was protected by an array and was much safer than here. Even if they encountered trouble, Ling Xiao could deal with it more easily. You want to leave? Hua Feihua came to her senses. She didn't care about the **T rules. Ling Xiao had killed Zhong Ruofeng, her junior brother. She had to kill Ling Xiao. She was furious and started to gather her vital essence, ready to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. However, she didn't expect Ling Xiao to attack first. The huge frost divine dragon suddenly turned its head and looked at Hua Feihua mockingly. It opened its huge mouth. Frost dragon breath. A terrifying chill instantly enveloped Hua Feihua. She didn't have time to react at all. She was frozen in an instant. Triple dragon trapping talisman. Ling Xiao immediately threw out 3 dragon trapping talismans to trap Hua Feihua. He didn't want to fight with Hua Feihua now. Hua Feihua was not weak. Once they started fighting, she might attract more powerful opponents. He could only return to Jiangnan Palace and set up the array. Only then could he be at ease. The array in Jiangnan Palace was a little weak, but it didn't matter. He was an array master himself. He could easily deal with such a small matter. Every time this happened, he couldn't help but admire his wise decision. He had made the right choice to learn array and alchemy back then. Otherwise, who knew how many times he would have died along the way. Not only did these 2 divine skills help him avoid many dangers, but they also increased his cultivation speed by a lot. Little junior brother, who are you? You're so powerful. Rose looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Ling Xiao had surprised them time and time again. They thought that Hua Feihua's arrival had sealed their doom. Who knew that Ling Xiao could make such a fool out of such a big shot? The rest of the people also had excited looks in their eyes. This little junior brother definitely had an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? For a time, the entire Jiangnan Palace treated this little junior brother as their backbone. Since their master was not around, they were willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Little junior brother, what should we do next? Just tell us. Although our abilities are limited, we can still help you. White Lotus was the first to speak. The others also nodded. The survival of Jiangnan Palace depended on this. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I've already thought about this. Don't worry. The key now is to return to Jiangnan Palace. I have a way to restore Jasmine's appearance, but I need some herbs. We'll talk about this when we return to Jiangnan Palace. Chapter 3993. What herbs do you need? White Lotus asked. I have other herbs, but I'm missing a herb called defy. Do you know where I can get it? Since White Lotus had asked, Ling Xiao had to answer. I know where to get it. Second senior sister suddenly said, I have an aunt who runs a business in Fighting Soul Sacred City. All the products she sold were cosmetics that could make a woman more beautiful. She has defy. I'll go get it now. It's too dangerous to go alone. I'll go with you when we get back to Jiangnan Palace. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, Little junior brother, you think too much. Even if they want to find trouble, they'll find you. I'll be fine. Second senior sister smiled. I'll go with second junior sister. After saying that, White Lotus jumped down with second senior sister and headed to the market in Fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao was a little worried, but when he thought about it, he was the one who killed them. Those girls didn't do anything. Even if the Sacred Lord wanted to punish them, he should be the one to punish them, not them. His heart felt a little more at ease. Soon, they arrived at Jiangnan Palace. Ling Xiao didn't dare to delay and strengthened the original array in Jiangnan Palace. Then, he set up the Lesser Thousand Thunder Destroyer array, which he was best at. Then, he waited for White Lotus and second senior sister to return. Little junior brother, I'm still a little worried. Although you're stronger than Zhong Ruofeng, you should know that the 7 city lords are the disciples of the Sacred Lord and Zhong Ruofeng's fellow disciples. Other than our master, I'm afraid the rest of them won't let you go. With Hua Feihua, we can only run away pathetically. If there's a stronger Di Ying, we'll be in a worse situation. Little junior brother, you don't know that the Law Enforcement Palace is very special in Fighting Soul Sacred City. Not only is it highly respected, but the law enforcement guards are also very powerful. They're only average when compared to sacred generals. Some law enforcement guards are even more terrifying than the city lords. I still think you should leave immediately. I'll support you unconditionally this time, but I don't want you to lose your life because of this. It was Rose who spoke. Rose admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, he was also concerned about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Rose, I'll say it again. I won't die. After all, this was not the City of Gold. If it was the City of Gold, I would have chosen to escape. But this is just War Soul Sacred City, I'm not afraid. When the time comes, you will know that I am much stronger than you think. His strength was not something that could be explained in a few words. Therefore, he didn't want to waste time explaining. Or rather, he couldn't wait for trouble to come. The more powerful the enemy, the more his potential would be stimulated and the faster his strength would break through. But it's strange. Eldest senior sister and second senior sister haven't returned yet? Could it be that he's really in trouble? Ling Xiao changed the topic. At the same time, he activated his Taiji eye and looked outside. Oh no, Hua Feihua is here. Eldest senior sister and second senior sister seem to have been kidnapped by him. He stood up abruptly. He did not expect Hua Feihua to be so shameless. A dignified city lord actually wanted to use the disciples of Jiangnan Palace to threaten him. He wasn't afraid of lowering his status. But, Jiang Chen had expected this, so he wasn't worried. Although eldest senior sister and second senior sister were captured, they weren't injured. Jiang Chen's judgment was right, the enemy only wanted his life. As for the others, they were just hostages. This is bad. Besides City Lord Hua, there is also Tai Yu from the Law Enforcement Palace. Right at this moment, Rose had also sensed the situation outside with her divine sense. Tai Yu? Yes, he is one of the law enforcement guards from the Law Enforcement Palace. I think he is a peak 6th Heavenly Core warrior as well. But, he is much stronger than Zhong Ruofeng. Furthermore, Tai Yu and Zhong Ruofeng came to War Soul Sacred City from the same place. They are good friends. I'm afraid he is going to interfere in this matter. Rose hurriedly explained. What kind of person is Tai Yu? Ling Xiao asked while walking outside. He was asking about Tai Yu's personality. Once a fight broke out, He would be able to come up with the best strategy based on his opponent's personality. He is a cruel and merciless man. Rumor has it that he uses his identity as a law enforcement guard to deal with those who dared to provoke him. There were a few disciples of Saint Generals who were killed by him on the spot because they obeyed his orders. Most importantly, even Saint Generals can't afford to offend him, that's why he is so arrogant. Rose explained. So he is a scum as well. Ling Xiao had a plan in his mind. Junior disciple, don't be impulsive. The law enforcement palace is different from other places. Once you offend them, you will be in endless trouble. Third senior sister reminded him. It's fine, I've even killed the Saint Lord's disciple, why should I be afraid of offending another law enforcement palace? You see, this Taiyu came over with a fiendish look. He's clearly here to take revenge. Even if I don't want to cause any trouble, I don't think he will let me go. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said. Third senior sister, I think junior disciple is right. Taiyu is a man who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Have you forgotten? There was a Saint General who offended him when he first joined War Soul Sacred City. After that, he became a law enforcement guard in the law enforcement palace, and he tried everything to kill that Saint General. Back then, that Saint General only reprimanded him for his own good. Rose said, let's leave this matter to junior brother. He is a sensible person, he won't do anything rash. Ling Xiao, get out here. Angry shouts came from outside. Obviously, Taiyu and Hua Feihua could not pass through the Jiangnan Palace's array. You guys stay in the array, I'll go and meet them. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he flew into the air. When he reached the entrance of the Jiangnan Palace, he saw Taiyu and Hua Feihua holding one person each. They held Bai Lian and second senior sister in their hands. Hua Feihua was already an old acquaintance. However, it was Ling Xiao's first time seeing Taiyu. This person was born with a pair of triangular eyes, and he looked very fierce. He stood there like a vulture, as if he could pounce on his opponent at any time. He would tear his opponent apart. Second senior sister, who was held in his hands, was in so much pain that her forehead was sweating. It was obvious that her arms were dislocated. However, the problem was not too serious. Let them go, I'll go with you, Ling Xiao said calmly. He believed that Taiyu would accept such an offer. After all, Taiyu wanted him, not the other two. You have no right to negotiate with us. Get out here and surrender, and I might let them go. Otherwise, both of them will die today, Taiyu said coldly. You killed a fellow disciple in War Soul Sacred City, you deserve to die. How dare you say that to me? Aren't you violating the rules of War Soul Sacred City? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. I'll remind you one last time, let them go. Otherwise, don't even think about taking me away today. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Taiyu immediately broke second senior sister's arm. Chapter 3994. Junior brother, don't worry about me. They're here for revenge. Second senior sister shouted loudly. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Looking at the girl's pale face, a murderous intent suddenly erupted. He originally wanted to hide his strength. But today, it seemed that he couldn't. Cosmic Light Tiger Beast Soul Transformation. Cosmic Light Body. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared from the spot. At that moment, Taiyu felt a terrifying murderous intent. He threw second senior sister away in horror. But the hand that had broken second senior sister's arm was also cut off by a sword light. In the next moment, Hua Feihua felt a terrifying soul power attack her mind. She subconsciously froze for a moment. Although she reacted instantly. But when she looked again, Bai Lian was also gone. Ling Xiao had already returned to the Jiangnan Palace. He placed Bai Lian and second senior sister there. The other senior sisters hurried over to take care of them. Junior brother, we're useless. Taiyu destroyed the D flower that we brought back. Bai Lian looked at Ling Xiao and felt a little ashamed. It's okay. As long as the two of you are safe. Second senior sister, take this healing pill. We'll talk about the D flower later. Anyway, it's not too rare. If we want to find it, we can still find it. Ling Xiao, comforted by Lian and second senior sister, then looked at Tai Yu again. Tai Yu's hand that had been cut off was no longer bleeding. It had even grown a new one. But he could clearly feel that Tai Yu's aura had become much weaker. If the wrist was cut off, although it wouldn't be completely crippled, it would require a large amount of true essence to repair it. That was the case for Tai Yu. Does it feel good? That sword strike just now only cut off your wrist. Now, I'm going to take your life. Ling Xiao looked at Tai Yu and said coldly. It wasn't just because Tai Yu had hurt second senior sister. More importantly, Tai Yu was here to take revenge. He wanted to kill him. When others wanted to kill him, he usually preferred to strike first. Because a dead person couldn't take revenge. I was just a little careless and got ambushed by you. Tai Yu would never believe that he was inferior to Ling Xiao. Hua Feihua sneered and said, Brat, the triple dragon trapping talisman is not bad. But it cost me a lot of time. He had wasted a lot of true essence. But this time, I definitely won't fall for the same trick. You want to kill Tai Yu? Ask me first. Hua Feihua was very angry. Because she, the dignified city lord, had actually been schemed against by Ling Xiao. She had lost a great deal of face. She had to regain her dignity. Otherwise, his position as the city lord would not be stable enough. City Lord Hua, you can just watch from the side. I don't need your help to kill Ling Xiao. I'll be frank with you today. I don't care about breaking the rules. I just want to avenge my friend Zhongru Orphan, that's all. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, then don't hide in that formation. Come out and fight me fair and square. Tai Yu stretched his limbs and swallowed a pill. It was probably a pill to recover true essence and stamina. His wrist had been cut off just now, so he had used up a lot of energy. He said that he did not care about Ling Xiao, but in his heart, he still cared about him. Therefore, he had to ensure that his strength was at its peak. Fine, I'll go out. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Tai Yu wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao wanted Tai Yu's life. There was no need for him to hide in the formation. This formation was prepared to defend against experts like Di Ying. He did not care about a mere Tai Yu. As he spoke, he had already walked out of Jiangnan Palace and out of the formation. Good, you have guts. Just based on this, I, Tai Yu, can give you a quick death. You brat, you're quite brave. It's a pity that you shouldn't have killed my junior brother. If I don't kill you today, how can I show my face in front of others? As Tai Yu spoke, he suddenly pulled out a long sword. This guy was also a swordsman. His sword was a rare Heavenly King weapon, and it was at the same level as Ling Xiao's Blood Sovereign sword. With this weapon alone, he was much stronger than Zhongru Orphan. Not to mention, Tai Yu's strength was also much higher than Zhongru Orphan's. This long sword was much longer than ordinary swords. It was at least 3 meters long. The huge body of the sword was pure black in color. Moreover, the blade gave off a strange feeling, as if it was soft. At the same time, it was emitting a terrifying aura. It was like a poisonous snake was swaying in the air. Dark Sword Ghost Snake. Tai Yu said the name of the sword in his hand. It was a good sword, and the name sounded very cold. With a sword like this, and a peak 6th Heavenly Core cultivation base, Tai Yu's strength had probably surpassed the king of the Z Kingdom. However, Ling Xiao's current strength was also much stronger than the king of the Z Kingdom. Putting aside everything else, just his body alone was more than enough to kill his opponent. Too bad, no one knew how frightening Ling Xiao was. When Hua Feihua saw the sword being unsheathed, she immediately looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. Tai Yu with a sword is dozens of times stronger than Tai Yu without a sword. Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you've injured him with a sneak attack? Wrong. You'll die a horrible death. Although Tai Yu is only ranked 10th in the Law and Order Guards, he is ruthless. His Dark Sword Ghost is known to all. Just like the Black Sword Ghost Snake in his hand, once it bites the enemy, it will never let go. Tai Yu, as a Law and Order Guard, you're breaking the law. When my master returns, he won't let you go. So what if you're a Law and Order Guard? The difference between your strength and my master's is like heaven and earth. Bai Lian shouted with a stern voice. In the end, She didn't want Ling Xiao to fight Tai Yu. If he lost, Ling Xiao would definitely die. If he won, Ling Xiao would offend the law and order guards, and that wouldn't bring him any benefits. Therefore, not fighting was the best choice. But the problem was that Tai Yu wouldn't listen to her. Jiang Nan? Jiang Nan is in the law and order hall now. She offended the young master earlier today, who is also the governor of the city, Di Ying. That's considered an offense. Although the Lord has shown mercy, she will still be locked up for 7 days. After 7 days, the Jiangnan Palace will no longer exist. You're still counting on her? Tai Yu smiled smugly. He dared to come here because Jiangnan wasn't here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come here. What? When the people in the Jiangnan Palace heard this, they were all terrified. Although they had heard Zhong Ruofeng mention their master before, at that time, they thought that Zhong Ruofeng was just toying with them and that it wasn't true. Now, they were in despair. As expected, they couldn't offend Di Ying and the Lord's disciple. If they offended them, they would be in trouble. Little brother, let's fight together. Although I may not be of much help, I can't let you take the risk alone, Bai Lian said loudly. Yes, let's fight together. Chapter 3995. A bunch of trash, what's the difference if we attack together? Tai Yu said disdainfully. A piece of trash, is it worth it for us to attack together? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, senior sisters, get a small bench and sit there to watch the show. I've killed more than one trash like Tai Yu. Although he's stronger than Zhong Ruofeng, he's not much stronger. Don't worry. Good boy, you really dare to talk. Then come, let me see what makes you so arrogant. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and the Blood Supreme sword suddenly came out of its sheath. The terrifying murderous aura actually dyed the entire sky red. At that moment, Tai Yu actually subconsciously took a few steps back. The black sword ghost snake in his hand was trembling. It was also a precious heavenly king weapon. But he had completely lost to Ling Xiao in terms of momentum. You're so powerful, why are you retreating? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Peak sword essence was constantly released. It formed a space condensed by sword essence, enveloping the opponent inside. What kind of monster are you? Beast soul warrior? But you also have a sword martial spirit. Tai Yu became more and more afraid. Ling Xiao's performance was too unexpected. It doesn't matter what I am, as long as I can defeat you, that's enough. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Arrogant. How strong can your sword soul be? My saber martial spirit is at the innate level. My saber essence has reached the great achievement. What do you have to compete with me? In order to regain his confidence, Tai Yu roared angrily. Ling Xiao found it funny. Innate saber martial spirit at the innate level? His demon god sword soul had reached the innate level 40, great achievement saber essence. His sword essence had reached the peak level. Besides cultivation, Tai Yu was not stronger than Ling Xiao in any other aspect. He really didn't know where this idiot got the confidence to clamor. You'd better not disappoint me too much, I hope to be a strong opponent. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His figure suddenly flashed and turned into a blood-red lightning bolt. He attacked Tai Yu. The sonic boom produced at that moment shattered the stones on the ground. Blood-red lightning. A blood-red long sword. Ling Xiao was like a bloody devil. He did not wait for Tai Yu to deal with him. Instead, he made the first move. Tai Yu's expression didn't look good. According to his original plan, Ling Xiao should be kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy when he arrived here. Unlike now, who actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. You want to play the same old trick again? I let you have your way just now, but this time, you definitely won't succeed. Tai Yu appeared very calm. He had always thought that the reason why Ling Xiao was able to injure him before was purely because he was careless. Ling Xiao's strength was not that strong. That was why he was so calm at this moment. Tai Yu sneered, the black sword ghost snake in his hand trembled. On the black sword, true yuan surged, producing a black sword chi. The sword chi condensed and turned into a huge black snake. All the plants that came into contact with the black gas instantly withered. A terrifying and gloomy energy brewed in the black sword ghost snake. Ghost snake swallows hell. What a domineering sword skill. It even wanted to swallow the Nether King. Following Taiyu's roar, a sword light turned into a huge black snake and pounced at Ling Xiao. All the plants on the ground were swept up and turned into dry firewood. The huge snake's mouth was already open as if to swallow Ling Xiao in one bite. Then it was digested and corroded. A sword skill that could even swallow the Nether King. How could Ling Xiao block it? At least, that was what everyone thought except for Ling Xiao. They did not think that Ling Xiao would be able to block this terrifying attack. The power of this attack had already fully displayed the essence of a peak 6th order Emperor-level martial skill. It was even more terrifying than the moves that Di Hongxiu and Zhong Ruofeng used. However, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. He gently raised the blood-red longsword in his hand. Then he gently waved his hand. The violent ghost snake was so easily destroyed by the blood-red longsword. Ling Xiao did not even use any martial skill. It was so easy and relaxed. What a joke. His physical body had reached the peak 7th order Emperor level of defensive martial skill. His opponent's attack was only a peak 6th order Emperor level martial skill. Even if he had an advantage in cultivation, he could not make up for the huge gap. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked toward Taiyu. He walked slowly like that. However, every step he took made Taiyu's heart tremble. Ling Xiao was simply unfathomable. Waves of fear rose in his heart. Kill, kill, kill. Taiyu crazily tried to hide his fear with attacks. Crazy sword light flew out one after another. However, Ling Xiao used the same method to defeat every sword light. Every time he defeated it, he would take a step forward. Taiyu's attack not only did not hurt Ling Xiao but also could not stop Ling Xiao from moving forward. What was going on? Not only Taiyu himself, even that Hua Feihua was dumbfounded. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, facing Taiyu, he should not have such a huge advantage. This was simply not scientific. Could it be that you've never known that your attacks are really weak? Ling Xiao looked at Taiyu mockingly as he walked and said, I don't even have to dodge. You can't hurt me no matter what. What a joke, what a tragedy. Taiyu was already more and more terrified at this time. He even doubted whether he had made the right decision to come here. He thought of his friend Zhong Ruofeng's death and was even more terrified in his heart. I don't want to die. Nether Dragon Slash. Taiyu used his most powerful attack. This was the 7th order Emperor level martial skill that he had always been unwilling to use. Nether Dragon Slash. When the ghost snake turned into a ghost dragon, the attack power could skyrocket. The terrifying black divine dragon pounced toward Ling Xiao with bared fangs and brandished claws. I'll see if you can still block it. Taiyu already lost the ability to think at this time. The only thing he could do was to explode with his most powerful attack. See if he could kill Ling Xiao or not. If he could not, he also did not know what to do. Perhaps coming today was simply a huge mistake. What was the most terrifying opponent? It was the kind that clearly looked very weak and was clearly in front of your eyes, but you could not defeat it. No matter how powerful your attack was, the other person could just casually break it. That kind of feeling was simply crazy. You're afraid. You're afraid. Haha. I never knew that a person who often kills others would actually be afraid. Ling Xiao looked at Taiyu, mocking and laughing. He still walked forward. Every step forward was like using a huge iron hammer to ruthlessly smash on Taiyu's chest. Is it very painful? Very terrified? Alright, I'm a merciful person, I won't torture you. It was another easy attack without using any martial skill. He did not even use a sword. He directly used his fist to destroy the so-called Nether Dragon. Ghost Dragon. Chapter 3996. In the next moment, Ling Xiao arrived in front of Taiyu. Taiyu was startled. The black sword ghost snake in his hand pierced towards Ling Xiao's body. But something unbelievable happened. The black sword ghost snake, a rare grade Heavenly King weapon, couldn't pierce through Ling Xiao's body. It couldn't even leave a shallow wound on Ling Xiao's body. Hua Feihua didn't know how to express her shock anymore. Ling Xiao, this brat, was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Just the strength of his body alone had surpassed a rare-grade Heavenly King weapon. Could it be an immortal-grade Heavenly King weapon? She was still in shock. Ling Xiao's hand had broken Tai Yu's black sword ghost snake. He then raised the blood-red sword and chopped off Tai Yu's right arm. Do you think it's fun to break someone's arm? I'll let you have a taste of having your arm cut off. Bastard, stop it now. Hua Feihua finally realized that if she didn't do anything, Tai Yu would die here. Just stay there, it's not your turn to die yet. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Martial Soul Barrier. The barrier was activated, and Hua Feihua crashed into it. With her strength, it would take her at least half an hour to break the barrier from the outside. After such a long time, Tai Yu would have died long ago. The scene had shocked everyone. Ling Xiao was too strong. Tai Yu was ranked 10th among the law enforcement guards. But, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Ling Xiao, and he couldn't even break through Ling Xiao's defense. Of course, the scariest thing was that Ling Xiao was able to ignore Hua Feihua's anger. What had happened to this world? The arrogant and despotic Tai Yu who was feared by everyone below the 7th Divine Core Realm was being toyed with. He couldn't even fight back in front of Ling Xiao. This battle was really strange. Although everyone thought it would be a one-sided battle, they thought it would be a one-sided battle. It was just that the two sides in his imagination had been swapped. It was not that Ling Xiao was powerless in front of Tai Yu. It was Tai Yu who could only take a beating in front of Ling Xiao. The battle started quickly and ended quickly as well. Ling Xiao only relied on his physical body and the sword in his hand. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even use a single sword technique to defeat his opponent. Crack! Another sword strike came down. Tai Yu's other arm was also crippled. At this time, Ling Xiao put away his sword and grabbed Tai Yu's head. It was as if he was carrying a dead dog. The people of Jiangnan Palace looked at Ling Xiao as if they were worshipping a god. However, there was also a hint of worry in his heart. It was just as they had thought. If Ling Xiao lost, he would be dead. But if he won, it would be very troublesome. Severely injuring a disciple of the punishment hall was a great crime. There was probably no way to clean up this mess. He really didn't know what would happen next. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I support junior brother. Things have developed to this point, and it's not something we can control. It's all those people's fault. They thought that our Jiangnan Palace was easy to bully, so they kept looking for trouble. They deserved to die. Bai Lian smiled bitterly. Now, she could only smash a broken jar. However, she really admired Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't let any of them help. This was not looking down on them, but protecting them. Even if they were investigated in the future, they wouldn't do anything. But she really didn't need such protection. Everything Ling Xiao did was for the Jiangnan Palace. She couldn't bear to let Ling Xiao bear the evil reputation alone. In fact, she really thought too much. What evil reputation? Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He had long understood the true meaning of this world, which was that strength was respected. As long as you were strong enough, no rules could bind you. Only when you were strong enough could you make this world develop the way you wanted. Killing an evil person could save 100 good people. Killing was not evil. Killing the innocent was evil. Tai Yu, didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it now? Ling Xiao looked at Tai Yu and said with a mocking smile on his face. This was the Tai Yu who made all the warriors below the 7th Divine Core Realm tremble in fear. But now, he was being teased and mocked by Ling Xiao. There was nothing Tai Yu could do. Both of his eyes were filled with fear. On his face, there was only regret. Why did he stand out? Why did he have to look for Ling Xiao? He regretted it. He regretted it so much. Evil creature, do you know what you're doing now? If you continue, you'll fall into eternal damnation, and no one will be able to save you. In the Fighting Soul Sacred City, you'll be despised by everyone. Hua Feihua shouted out from within the martial soul barrier. She was really worried that Tai Yu would be killed. If Tai Yu was really killed, she would lose even more face, and she would also offend the law enforcement palace. It wasn't worth it. Despised by everyone? Ling Xiao smiled and said, What's so great about the Fighting Soul Sacred City? That Saint Lord of yours didn't even punish trash like Taiyu and Zhongruofeng. I don't think you're anything good either. Do you think I won't leave the Fighting Soul Sacred City and join another sacred city? I might even kill all of you. Because of what happened to Jian Chen and Chu Ling, he didn't have a good impression of Di Tuotian. But, since he didn't want to kill anyone, he wanted to know more about this Di Tuotian. Then, he would decide if he wanted to take revenge or not. But now, he didn't think it was necessary. A man who protected his disciple and allowed his disciple to commit murder, his character was definitely not good. He was a reincarnated warrior, and he had been to the Heavenly Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent. Then, he came to the Black Tortoise continent. What hadn't he seen before? He had seen a lot of people like this. As the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. From the disciple, he could tell what kind of person the master was. Crazy. You're crazy. Do you think with your strength, you can fight against the Saint Lord? Not to mention the Holy Master, even I can easily crush you to death. If you stop now, perhaps I will spare your life on account of your outstanding talent. Although Hua Feihua didn't like Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's strength and talent were becoming clearer and clearer to her. It would be a pity if such a person died. I've said it before. You're not worthy to be my master. Not only are you unworthy, but the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City is also unworthy. You said that I can't do anything to the Saint Lord, I believe you. But you said I can't do anything to you? You think too highly of yourself. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. After I'm done with Taiyu, I'll deal with you. I hope you don't run away, you. Hua Feihua was so angry that her body trembled. A junior, a guy who had just joined the Fighting Soul Sacred City less than a day dared to look down on her. Her eyes were filled with the most terrifying killing intent. I thought you had some talent and wanted to spare your life. But now, it seems that there's no need for that. You must die. If you don't die, how can I calm my anger? Scream all you want. I want to see how you're going to break my martial spirit barrier. Chapter 3997. Although Hua Feihua was strong, she was no match for him. As long as he attacked with all his might, he could kill Hua Feihua. The reason why he did not attack was because he was unwilling to do so. He was afraid that he would be ambushed if he was injured. Of course, if Hua Feihua wanted to kill him, he would not avoid it. At most, he would kill this woman and run away. After all, he was invincible in the world with his survival skills. Ignoring Hua Feihua, Ling Xiao exerted force and smashed Taiyu's head. If he did not kill this person, he would definitely cause trouble for him again and again. He had seen a lot of people like this. In order to avoid trouble in the future, he had to kill this guy first. Seeing Taiyu being killed by Ling Xiao, Hua Feihua was so angry that she was like a female cat who was interrupted in the middle of her puberty. There was no need to mention how depressed his expression was. Ling Xiao removed the martial spirit barrier and threw away Taiyu's body. Then, he looked at Hua Feihua. Alright, it's your turn now. If you want to kill me, just do it. Ling Xiao, how can you speak to the city governor like that? Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was Jiang Nan. Taiyu said that Jiang Nan was imprisoned in the disciplinary hall to reflect on his mistakes. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nan had actually appeared. Ling Xiao and the rest were happy, but Hua Feihua was shocked. Jiang Nan might not be as strong as Di Ying, but he was stronger than her. Hua Feihua hurriedly dodged to prevent herself from being attacked by Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao. Master, this disciple is only playing with City Lord Hua. Today, a good-for-nothing came to our Jiangnan palace. I killed him. Is it okay? Ling Xiao was talking about Taiyu. Jiangnan looked coldly at Taiyu's body and said to Hua Feihua, City Governor Hua. Since you brought him here, please take him back. Jiangnan's expression was calm, as if he already knew what was going to happen today. Jiangnan, what nonsense are you talking about? That was Taiyu, the disciplinary guard of the disciplinary hall. Your disciple killed him. Shouldn't he take responsibility? Could it be that even you escaped from the disciplinary hall? Hua Feihua was furious. Jiang Nan clearly wanted to protect Ling Xiao. City Lord Hua, you must be careful with your words. I was indeed locked up in the punishment hall before, but now that big sister Qinglian is coming back, do you think they would still dare to lock me up? Jiang Nan mocked. Elder Green Lotus. Hua Feihua was shocked. The Green Lotus swordswoman had unfathomable strength. She was probably even more terrifying than the Saint Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. His relationship with Jiang Nan was also very good. If she came to Fighting Spirit Sacred City, those fellows from the punishment hall who bullied the weak and feared the strong would not dare to offend her. Also, are you saying that Ling Xiao is guilty? Don't you think this is ridiculous? Whether it was Chen Hao, Zhong Ruofeng, or Tai Yu, they were all the ones who made the first move. Could it be that you really think that I, Jiang Nan, am easy to bully and that my disciples can be bullied as they wish? 3 pieces of trash. So what if they were killed? What? The sacred leader didn't say anything, but you're quite proactive. Jiang Nan's words shocked Hua Feihua. Could it be that the sacred leader had swallowed his anger just because the Green Lotus swordswoman was coming back? He was not going to touch the Jiangnan Palace for the time being? If that was the case, no one would come to help her if she continued to cause trouble here. Thinking of this, Hua Feihua snorted coldly and said, I will ask the sacred leader about this. Just you wait, people from the Jiangnan Palace. With that, she left with Tai Yu's body. She had been arrogant when she had arrived, but she left in a sorry state. After Hua Feihua left, Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude. I have to say that if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to survive. If it weren't for you, the Jiangnan Palace would have been destroyed. Thank you. Master, how can you say that? I, Ling Xiao, may have just joined the Jiangnan Palace, but I am still a member of the Jiangnan Palace. How can I not care when my senior sister is being bullied? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Good, big sister Qinglian did not misjudge you. You are worthy of being nurtured. Jiang Nan smiled and took out a stylized flower. This was given to me by those bastards from the disciplinary court. They said that Tai Yu destroyed the stylized flower that you were looking for. That's great. With this stylized flower, I can refine the stylized flower restoration pill. Senior sister Jasmine will not have to suffer the pain of disfigurement anymore. Ling Xiao hurried back to the Jiangnan Palace to refine the pill. Jiang Nan did not disturb him. Instead, she went to the other disciples and sighed. It's all my fault for being useless and making you suffer. Master, you can't say that. We are too useless. If it was not for junior brother, I'm afraid none of us would be alive. Bai Lian sighed. She really felt wronged. You have all worked very hard. Actually, you are not considered weak among the 7 city lord palaces. Jiang Nan smiled. It's just a pity for Hinajiku. Her eyes have been blinded by hatred. She had turned into an ungrateful person who did not recognize her own family. Sigh, I must have been blind. Master, you should go and persuade little junior sister. She will definitely listen to you. Bai Lian said. She is just confused for a moment. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. Moreover, she is not wrong to choose the Holy Lord. It's just that she picked the wrong time. Jiang Nan shook her head. I, Jiang Nan, lost a Hinajiku but gained a better Ling Xiao. I did not lose out. It's done. Just as Jiang Nan was observing Jasmine and Rose's injuries, Ling Xiao's voice sounded. So fast. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Jiang Nan was shocked. Ling Xiao did not need a furnace to refine pills. This in itself was abnormal enough. He actually needed less than 10 minutes to refine a stylized flower restoration pill. This was something that other alchemists would not be able to do. Don't doubt my level. Actually, what I am best at is not martial arts but alchemy. Ling Xiao smiled and stuffed the stylized flower restoration pill into Jasmine's mouth. Then he circulated his energy to help her refine it. Just a minute or two later, Jasmine's ruined face actually glowed. Not only did she regain her original appearance, but she also seemed to be much prettier. Some of the blemishes on her face were also removed. Little junior brother, Jasmine is very grateful for your kindness. If you need me in the future, even if I have to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, I will not refuse. Jasmine knelt on the ground and said while crying, "There is no need to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. I might as well give myself to you." Rose laughed. "Don't talk nonsense. Little junior brother is such an outstanding person. He must have someone he likes. How can I be shameless?" Jasmine shook her head. She also wanted to marry Ling Xiao. The feelings in the martial arts world were very simple. There was no pure love. The feelings between people were intertwined with worship, gratitude, and so on. Ling Xiao was so outstanding. She naturally liked him. There was nothing to hide. Moreover, he saved her. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. Yu Fenghua's figure appeared in his mind. I wonder how that girl is doing now. Chapter 3998. Oh right, senior sisters, I can tell that all of you have pretty good potential, but you're lacking some good pills. A divine core warrior can use many pills to help him break through and cultivate. But the best one is the 9 Suns Spirit Refining Pill. How about this? You can find the ingredients for the 9 Suns Spirit Refining Pill yourselves, and I'll concoct it for you. I guarantee that after consuming it, your cultivation will at least increase by 1 level. Ling Xiao quickly changed the topic. Same for Master, you can't always be suppressed by that Di Ying. Since you've chosen me, I'll make you the strongest mayor. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. They had heard about the 9 Suns Spirit Refining Pill before, and they had collected the ingredients for it. The problem was, even though they had collected all the ingredients, there was no alchemist who could concoct it. Only the Saint Lord was qualified to visit the Golden City and ask the alchemists there to concoct this pill. We've collected 20 sets of ingredients over the years. As long as you can concoct 1 9 Suns Spirit Refining Pill, we'll give you all the ingredient. Jiang Nan said. Then give me all of them. 1 pill is not enough, I have a master and 9 senior sisters. At the very least, he would need to refine 10 pills. As for the rest of the ingredients, I'll treat it as your reward. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Jiang Nan thought Ling Xiao was just joking. After all, the success rate of concocting this pill wasn't high. It would be a miracle if he could concoct 10 pills out of 100 sets of ingredients. Concocting 10 pills out of 20 sets of ingredients. That was just a fantasy. But she still hoped that Ling Xiao could concoct 1 or 2 pills. This was good for her. As long as she broke through, the Jiangnan Palace wouldn't be bullied so easily. Even if the Saint Lord wanted to deal with her, he would have to think twice. Therefore, she gave all the ingredients to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took the ingredients and was about to concoct the pill when Jiang Nan said, "Don't rush, I have something to tell you." She didn't call herself master, mainly because she didn't think she was qualified enough. She was just taking care of Sword Maiden Azure Lotus disciple. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Together with Jiang Nan, they walked into the mayor's mansion. Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao and only said after a long time, "Your strength is even more formidable than I imagined. I'm even more surprised by your courage. It's a pity that I'm too weak to give you any pointers. But you can be at ease. So long as I, Jiang Nan, still have a breath in me, I will absolutely not tolerate you being harmed." She was clearly expressing her stance in front of Ling Xiao. She wanted to be his staunchest supporter. No one disliked talented disciples. Jiang Nan was no exception. Although she treated each of her disciples well, she also hoped that there would be someone outstanding among her disciples. Daisy used to be her hope. Unfortunately, Hinajiku betrayed her and chose the Holy Lord. However, she was not sad because Ling Xiao was still her disciple, at least on the surface. Be it talent or strength, Ling Xiao was not inferior to Hinajiku, perhaps even stronger. "I know that you have a lot of secrets. But I'm not interested to know. I asked you to come here today just to give you a suggestion. Let's go to War Spirit Valley. In the War Spirit Valley, even if the Holy Lord finds trouble with you, he can't do it himself. Of course, if you meet the Holy Lord's disciple or the Law Enforcement Hall's martial artists, then you can only count yourself unlucky. But I believe that you won't be afraid of them, right?" Jiang Nan thought for a long time. Although the Holy Lord would not do anything to Ling Xiao on the surface because of Azure Lotus Swordswoman. But secretly, who knows? In the War Spirit Valley, even if the Holy Lord entered, he would not be able to use his powerful divine sense. So it would be very difficult to find Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would naturally be safer. Of course not. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "To be honest, Master, you might not believe it, but in the entire War Spirit Sacred City, I'm only afraid of your Holy Lord. As for the others, I don't really care." Good. In that case, you should go to the War Spirit Valley. Not only will you be safe there, but there might also be good opportunities. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "I'm going. Are you guys okay?" Ling Xiao was a little worried. "If it's something that even I can't solve, it's useless for you to stay." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "That's true. It won't be too late for me to go to the War Spirit Valley after I've refined the 9 Suns soul refining pill." Ling Xiao thought and said, the stronger he was, the more he could protect himself. It would not be easy for others to harm him. Even if he wanted to protect Jiangnan Palace, it would be easier than now. It won't take too long, right? Jiangnan frowned and said, "It won't. It'll only take a day at most." Ling Xiao smiled confidently and then turned to leave. Jiangnan silently guarded Ling Xiao and also told Bai Lian and the others not to disturb Ling Xiao. Time passed slowly. The news of Tai Yu's death quickly spread throughout the entire War Spirit Sacred City. In an instant, Ling Xiao's name spread far and wide. Even the small figures in the corners of War Spirit Sacred City heard this person's name. Kill Chen Hao. Kill Zhong Ruofeng. Kill Tai Yu. Each of these 3 men was stronger than the previous one. But Ling Xiao had easily killed all of them. Especially Zhong Ruofeng and Tai Yu, they were both perfect 6th Heavenly Core warriors. One was a disciple of the Holy Lord, and the other was a law guard from the Law Enforcement Palace. But they were both killed by Ling Xiao. Many people were unhappy. How dare a newcomer act so presumptuously? But, when they thought about Ling Xiao's strength, they shut their mouths. Of course, there were also many people who were cheering in their hearts. No matter if it was Zhong Ruofeng or Tai Yu, neither of them were good people. Of course, there were many people who hated them. Ling Xiao could be considered to have avenged them and resolved their hatred. They couldn't be more grateful, so why would they hate Ling Xiao? The Jiangnan Palace, which was in a weak position, had suddenly become the center of attention in War Spirit Sacred City. Although the other disciples of the Jiangnan Palace weren't that great. There was even an outstanding girl who was taken away by the Holy Lord. But now, with the addition of Ling Xiao, everything had changed. Many people estimated Ling Xiao's strength, and they thought he was at least a perfect 6th Heavenly Core warrior. He was one of the top 10 young disciples in War Spirit Sacred City. What confused these people the most was that the Holy Lord and the Law Enforcement Palace didn't mention a word about Ling Xiao's murder. They didn't even make any judgments. It was as if the murder had never happened. If the Sacred Lord makes a move, you might be suspected of bullying the weak. I suspect they are waiting for those few men. Many people were discussing in private. No matter if it was the Holy Lord or the Law Enforcement Palace, they both had some outstanding young disciples. But right now, some of them were cultivating in the Valley of Fighting Soul, and some were out on missions. If they were here, Ling Xiao wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Ling Xiao didn't care about these things. He had said it before, in the entire War Spirit Sacred City, the only person he was afraid of was the Holy Lord. No matter how many people came, he would be able to kill them all. Right now, he was concentrating on concocting pills. Chapter 3999. Ling Xiao felt that he needed to recover his former cultivation as soon as possible. In this way, his combat strength would skyrocket. Even if he wanted to avenge Jian Chen and Chu Ling, it wouldn't be a problem. 6 hours later, Ling Xiao walked out of the room. Looking at his tired expression, Jiang Nan said with concern, "It doesn't matter if you didn't succeed. Anyway, you were just trying your luck. Go and rest first. When you're done, go to the War Spirit Valley. I'm worried that someone is already working in the dark and preparing to make a move on you." "Who said I didn't succeed?" Ling Xiao grinned and took out 10 spirit refining pills that shone with a golden light and emitted a mesmerizing fragrance. The spirit refining pills were placed in a jade box and were very beautiful. 10 pills. Oh my god, it's really 10 pills. How did you refine it? Jiang Nan exclaimed. Bai Lian and the others also gathered around. Seeing the pills, they were all dumbfounded. In fact, they didn't have much hope. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually succeed? Don't just stand there. Take the pills, one each. I wish you all a breakthrough in cultivation. Increase the strength of Jiangnan Palace, then I can go to the War Spirit Valley to cultivate in peace. Ling Xiao smiled. We can't take all of them. How about this, you leave 5 and we'll take 5. That's it. Jiang Nan carefully put 5 of the pills into a bottle and said, Come on, Master. I don't need these things. Ling Xiao shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't need them, but he already had them. 20 sets of materials, he had refined 20 spirit refining pills. He still had 10 left. Although there was no limit to the number of pills, the first one had the best effect. The second one would probably only have half the effect. The third one would have even less effect. After that, it would be almost useless. It was useless for him to have so many. In the future, he would still give them away. He gave all 5 spirit refining pills to Jiang Nan. Ling Xiao directly left Jiangnan Palace. Master, I'm going to the War Spirit Valley. This child. The more Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao, the more she liked him. Not only was his talent outstanding, but his character was also very outstanding. This kind of character was really praiseworthy. Come, one for each of you. After eating, cultivate properly. You can't disappoint junior brothers' high hopes for you. After Jiang Nan distributed the spirit refining pills, he went into closed-door cultivation. Now that the Jiangnan Palace's array had been strengthened and reinforced by Ling Xiao, unless the Holy Master personally came, the array would not be able to penetrate it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for others to break through. Even a sacred master wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time. Of course, she could enter seclusion in peace. Bai Lian and the others also returned to their respective practice rooms to cultivate. After the incident with Zhong Ruofeng and Tai Yu, they all realized the gap in their strength. He wanted to desperately improve himself so that he could help Ling Xiao. He was going to help his master. In fact, Ling Xiao had the same idea. He knew that his current strength was not enough. He had to improve as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would always have a shadow in his heart towards the Holy Lord. Also, only by standing out among the 3,000 sacred cities would he be able to step into the mysterious City of Gold. Only when he arrived at the City of Gold would he be able to stand on equal footing with the disciples of the Eternal Palace. Only then would he be able to officially marry Yu Fanghua. This was something he had to do. Of course, the spirit refining pills alone wouldn't be enough. Therefore, he had to go to the Valley of Fighting Souls and explore its secrets. At the same time, he had to constantly improve his cultivation. Along the way, Ling Xiao met many people. Some of them worshipped him. Some of them hated him. But, no matter who it was, none of them dared to offend him. Even a Saint General was no match for Ling Xiao. Offending Ling Xiao was the same as offending a Saint General. The Holy Master used to have 7 city lords as his disciples. He also had 6 peak 6th Heavenly Core Saint General disciples. Zhon Long went to another place to carry out a mission, Zhong Ruofeng was killed, and the remaining 4 are cultivating in the Valley of Fighting Souls. Those 4 are the ones who have the highest chance of breaking through to the next realm. Now that 10 years have passed, I wonder how they will feel when they come back and see their junior brothers killed by someone. Let alone the Holy Master's disciples, even the Law and Order Guards won't let Ling Xiao go. Even the Law and Order Guards are cultivating in the Valley of Fighting Souls. This is the calm before the storm. I think sooner or later, there will be a big reshuffle in Fighting Souls' sacred city. If Ling Xiao wins, Jiangnan Palace's status will definitely rise. If Ling Xiao loses, he won't be able to escape death, and the Jiangnan Palace will most likely be abolished. Discussions like this could be heard everywhere. Many of them didn't have any opinions, they just wanted to watch a show. Are they all lining up to die? When Ling Xiao heard these discussions, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, he just sneered. He wasn't even afraid of a city lord, so why would he be afraid of a few Saint General disciples? Even if they broke through to the next realm, they would at most be a city lord. Why would he be afraid? He didn't want to kill people for no reason, but if someone really wanted to die, he wouldn't show any mercy. The number one position in Fighting Soul's sacred city would belong to him, no one could fight with him for it. Otherwise, his sword wouldn't have any eyes. As a man who had once killed a peak 8th Divine Core warrior, Shui Whitelang, Ling Xiao had the heart of a mighty warrior, he was extremely strong. He wasn't someone who could be easily frightened by his opponents. This time, no one dared to stop him from entering the Valley of Fighting Souls. All of them obediently registered for him. The Valley of Fighting Souls was still the same as before, it gave people a gloomy feeling. It was as if they were shrouded in darkness all day long. He killed those monsters in the first stage with a wave of his hand. It wasn't challenging at all. They were too weak. He directly stepped into the second stage. Then, the third stage, the fourth stage, the fifth stage, and the sixth stage. When he reached the seventh stage, he finally stopped. He found a place to rest, then he ate a recovery pill. The deeper he went, the stronger the oppressive aura became. It made people feel like there was something terrifying in the depths of the Valley of Fighting Souls. However, this pressure made Ling Xiao extremely happy. Because he realized that under this tremendous pressure, his hidden energy was being stimulated. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 80%. He wasn't far away from breaking through. Along the way, he met a few disciples from Fighting Soul Sacred City, but they were all unfamiliar faces. They didn't greet him, they just left in a hurry. Normally, when people came here to cultivate, they didn't want to cause any trouble. Therefore, when they met an opponent, they would try their best to avoid them. But, some people were different. Ling Xiao had a feeling that since he stepped into the Valley of Fighting Souls, someone was following him. At first, he didn't think much of it. He thought maybe they were all here to cultivate, and it was just a coincidence that they all came here together. But, when he arrived at the seventh stage, the strange feeling was still there. He had no choice but to take it seriously. "Come out, I don't care who you are." Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out. In the quiet seventh stage, all the monsters had been killed. As long as the person who killed the monsters didn't leave, the monsters wouldn't respawn. Chapter 4000. The sky suddenly started raining. The rain was not heavy. It pattered down like a silver thread. It smashed on the leaves, making rustling sounds. On a tree, a person's brows furrowed slightly. He thought that his concealment skills were very powerful. Following all the way here, he was not discovered by Ling Xiao. But he did not expect that the direction Ling Xiao was looking in was precisely him. Those eyes flickered with a strange light. It actually made him somewhat flustered in his heart. He jumped down the tree and walked towards Ling Xiao. His clothes actually did not conceal his identity at all. Disciplinary guard. Ling Xiao frowned. He originally thought that hiding in the War Soul Valley was a safe thing to do. But he did not expect that the disciplinary guard actually followed indirectly. Although divine sense could not be used here, as long as he kept following, he still would not lose track. Unless Ling Xiao himself chose to escape. But would Ling Xiao escape? Since he dared to call the other party out, he had the confidence to win. Following in, they would all die here. Ling Xiao, why I came here, you should be very clear. Although the Holy Lord forgave you, our disciplinary hall won't. What the disciplinary hall defends is the laws of the War Soul Sacred City. You must return to the disciplinary hall with me and accept punishment. That person looked at Ling Xiao with a cold and arrogant face. This made Ling Xiao reveal a mocking smile, pretending for what, still want to accept punishment. Want me to die, just say it directly, gutless grandson. You shouldn't have come alone, right? Let those turtle bastards all come out. That person frowned, only then did he wave his hand. In the bushes, one figure after another scurried out. In an instant, they already surrounded Ling Xiao. They either stood up from the bushes or stood on trees, their gazes all icy cold. Each person was wearing the disciplinary hall's clothes, all of them were the disciplinary hall's death warriors. Death warriors were different from the disciplinary guards. Their strength was not very strong, but each and every one of them was formed by the criminals of the War Soul Sacred City. As long as they could complete certain missions in the disciplinary hall, they could offset their sins and regain their freedom. Therefore, these people would be even more difficult to deal with than the disciplinary guards. Although the penal law men of sacrifice were not strong, they were not weak either. Ling Xiao casually glanced at them. Most of them were between the 4th and 5th divine core realm. Furthermore, his killing intent was very heavy. He was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same cultivation. What a grand display! It seems that your disciplinary hall also knows that I, Ling Xiao, am a pushover. In the face of such a powerful enemy, Ling Xiao still maintained his smile. It was impossible for him to die. As long as he didn't want to die, no one could kill him. Ling Xiao, don't even think about escaping. We've already sealed off the 7th stage. No one could enter, and no one could leave. Unless you're dead, the leader said coldly. Or are you dead? Ling Xiao smiled. Yes, but that's impossible. That leader said contemptuously, you think that you can really run amok without any scruples after killing Tai Yu? You still have a long way to go. Ling Xiao smiled. It had been a long time since he was besieged. Perhaps today would be a battle to his heart's content. He liked it. Just as he was about to strike, a white figure suddenly dashed out from the forest. She was wearing a white dress, and she had a pretty face. However, her eyes were filled with cold hatred. Ling Xiao recognized this person. She was his junior disciple sister, Hinajiku from the Jiangnan Palace. Her appearance had changed the situation a little. Ling Xiao was curious as to why she was here. So, he asked, are you here to kill me as well? Hinajiku shook her head, I only kill my enemies. The leader of the disciplinary hall looked at Hinajiku with a frown on his face. Obviously, her appearance had surprised him. Hinajiku, we're the disciplinary hall, don't tell me you're trying to interfere. Don't forget, you're the Saint Lord's disciple. Ling Xiao killed the Saint Lord's disciple. That's why he must die. The leader of the disciplinary hall said. Shigang Lai, I've told you, I only kill my enemies. The heavens have eyes, and I've finally found you. If I'm not mistaken, the one who killed my parents was you, right? And those death warriors were the culprits who destroyed my family. Why? Hinajiku's eyes were red as she roared angrily. You're mistaken, Shigang Lai said lightly. Mistaken? Do you dare to roll up your sleeves? Isn't there a scorpion tattoo there? Although Hinajiku was young at that time, she remembered it clearly. That night, her parents were killed, and her family was destroyed. Only she was lucky enough to be saved by the Jiangnan Palace's governor. She was nurtured into a talent. No need, I did kill your family. Shigang Lai no longer denied it. Tai Yu and Zhong Ruofeng were also there. The reason is actually very simple. Zhong Ruofeng took a fancy to your mother, but who knew that woman didn't know what's good for her? We'll just wipe out your entire family. It's just a small matter, no big deal. Today, I'm telling you this because it's time for you to die. Actually, Zhong Ruofeng has always been thinking about your mother. Seeing that you look more and more like her, he begged the Lord to accept you as a disciple, so that he could enjoy the moonlight first. Who would have thought that kid would be killed by Ling Xiao? You, this girl, can be considered to have escaped a calamity. But since you don't cherish it, then don't blame me for being impolite. What? Hearing this, Hinajiku felt the world spinning. Her whole person fell into endless regret. In order to obtain such a qualification, she had actually abandoned her own master and those senior sisters who loved her dearly. Still with her? Lead the judge. Huang Yi sucked CHA. The Lord won't care about this woman anyway. At this time, another voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked up and saw that there were actually two people. One of them was an acquaintance. Hua Feihua. Ling Xiao frowned. This woman really wanted to kill him. She actually chased him from outside to inside. Don't worry, I won't do anything today. Shigang Lai and Shi Yong are enough. Together with those law of sacrifice. You won't have any hope of surviving. The young man next to Hua Feihua should be Shi Yong. Very strong. Ling Xiao looked at Shi Yong. He should be an early 7th Divine Core warrior. And not just any ordinary 7th Divine Core warrior, this Shi Yong was much stronger than any ordinary early 7th Divine Core warrior. He was obviously a body cultivator as well. Just by standing there, one could feel the strength of his physical body. You killed a law of sacrifice, you must die. Shi Yong looked at Ling Xiao and said with a cold voice. He didn't talk much, and he was too lazy to bring Ling Xiao away. He just wanted to kill him right here and now. His words were filled with a strong confidence and domineering aura. Obviously, once he had decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind. Shi Yong actually felt that the law of sacrifice was making a fuss over nothing. It was just a mere Ling Xiao, he alone was more than enough to deal with him. There was no need for him to send out such a powerful cultivator. This was a little too ridiculous. Chapter 4001. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Everyone's clothes were drenched. Speaking of which, it was strange. Normally, a divine core warrior shouldn't be drenched by the rain. But the rain had done just that. Obviously, the environment in the Valley of War Souls was completely different from the outside world. The natural laws here were much stronger. Nature was much scarier. Ling Xiao stood quietly in the rain, allowing the rain to wash his clothes. His eyes were glowing brighter and brighter. Hua Feihua, peak 7th Divine Core Warrior, Shi Yong, Shi Ganglai, early 7th Divine Core Warriors. Just these 3 men alone were enough to pose a huge threat to him. But he still didn't want to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. His body quickly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul. The rain could no longer soak his body. Just as it got close to the tough armor, it was knocked away. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was shocked. Indeed, Ling Xiao had been hiding his true strength. This guy was too sneaky. Let me do it. Shi Yong leapt into the air and landed 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. A terrifying blade energy shot out from his body and into the sky. The rain was split apart. It couldn't get any closer to him. In his hand, there was a long blade. It was shining with a silver light, and it was as thin as a cicada's wing. But no one dared to doubt the blade's power. With its sharpness, it could easily tear apart a warrior's body. If you don't die in 3 strikes from me, you'll be able to live, Shi Yong said with great confidence. It seemed like no one from the Law Enforcement Palace doubted him. But Hua Feihua furrowed her brows. She had witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was, that's why she thought Shi Yong was being too careless. Shi Yong, there's no need to do that, just kill him. That's how you failed miserably, Hua Feihua shouted. City Master Hua, are you saying that I, Shi Yong, will lose to him? What a joke. Shi Yong didn't care about what Hua Feihua said. A cruel grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Since an idiot like you wants to die, I'll give you a hand. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Make your move. Ling Xiao, that's Shi Yong. You're definitely not his opponent. I'll help you. Daisy scurried over. Scram. I will not join forces with ungrateful bastards. Even if I die, I won't. Ling Xiao turned around and scolded Hinajiku. Daisy was stunned. He stared blankly at Ling Xiao. Yes, she was a person who had betrayed her own master. She had chosen to betray Jiangnan Palace when it was in danger. What qualifications did he have to join hands with the people of Jiangnan Palace? With a bitter smile, she retreated to the side. But she didn't leave. Her enemy was here. If she wanted revenge, she couldn't leave. Moreover, she was worried about Ling Xiao. Boom. Saber Chi exploded and Saber Intent was release. With Shi Yong as the center, the curtain of rain was completely forced back. The long saber in his hand that was as thin as a cicada's wing released an incomparably terrifying aura. Peak Saber Intent. Moreover, it was an innate 30% saber soul. Interesting. This was the first time Ling Xiao had met a young warrior whose martial intent was on par with his, and whose martial soul was also at the same level as his. Shi Yong was only 2 to 3 years older than him. To be able to reach such a level, he was indeed a genius. No wonder his strength was so frightening amongst his peers. When Daisy sensed the violent saber intent, her expression changed dramatically. This Shi Yong was truly worthy of being ranked in the top 3 amongst the disciplinary guards of the disciplinary hall. They were both at the early 7th divine core realm, but Shi Ganglai was far weaker than him. She looked at Ling Xiao, wanting to see how Ling Xiao was going to deal with this. But she noticed that Ling Xiao still had a calm smile on his face. A blood-red sword was also taken out. A similarly frightening sword intent exploded out. The power of the innate fiend god sword was unleashed on the blood sovereign sword. Both men's auras clashed. The rainwater splashed in all directions, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get close to the two men. A strange scene had appeared on the battlefield. It was raining heavily, but it seemed like the rainwater had forgotten about the space where Ling Xiao and Shi Yong were standing. His sword intent is strong as well. I wonder if he can withstand 3 of Shi Yong's attacks. Daisy felt guilty towards the Jiangnan Palace. Since Ling Xiao was a disciple of the Jiangnan Palace, she naturally had to care about him. Even if she was despised by Ling Xiao, she didn't care anymore. After she got her revenge, she was going to accompany her parents in the afterlife. Shi Yong raised the saber in his hand. Ling Xiao raised the sword in his hand as well. The saber and sword caused the aura in the air to change. Looks like you won't disappoint me. My saber is a saber used to kill, and I never use it in a fight. Therefore, whenever I draw my saber, someone will be killed. It's either I kill you, or you kill me, but I've drawn my saber 72 times, and those who died were all my opponents. Shi Yong's confidence came from his past achievements. These achievements made him strong, made him proud. Then, I'm afraid today will be an exception. Ling Xiao chuckled, not taking Shi Yong's words seriously. Is that so? Shi Yong sneered and finally slashed out. Kill. His roar was as loud as thunder in the rain. A saber radiance almost completely split the entire curtain of rain. In the void, the saber light condensed into a huge saber shadow, as if it was condensed by rain. But everyone could feel the terrifying power contained in the saber light. At that moment, Ling Xiao also made his move. He still didn't use any martial skills. He just condensed his sword intent into the blood sovereign sword. He raised his sword and blocked the terrifying saber light. The sound of metal clashing exploded in the void. It was extremely ear-piercing. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. Your saber is a treasured heavenly king weapon, but my sword isn't. I'm stronger than you. After a moment of stalemate, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The moment he touched Shi Yong, he knew how much weight Shi Yong had. He was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than Tai Yu. But so what? He had the body of a peak 7th Order Emperor. The Blood Sovereign Sword was also much stronger than a treasured Heavenly King weapon. How could a mere Shi Yong stop him? You said that if I can block 3 of your moves, you'll let me go. Now I'm telling you, if you can block one of my moves and not die, I'll let you go. Ling Xiao sneered, his expression was full of disdain and indifference. What an arrogant kid. How could he say such words? Is his brain flooded with water? Shi Ganglai sneered, thinking that Ling Xiao was a little crazy. Hinajiku frowned, also thinking that Ling Xiao's words were a little unbelievable. Only Hua Feihua was nervous. Ling Xiao was like a madman when he dealt with Tai Yu and Zhong Ruofeng. But in the end, it proved that he wasn't crazy. Everything he said and did proved that his words were correct. Shi Yong, don't underestimate your opponent. Hua Feihua shouted. She hoped that Shi Yong could treat this battle seriously. It's too late,